Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Korea Stage 2. It's a long name, but wow, how long has it been? I am Unknown at the commentary, and then I have the one and only Wolf at the analyst here. How are you,
Glad to
Wolf?
join you today, Unknown. I feel like the name is very long, but not as long as it's been since I've cast Overwatch here at WDG. Last time was actually all the way back in the OWCS Asia Stage 1 finals.
Yep.
We're here in Stage 2 now. A lot of big changes coming through with rosters, with sponsorships, some team name changes, some big changes in terms of those teams that became, like, big name orgs. Also, their rosters changed as well. And obviously with qualifiers comes changes to who's going to be playing. So we'll talk a little bit about that stuff as we go into today. We had the big patch that came through at EWC where tanks were changed as well. So tanks a little bit stronger. Pharah making a comeback, no longer Pharah Mercy, just kind of its own, DPS.
No longer pharmacy, but
she's her own independent flying hero right now. She could do things by herself. It's great.
Yep. And talking about metas, we've also actually had a sneak peek about what the teams are actually playing. We've seen Pacific start up on Thursday. We also had our first Korea day yesterday. We're seeing a lot of Winston, and also we're going back to the classics, Wolf. We're seeing a lot of tracers. We're seeing a little bit hit scans. Something that Jaehong, who's actually back, by the way.
He's back.
Yep. I mean, he's actually he should be pretty comfortable with what the meta looks like right now, because except for the fact that there is no longer an off-tank to peel for him, he should probably be very familiar with the scenery.
Yeah, there's a lot of memes about that yesterday. He's like, wait, where's my off-tank? Where's my diva? Like, she's not peeling for me, which was quite fun. It was good to see him play yesterday, and it is a very good meta for him. It's a very good meta for Ana players in general. I think Shu might arguably be the best performing player we've seen so far since Stage 1, looking at EWC, and then, of course, looking at his games yesterday. Guy is just so good right now.
Yep.
And then you have, obviously, some changes to the DPS lineup that we're seeing, because we are seeing a lot of Tracer. We're seeing less Cassidy, though. Right now, it's almost exclusively Ashe that we're seeing. Sojourn is not popular at the moment. I think part of that is because tanks are harder to kill, and the Ashe offers a lot with Dynamite, as well as she has her own self-heal with the Coach Gun. And if you didn't watch Stage 1, and you're new to this, this is how we do Asia. We have 3 regions within it. This is Korea. Japan will be starting up in a few days. We had Pacific start a few days ago.
Yep, and unlike NA and EMEA, which is divided into 4 stages, we only have stages 1 and 2. The current one is being the second stage. And here are the teams that will compete in Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We have seen a few of these teams here. Crazy Raccoon, who has recently found a lot of success in not only OWCS Asia, but also on the recent Esports World Cup as well. We have HaeJeokDan, who's going to be featuring today. We have also some familiar names like Team Falcons, VEC, Vesta Esports Crew, newly getting that DAEJEON sponsorship online, and Zeta Division, that was FGG for the gamer, and Pokerface, Fnatic, and Old Ocean that we've been talking about. This is Jaehong's team.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the teams on the left all got picked up by big orgs. Obviously, Team Falcons was the first to pick up Hamster. You have Fnatic coming in. I think it's a big dream for a lot of these orgs that aren't really sponsored yet. Vesta Crew got the DAEJEON sponsor, but you have HaeJeokDan as well that's trying to perform well. And I think the dream is, hey, maybe a huge org picks us up if we perform here, because a lot of orgs had their eyes specifically on Korea right now. Here's our map pool. Of course, we do have some limited maps, but all maps will be available. There are no map bans in this tournament. And, of course, the loser will pick both a map of and type, as well as whether attack or defense will be their priority. Here's today's schedule. Falcons versus HaeJeokDan to start us off. Vesta Crew DAEJEON will face off against Pokerface, and then Fnatic and Crazy Raccoon. Arguably the most hype match of the day.
Most definitely. I would also add on to that, though, but because Team Falcons and HaeJeokDan are the only 2 teams that haven't featured in yesterday's matches. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup to see how Team Falcons, because remember, even though Crazy Raccoons were a little bit more successful in the Asia stage and in the Esports World Cup, Team Falcons is still on the regional level the defending champions of OWCS Korea.
That's right. You can see the victors here, and you can look at, yeah, they didn't win Asia, but they were extremely dominant leading up to Asia, and obviously having the strongest roster, but then also adding Happy in as a bit of a late-minute addition. And if you look at his face in this picture, it's an older picture of Happy. It almost looks like one of
the Houston Outlaws Happy over there.
Yeah, that looks like Houston Atlas, or maybe even like some Metabellum Happy action going on. Happy's been around for a very long time, and if you watched him in the Overwatch League, you're very familiar with his Widowmaker. His hit scan is incredible. I think kind of differentiating him between being the main hit scan versus proper being more of a flex is the idea with this pickup here. You and I were talking about that a little bit before the show. I think that's a really huge boon for this roster.
All right, then we have an interview of the entire roster.
From Team Falcons. I play flex support.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
팔콘에서 덱을 맡고 있는 스토커입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 지호입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
팀 팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로퍼라고 합니다.
아무래도 일단 저희 팀의 주장인 한빈 형이 요즘 폼이 많이 좋은 것 같더라고요. 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
A player that got better in our team, I think it's Stalker from last season.
필더 선수가 요즘 먹는 폼이 장난 아니어가지고 이제 먹는 폼만큼 게임 폼도 좀 오를 거라 생각하기 때문에 전 필더를 하겠습니다.
당연히 1위 팀은 저희 팀이고 2위 라쿤, 3위 제타, 4위 아래는 뭐 또이또이 할 것 같아요.
1등은 당연히 팔콘이고 2등은 라쿤, 3등까지는 제타, 나머지는 다 몰라가지고.
이번에도 라이벌 팀은 라쿤밖에 없을 것 같습니다.
I think just Raccoons and Zeta maybe. What do you think?
Oh, your opinion.
I wanna see your opinion. Because you're a coach.
전적은 라쿤이 더 앞서긴 하는데 기량은 저희가 더 앞서는 것 같다고 생각해요.
지금까지는 라쿤이 더 우세하고 있지만 마지막까지도 똑같이 생각할지는 잘 모르겠어요.
지난번에 2번 준우승했을 때는 솔직히 실력도 실력이지만 운이 안 좋았다 생각했어가지고 이번엔 좀 운만 따라주면은 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
이번에는 정말로 진짜 이길 수 있을 것 같고 그만큼 자신 있습니다.
앞으로의 남은 경기들은 저희가 이길 테니까 너무 속상해하지 않으셨으면 합니다.
계속 이기셔가지고 많이 잠 안 들어가고 계실 텐데 이번엔 다시 죽여버리도록 하겠습니다.
재현이 형 기대하고 있어. 혼내주러 갈게.
해적단? 처음 들어보는데 모르겠어요 딱히.
일단 저희를 상대하기 전에 다른 팀들 먼저 상대를 해봤어야 했는데 첫 경기가 저희라서 너무 기운 안 빠지셨으면 해요.
그래서 거기 멤버가 누구 있죠?
딱히 신경 쓰지 않아도 돼, 무시해도 될 정도의 발언이네요. 조세 파가십시오.
이번에야말로 우승 한번 다시 해보도록 하겠습니다.
I need more playtime. That's my goal. Our goal this season is just qualify for Sweden and win, hopefully.
이번에는 스웨덴까지 우승 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
열심히 해서 스스로 만족할 수 있는 그런 경기들을 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해 주시고 최근에는 좀 많이 응원보다는 위로를 많이 듣게 됐었는데 응원으로 바뀌도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번에는 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희 팔콘 팬이신 거에 대한 뿌듯함을 느끼게 하실 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you guys for supporting us and 감사합니다.
팔콘!
파이팅!
All right, a lot of ambition from that interview there. A lot of things that we could talk about, like starting from know your place, and then Surmajet also talking about I need playtime.
Yeah, I mean, we did see him play a few times last season, but obviously he has such a star-studded support lineup that he's playing with, and I'm sure his Korean has improved a lot since he first moved here.
Yep.
But still, the communication is going to be a big potential issue as to why he wouldn't be playing in the starting lineup. But I think he's definitely strong enough to be with this team. Definitely comms with them in mixed comms. Probably uses a lot of Korean comms. It's really easy to pick those up. And in a series like this, who knows? He might actually get subbed in. I think it's definitely, with how favored they are, a strong possibility.
Yep, also, of course, we're looking at the meta right now. It looks like it's just going to be one flex support, but who knows? Maybe on certain maps, maybe even like Circuit Royale, we might even see them tinkering with double flex supports here.
It definitely could happen. Let's take a look at HaeJeokDan, because HaeJeokDan, if you guys don't know this, and I'm guessing most of you don't, it basically literally translates to pirate team.
Yes.
Or pirate squad. And HaeJeok is the Korean word for pirate, so they do have the really cool parrot here. This is basically Runaway and or Seoul Dynasty. So they have half of the Runaway squad from last season, and they have players that are kind of mixed and matched basically everyone on this team has been part of either Seoul Dynasty or Seoul Infernal, so you can kind of jokingly call this team like the Soul Squad, and they're here to steal the victory because they're pirates.
Yep, like you said, Wolf, this was the rumored runaway squad that we've been seeing on Reddit posts and social media, and then, well, I mean, the runaway name never came to be. However, I would call this the Seoul United because, like, again, I'm kind of rephrasing what you said here, Wolf, but all of these players at one time has been playing for either the Seoul Dynasty or the Seoul Infernal. Well, I mean, by the looks of the colors right now, it looks like a little more about the Seoul Infernal, but
안녕하세요.
well,
해적단에서
I'm definitely
서브딜러를 맡고 있는 이수민이라고
interested
합니다.
to see what they have to say in the
해적단에서
interview.
서브딜러를 맡고 있는 선준이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 메인 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로펫이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 매그라고 합니다.
해적단에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 제스트라고 합니다.
해적단에서 메인 힐러를 맡고 있는 빈다임이라고 합니다.
대회가 떨어지고 나서 쉬는 기간에 이제 바로 연습팀을 꾸렸는데 자연스럽게 연습하다가 강팀도 잡고 하다 보니까 이렇게 어쩌다 보니까 서울 멤버로 모이게 됐어요. 영훈아, 임페른 할 때 문제는 고쳤니? 아직 안 고쳐졌을 것 같은데.
평소처럼 대회 때 바들바들 떠면서 긴장하면서 하고 임페리얼 할 때처럼 하자.
태형, 아직도 얼굴 믿고 게임 대충 하는 거 아니지?
저희가 팀명에 대해 많은 얘기를 나눴는데 좀 많은 후보들이 있었는데 수민이가 해적단을 강력하게 원해서 이제 투표를 진행하는 결과 해적단으로 하게 되었습니다.
그냥 컨셉이 확실한 것 같아서 재밌어서 한 것 같습니다. 이 자리를 빌려 죄송합니다. 일단 태성이 형이 맏형이니까 태성이 형이 선장하고 내가 행동대장 할게.
네, 선장 매그입니다. 저는 빈다임 선수가 요리사를 맡아줬으면 좋겠네요. 뭔가 잘 어울리는데요, 그냥?
네, 안녕하세요. 해적단의 요리사가 되게 된 빈다임이라 하고 제스트를 칼잡이로, 왜냐면 겐지를 잘하기 때문에 칼잡이로 추천하겠습니다.
해적단에서 칼잡이를 맡게 된 제스트이고요. 그 프로페 선수를 평소에도 이제 뒤통수를 잘 치기 때문에 한번 해적단의 배신자로 둬보겠습니다.
저를 배신자라 했는데 저는 그냥 평범한 선원 1이고 선준이를 총잡이가 어울리는 것 같아서 총잡이로 하겠습니다.
총잡이 된 게 제일 나은 것 같네요.
이번에 처음 맞춰보는 거긴 하지만 그래도 치오 필더보다는 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요. 너무 거품이 많이 낀 것 같거든요, 거기.
스크림에서 라쿤 빼고는 다 뚜드럽 해본 적이 있어서 한 2등까지는 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
앵무새가 매보다 세다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다.
팔콘 여러분들, 저희 해적단의 첫 사냥감이 되신 걸 축하드립니다.
우리가 이기면은 너네 스폰 우리 줘라.
무조건 스톡홀름 가는 걸로.
저희가 후회 없는 경기력이 나오는 게 목표고 OWCS에서 좀 최고의 탱커로 마무리하는 게 개인적인 목표입니다.
저번 시즌은 좀 후회가 많은 경기들이 있었어서 이번엔 후회 없는 경기 많이 할 수 있도록 하는 게 저희 각오입니다.
처음에 조금 휘청거릴 수도 있는데 그래도 다 잘하는 선수들이니까 끝까지 믿고 응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
여러분들의 마음을 약탈하겠습니다.
저를 응원해주신 팬분들이 아직 제가 우승하는 모습을 못 보셨을 텐데 이번에 꼭 우승하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 저희 해적단 많은 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
너네 동료가 되라.
Alright, so let me get my facts straight. Well, they have a captain, they have a capitan, they have a cook, they have a swordsman, they have a riflesman, and they have a trader,
A
right?
traitor, that's right, yeah. They've also got a pirate.
Wait, that's not the captain.
It's okay, just because he has the hat doesn't mean he's the captain. He could be
True.
the mascot in this case. I gotta say, I think the player that stands out to me, obviously I've been casting Korean Overwatch for a really long time, and even the hook hand as well, I love this. Mag he said his ambition is to become the best tank player in OWCS Korea, and I think that's a very tough and tall ask, especially when you're looking at the tank players on the other side in Falcons. Hanbin was one of his old rivals back in Contenders, you know? Element Mystic versus Runaway days. He's an ex-Runaway player from back then, played on Runaway last season. I mean, look at the tank players he's facing off against today. Hanbin and Smurf. Hanbin will be starting. Happy will be starting as well, which makes me happy. And then, of course, Fielder and Chio. That's your expected support lineup here. But I do think that if HaeJeokDan are able to take an upset win today, I think it would really change the narrative a lot about these two squads. Coming in so confidently against a team that is the defending champions, that came in with the biggest funding, has the most robust coaching staff, right? They still weren't able to win EWC, they still weren't able to win Asia, but they're still definitely a top 2 team here in Korea. this is the roster. I mean, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at how many trophies that they have in the shelf over there. And it's really interesting for me to see Hanbin starting in the roster because we've seen a lot of Winstons, and normally you would expect Smurf to be on the starting roster for that, but we'll see what they come up with as HaeJeokDan is going to be starting up with Zest, Sunjun on the damage lineup, and then we have Mag on the tank. There's no substitution for that, and then we have Lisuman and Vindime on the support line here.
The support lineup, I think, is pretty robust. Obviously, they mentioned they haven't played together before, but they have been on some relatively successful rosters. The biggest question mark for me is going to be Sunjun because he's played on a lot of smaller teams. Like, he played on TSM. He's played in a lot of contenders rosters across the world outside of Korea. So he has a lot of different teams that he's played with, a lot of experience. So I feel like he has the experience to gel with this roster very quickly, but I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be able to stack up to the DPS line on the other side.
Yep, and also one of the issues that we've been talking about this roster is always about whether when there's only a roster with just Mag on the tank line, we have been questioning their flexibility, but we have an interview with the players here, so let's take a look at that. And I think Quest isn't available here today, so I'm going to be the...
Take it away, Min-sung.
네,
Alright.
자, 오늘의 첫 번째 경기가 기다리고 있는데요. 팀 팔콘과 해적단의 경기입니다. 경기 시작 전에 각 팀의 대표분들 한 분씩 모시고 인터뷰 진행해 보도록
So before
할게요.
the match starts, we're going to have an
먼저
interview with
자기소개
the representatives of
부탁드립니다.
each team.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 지호입니다.
Hello, I'm
네,
Chio,
치오 선수 반갑습니다.
support for Team Falcons.
자, 그렇다면 해적단 팀도 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 해적단에서 칼잡이를 맡고 있는 제스트라고 합니다.
Alright, I'm Zest,
이야,
the swordsman
모자부터
of
시선이
HaeJeokDan.
집중됩니다. 자, 이렇게 오늘 무서운 경기가 펼쳐질 예정인데요. 자, 각 팀의 아이콘이 해적단은 앵무새고 그리고 팀 팔콘은 매입니다. 자, 그런데 제스트 선수 팔콘이 해적단의 첫 사냥감이 되었다고
So, in the
했는데
interview,
오늘
we
어떻게
talked about
매사냥 가능할까요?
the parrots
오늘을
going
위해
against the
화살을
Falcons, and you also
달고
mentioned
닦았습니다. 오늘
Falcons
한번
being the first
잡아보겠습니다.
prey.
네, 자 오늘만을 위해서
Yep,
칼도 잡고
the
화살도
parrots
잡고
and me
팀
personally
팔콘도
have been
잡겠다라고
preparing for
말씀을
this special,
해주셨는데 오늘 예상
specifically
스코어도
for
들어볼
this
수
occasion.
있을까요?
3대 0으로 하겠습니다.
And how do you think the score will be? I think it's going to be 3-0.
내어주지 않는 플레이가 나올 것 같은데요. 자, 오늘 또 기대가 됩니다. 그렇다면 치오 선수는 이 답변에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
How do you have anything to comment about this,
우습기도 하고
Chio?
일단 아무래도 일단 저희가 매고 저기가 앵무새다 보니까
네.
체급 차이가 워낙 많이 나지 않을까.
I mean, we are Falcons, and
네,
also relatively parrots are
아이콘적으로도
smaller, so I mean,
피지컬적으로도
I think that
차이가
speaks for
나니까
itself.
우리는 당연히 이길 거다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 그렇다면 오늘 좀 각오도 한마디 들어볼 수 있을까요?
일단은
So, any words of resolve
저희 팀에
today?
이제 해피 형이 들어왔는데 이번에 데뷔전 치르고 좋은 모습 많이 보여줄 것 같고 일단 많은 기대 부탁드리고 저쪽에서
So,
저희 팀도
Happy is
3대 0
starting for the first time today, so I
저희는
mean,
이제
give him all your
3대 0
support,
퍼펙트 게임으로 끝내겠습니다.
and we'll
이야,
be
각 팀
finishing
모두
today with a perfect
퍼펙트로
game.
끝내버리겠다라는 말이 나온 만큼 오늘 정말 화끈한 경기가 기대가 되는데요. 자, 개막전 첫 경기인 만큼 팬분들의 많은 응원도 필요할 것 같습니다. 제트 선수 팬분들에게 한마디 부탁드려요.
Alright, any words to the fans, Zest?
일단 오늘 개막전 다들 많이 보러 와주셔서 감사드리고 네 오늘 더운데 시원한 경기로
Thank you for coming to the season opener for us today. And yes, today is a very hot day, but we'll make sure that you get cooled with our cool performances here.
우선 더운 날씨에 다들 와주셔서 정말
And you,
감사드리고 이번에 팀 변화가 있는 만큼 좋은 모습으로 다시 또 보여드릴 수 있도록
So I
하겠습니다.
also thank you for coming on this hot day, and we will be repaying you with good performances here today.
됩니다. 지금까지 팀 팔콘의 치오 선수, 해적단의 제스트
And
선수와
that was the
인터뷰
interview.
진행해봤습니다.
Very fun
첫 번째
interview
경기
there.
다음은
I think there's such a big clash and divide between these two teams, right? You have one of the big front-facing orgs, the peak of professionalism right now in Overwatch in Falcons, and then you have a man in a pirate's hat who says he's the swordsman, and he's hamming up this kind of identity that this team is putting together. It's their opening match. I think that's how you're going to get fans. That's how you're going to earn supporters. I love to see how HaeJeokDan is playing this out. Samoa is going to be our first map. It is going to be Control, where we start game 1. Of course, loser will pick map type. But also, I gotta say, it was a great translation by you, Unknown. You also were able to figure out how to translate kako, which is always, you know, a very difficult word to translate. You said resolve. I like that, inner words of resolve, because that's always one of the most awkward words to translate in English. And I thought you handled that really well.
Thank you, thank you. And well, it's I'm giving the ball to the players now because Samoa, we're starting up. It's the first showing of these two teams. I mean, for HaeJeokDan, it's their debut on the OWCS Korea. Of course, Team Falcons have been playing a little bit longer. They've been playing on Stage 1, but they will be showing different colors because remember, like you said, Proper is no longer going to be on that hit scan duty. It's going to be Happy on that hit scan duty. We've seen Proper shine so very much on that flex DPS role. I'm just happy to see him back on that role.
Yeah, I'm also really happy to see Happy. I know it always sounds weird when you say things like that because his name is so great, but it's very fun. I've always been a huge Happy fan. I know Hex is a huge Happy fan as well, so you guys will look forward to him casting some Happy games as we move on to the rest of the season. But I'm glad I get to be the first one to do it because he's just been a player who's impressed me throughout his career. Time on Guangzhou Charge, I think, is what most people remember him for, but even before he moved to the Overwatch League when he was on meta, he really shined quite brightly and really caught the attention of Achilles and I so many years ago. And 5 years later, 6 years later even, here we are, and he's back out of retirement, and we'll see how he performs. He's one of the greatest hit scan players, I feel, especially greatest Widowmaker players to ever come out of Korea.
Yep, I definitely agree with you there. And speaking of coming back, we have fans coming back on the LAN venue as well. This is what makes kind of like these matches so special. And remember, we also, in between, before the doors open, we have fan chants. I'm excited for that as well.
I really am as well. It's been a while. Love watching Korean Overwatch. It's been a huge part of my life. It's been a huge part of yours as well. And this first match is really going to set the stakes and set the tone for what this best of 5 is going to look like. Obviously, we have a huge favorite in Falcons. There's no denying it. Maybe a huge favorite in terms of hemming up the crowd in HaeJeokDan. But I think they also know, even though they said they were going to get a 3-0 today, that this is a very tough matchup. One of the hardest of the round robin.
Yep. And I think we're taking a little bit of time to get the players get ready. Of course, that is on LAN settings, and also it is these two teams' first time on the stage in a while. So, I mean, I understand. We definitely want these players to feel very comfortable and play at their best. So let's talk about compositions a little bit, Wolf. Like I said, Smurf isn't starting, Honbin is starting. Does that imply a D.Va startup here?
I mean, it certainly could. I think D.Va Dive right now, and not even necessarily Dive, but D.Va Pharah is also quite strong. Anything that's going to allow you to get single target blow up onto somebody allows you to really control neutral space incredibly well. It could just be he's playing Winston though, and he might be
just like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. He could be playing both. Mag, by the way, very well known for his Winston. He's one of the OG Korean Winstons, and you think about, if you've been watching Korean Overwatch forever, you think about players like Smurf, but you also think about players like Miro back in the day, Fisher. Mag is one of those like third generation of Korean esports Winston, so very well versed on the pick, very known for his Doomfist as well. I don't think we'll be seeing that today. Sadly, I do miss when Doomfist was in the meta. Maybe we'll save that for Japan.
Yeah, maybe some kind of like second version of Namakuji Brothers is having on that Doomfist. But this music cue is meaning that we will be going into the map. So, ladies and gentlemen, we give you Samoa. Alright, the mic is a little bit probably small over there for that crowd, but there were definitely the cheer crowds.
Yeah, I think the Falcons had the louder cheer. That's why you ended up hearing that one there. But I imagine we'll get that boosted for you guys. Maybe the mics weren't turned up. Either way, let's take a look at these compositions. It's Happy teasing us with a Sombra, but that is not very strong at the moment. We'll see.
I'm very surprised that the Sombra is featuring today.
No Symmetra TP out for HaeJeokDan. Just going to be running a pretty standard controlled Tracer and Venture Dive with the Kiriko, whereas I've been opting in actually to the Ramatra here, so that makes a lot of sense why he was in.
Yep, and then this is going to be Cassidy coming into our surprise. We have talking about the Cassidy not featuring as much as the Ashe, but this map being small, relatively smaller, maybe the Cassidy makes sense here. The neutral is coming here. The Venture looking for an opening. Dives in with Mag on And actually, Zest picking up a couple of kills, and Chio trades one back, but it looks like HaeJeokDan... oh, wait, unless Proper has something to say with it, it looked like HaeJeokDan will be having the upper hand here, initial upper hand, but Team Falcons is making it pretty equal here.
Yeah, a big fight here for neutral, as if Hanbin can rejoin, this actually does look favorable for Falcons. In fact, they are going to get the cap here. Hanbin shows up, and that's going to be the take here. Big sacrifice from Happy trying to go in for the play with the roll in, but HaeJeokDan's comp is so cooldown based, especially with the Venture. Once she's done with her cooldowns, very vulnerable there, as in goes Mag once again.
Yep, Proper already with that pulse bomb. We've seen how what Proper could do with that pick here, and he doesn't even need the pulse bomb to take down Vendime here. This is already one member down for the side of HaeJeokDan. Yes, they do use the Kitsune Rush, but not a lot of value found from that ultimate here.
Happy trying to kite back, Immortality Field, a ton of value, but he still goes down. Looks like it's going to be a flip here. HaeJeokDan also earning Mag's ultimate. Very quick flip here at 35%. Falcons' team composition has a lot of staying power if they can keep Happy alive. The Immortality Field was really well timed there from Fielder. This time they're going to have a sound barrier. HaeJeokDan's comp is kind of a one and done. Dive in, use your Venture rotations, Mag gets a pick, or you lose the fight. So it's very binary in that way. See if they can use this Primal Rage to buy some time. Stability, they are down that sound barrier.
Wait a second, as we speak, Hanbin is taken down. That's not good news for the side of HaeJeokDan, so good job by the side of Zest to buy some much needed time for the side of HaeJeokDan to keep a follow-up with the ultimate.
Yeah, that's going to buy enough time for Mindime to get his sound barrier here, equalizes the percentages, and it's the most ult-efficient way to win a team fight is to just not use any ultimate, so Zest constantly threatening this flank. That could be a great way to burst down Hanbin when he's in ultimate, or catch Chio and force him to barrier earlier. They're playing so slow here. Zest's going to force a recall.
Yep. I mean, HaeJeokDan already is in the driver's seat inside of progress made on the point. Fielder using these amplification matrix, threatening HaeJeokDan to zone out, and now Hanbin is using the Annihilation as well. All the ultimates are being used all at once. It looks like the winner of this fight may actually be the winner of this round here.
Yeah, looking very likely as Hanbin will finally get Mag down with the Annihilation. Happy living so long, putting out so much damage here, and that's going to be the flip to Falcons. But as you mentioned, with all the ults going down, this may just be the big swing that wins the map for Falcons. Sure, significantly behind in percentage right now, but it's going to take a long time for those tools to come back online here for HaeJeokDan, and now they can control the choke point. This comp does so incredibly well. Second time, or the second barrier was Chio's as well, so having that extra luxury of having his sound barrier come in as the second one, I think was really what gave him the extra sticking power there. HaeJeokDan in a little bit of trouble. They're going to need picks.
Yep, and one of the best ways to do that is the Pulse Bomb. Zest does not throw the Pulse Bomb down just yet. Fielder takes down Luciman, so this is not good news for the side of HaeJeokDan. Kills being traded here and there, but in the end, it is going to be Mag that is going down. So HaeJeokDan without their tank is going to be at a major disadvantage on the fight. And remember, Wolf, this is almost at 70% progress, so we might be looking at last fight territory very, very soon.
Yeah, very soon indeed. Hanbin, though, does go down here, and this is actually a huge pick here for HaeJeokDan. Looked like maybe they were going to lose control early, but Zest putting so much damage through this fight, and now with the Tectonic Shock coming online here very soon, I mean, this is probably going to be a barrierless fight at the outset of it. For Vindime, he doesn't have one, but if they could get a pick or just buy enough time here, keep Falcons at bay, it's definitely winnable here for HaeJeokDan. Happy switching over to Pharah as well, knowing that if he can get a flank angle, this could definitely be the way they break through.
Yeah, by the looks of Falcons, is definitely looking for a pick here. I think they think that it's the only way that they can win here. Overtime is burning away, but still the point is contested, so not any concerns on that front yet. Sunjun is approaching, now has that ultimate, will be using it. And no casualties as of yet. Team Falcons still 5 members strong. Also the same for the side of HaeJeokDan. Luciman uses the Kitsune Rush, and Chio answers with the Sound Barrier, so the sustain is there. But however, Happy is down, Fielder is down. It looks like Wolf, HaeJeokDan might be taking that first round.
Wow, and I loved how Sunjun played that last fight in particular. You notice that he was the front and center on the observer cam at the beginning of the fight. He actually used his burrow defensively, didn't try to go in and find a flank angle or get into the back line of Falcons. Just wanted to buy time because he knew that they were down a sound barrier. If they could win that longer fight, survive for Mag to get his ultimate online, get that sound barrier up. I mean, look at the ult percentages top right of your screen when this contest comes through. Mag and Vindime are so close to it, and Falcons are the ones who have to be the aggressors. They have to break through with this slow Ramatra comp, so if he buys enough time there, and they can actually end up winning the fight with their ultimate coming through second. So really good decision making here from HaeJeokDan, and the map's not over yet, but already making it look a lot more competitive than I think most people would have predicted.
Yeah, HaeJeokDan making a very loud entrance to OWCS Korea here as we are going to our second round of Samoa. We have a little bit of a shakeup on the compositions here.
Yeah, we will see Sunjun swapping over to Echo here. Happy staying with his Casty, as he is so known for it, and will be able to try to knock him out of the sky. The DPS obviously into this Winston will be huge as well, as Fielder's going to drop this Bionade.
Oh, Hanbin taking down Mag early, and Vendime soon to follow. So initial point control probably going on the way of Team Falcons, unless HaeJeokDan makes a miracle happen, which probably is unlikely at this point. So initial point control goes to Team Falcons. Ultimates, especially the Nano, is really, really fast.
Yeah, Fielder putting a lot of work in with that Bionade there, and Hanbin and Happy are able to burst Mag down. I think Mag should have played that a little bit more conservative, but they weren't 100% sure of the comp initially. See what he can get done on this second fight here, as this is such a great comp. It's basically the counter to HaeJeokDan's from Falcons. And now we see 100% why Hanbin was starting today. He's playing both the D.Va and the Ramatra here in two different unique compositions.
All right, let's see if HaeJeokDan can answer to that flexibility of Team Falcons here. Sunjun almost very, very low, but is healed up by his teammates. The dive is there, and very low health bars across Team Falcons, but the Nano is there to save Happy. Let's see if the Cowboy can actually make the Nano happen, but it's actually going to be Chio and Hanbin who gets the kill credit and proper. And so actually everyone but Happy finally at the very last moment gets that kill credit.
Oh man, Fielder plays these fights so well. You saw how low everyone's health bars went on the dive, but if nobody dies, they get the Nano and they can turn it around. Wasn't getting a ton of damage, Happy himself in the fight, but made himself a big target there for HaeJeokDan and was able to live long enough, draw that aggro. The sports clean up. Zest has been fishing for these pulses for looking for flips, but he hasn't really come up with a big one just yet. He has a nice angle here.
Oh, that's a good stick, but it looks like the roll saved him.
Yeah, the roll for sure.
And then the fight goes on, but Happy eventually gets taken down by the duplicate D.Va by Sunjun here. And then, well, Lisumin dies with that. That's going to be that Kitsune Rush denied with the side of HaeJeokDan. Let's see how this develops. Mag takes down Fielder, so it looks like Team Falcons might have to give up control of the point, but with 85% on the board, they're probably should not be too concerned.
Yeah, I think Falcons could have backed out of that fight earlier, but they really wanted to contest. They get the D.Va, or the duplicate out of Sunjun, force him to be D.Va there to try to buy some additional time. They get the flip. They do have sound barrier advantage here, but definitely with 86, the percentage here, Falcons definitely have a ton of time to work with, so HaeJeokDan definitely not out of the woods just yet. Lisumin dying and not using his Kitsune Rush actually ends up kind of being a boon for them because they can use it here on this first defense.
All right. So this is probably going to be the fight opener for the side of HaeJeokDan, and Zest taking down Fielder and Happy. So probably they're going to keep on to that Kitsune Rush for the next fight. Now things are getting a little dicier for the side of Team Falcons here,
Yeah,
Wolf.
I've a little bit critical of Vindime's sound barrier there. I think that with the initial pick they got onto Happy, probably didn't need to utilize that the way they did. That's going to be something the Falcons are very happy about. But otherwise, you didn't have to use Kitsune Rush. You got that initial pick. You can start to trust this composition's coordination.
Oh, Chio taking down once again. This is not good news at all for the side of Team Falcons. And Fielder taking down once again. So HaeJeokDan is getting the progress that they need to catch up with the point progress that Team Falcons has established early on in the game.
Yeah, Happy doesn't have duplicate. He's a late swamp over this Echo now. So ult economy kind of in shambles here. It's going to have to be a big nano from Fielder. I think all eyes on him right now. What Hanbin can get done. He can self-destruct if he can build that ultimate to buy some additional time in the fight. Kitsune Rush could just fight them though before they get the setup. See how Lisumin wants to use this.
Right now, he looks like he wants to hold on to it unless they have a good dive angle. Well, Zest low. Well, not in a terribly perilous spot right now. That's a good stick ball, and that's a burst there, but does not make the kill happen. And Sunjun has to use the duplicate to keep himself alive, and the nano is also on to
onto Happy. Yeah, that's really rough here. HaeJeokDan, man, they might actually win this 2-0. It is looking likely as Hanbin is going to look for the remake, but they don't have the sound barrier just yet. And I think that's it.
Yeah, that is. The touch is going to be there, but that's going to be desperation touches for this backline from the side of Team Falcons here. They do live longer than I expect them to do, so there's definitely going to be a recontest. Lisumin low. The stick is there, but does not find a kill.
And they got the duplicate, though. They have some time here now. Tracer, the choice here, already recalled.
But the real Tracer is down, and Zest is denied the stick from Hanbin. And still, it is anyone's game so far, but still, Team Falcons are
so
two
close.
members now. But yes, HaeJeokDan is going to take Samoa 2-0. What a way to introduce herself
Wow.
to OWCS Korea.
That last fight was a little bit shaky. There were definitely some issues, and Falcons put up a really nice fight there. Were able to get their sound barrier online. They got the duplicate in, but it was just so broken up. But I have to say, I think a lot of people will look at this game and go, oh, I don't think they should have run Hanbin, or I don't think they should have run this comp. They're going against the meta a little bit here. I thought their comps were very intelligent in both games and very much kind of the direct counter to what HaeJeokDan was running. But HaeJeokDan's coordination and their picks were so clean. And I don't even want to blame Happy. Obviously, he's been out of pro for a little while. His positioning was sometimes a little bit greedy, but they just got consistent picks either onto him or onto the support line. And when you're getting that done consistently without Kitsune Rush, you're getting it done without ultimates, and you're just finding these angles, the communication is so crisp on a roster that was just built very recently, right? Of course, Runaway, not part of this tournament, but got some Runaway members here, some Soul members who didn't play together, but were on different Soul teams. Look like they've been playing together for a really long time with how coordinated that was. Upset win, it is control. We do often see upsets on this map type, but color me impressed, Unknown. I'm looking at this and I'm feeling really good about it.
Yeah, especially how they made neutral fights so very cleanly, like you mentioned. Sometimes they had ultimates, they don't even have to use them. Sometimes they were even down on ultimates, they flip things around on both rounds of Samoa. Like, if it was an isolated case, I would say, oh man, that was Team Falcons slacking over there. But it was multiple times, Wolf, and I think this roster, we might be actually in for a series here.
Yeah, I think we are, and it's really fun. Like, coming into today and coming into this series, I really did feel like we might have a stomp on our hands. Like, I think that was the expectation for most people. Not to say that HaeJeokDan's not a strong team, but Falcons is so strong, and they've been together so long. I felt like we'd really see HaeJeokDan come online in like week 3, where they've played together a few matches, they've started to really scrim together and have a lot of success. They said in their interview they were basically beating everyone except Crazy Raccoon. Sometimes that's scrim bikes, and sometimes it's hamming it up for the crowd. But I can kind of believe it after what we saw in that game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely HaeJeokDan woke everyone up, including me. But we'll see if that goes on to the next map as we take a short break. All right, welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We had Samoa taken off. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say stolen because they deservedly won that map over there. And now it's going to be Colosseo. Team Falcons, of course, loser makes pick, and the map type, map choice is all up to the, I guess, I wouldn't say mercy, but it was the choice of the loser from the first map. How do you feel about this Colosseo pick?
I mean, I think Colosseo is a pick that basically all of our top teams in OWCS Korea have really liked to play on, and I don't think they want any curveballs from HaeJeokDan, so they get to pick this one early to make sure HaeJeokDan doesn't have a weird push map in mind. And I think that in terms of preparation, in my opinion, I think Falcons has had the best prep going into series out of any team, and it's a crusty team, so that's not surprising to anyone.
Of course.
So just stick with the plan. Hanbin stays in. We go to Colosseo. Hex talked a little bit about the changes to the map yesterday and how it plays a little bit differently, but I think overall, even though we thought maybe we'd see some changes, it still ends up being just Tracer plus Ashe now and not the Sojourn for that initial contest. It's a very much tempo-based map. And even though we saw some really clutch plays out of HaeJeokDan, I think Falcons are favored here.
All right, the music cue is here. The dubstep is here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we go to Colosseo. I am really interested to see. Oh, wait. All right, apologies, fans. It's really small. So, I mean, I don't know if it's small. I don't think it's this small.
It's not small. I think we gotta talk to the people responsible to get that turned up. Because I mean, obviously you guys can see the crowd is full. So let's see what these comps are gonna look like. I don't think we're seeing any Pharah on the initial. I think you could definitely swap to it later on as the map opens up, as it is just gonna be Ashe, Tracer. However, look at this from Falcons once again. Happy sticking with this Cassidy pick. I think it's a pick he's very known for, and it is great into Winston because it has high damage output very quickly, but you do have to get into range of the Winston, or the Winston, if he comes to you, then that's when you can kind of roll back and handle it. We'll see what he does on the second map. I think was kind of a weak point for them, and one of the strengths for HaeJeokDan to capitalize on in the last one, and he's outranged, of course, by the Ashe.
All right, let's see how the comp differences pay out as HaeJeokDan is poking with that, using that range superiority to kind of like harass Team Falcons a little bit. Also with that AoE damage from that Dynamite over there.
Yeah, with some of the tank changes, the Ashe is not always just looking to break the tank and Dynamite AoE. Everybody actually looking to pick the enemy DPS a lot of the time on these neutral fights, especially on Colosseo. See if Sunjun can actually get that done. He's done a ton of damage already at the start of this map. As Happy is unfortunately struggling to find sightlines outranged.
Yep, but the thing is, once, like, if you don't make the, like, doing a lot of damage with the Ashe is good, but if you don't make the kills, eliminations happen, that's gonna all translate into Fielder's Nano here, which is already at 97%.
They also don't have a sound barrier themselves. A sound barrier much stronger than a rally, and Vindime is really not building that because he's not involved in the fight in this poke war. So
he's just throwing out cookies. And there is that Nano doing the diva over there. And Leesumin a little bit in a pinch, but Vindime is there to keep him safe and sound, and is actually going to be Hanbin, who's very low. And there is that buff that's going to answer, is shooting a lot of bullets and actually doing something for a change.
I love that you put it that way, as Zestier still holding onto the pulse. Bob buys enough time for them to actually win out the fight. Gio waiting for a sound barrier angle here for the re-engage, as he knows he has that advantage. As Lee Soo-min does finally now also build up his nano boost. This is a really huge angle for Mags. He's going to have basically 3 health bars if he does commit to get on top of Happy and take him out. That would be a huge way to win this fight. This is one of the longer neutral fights we've seen on Colosseo. We're talking 6 versus 4 meters, already 2 minutes in.
This is the bot doesn't know where to go. Mag is a little bit low, but is going to be the target for that nano. Proper takes down Zest. In the meantime, though, and Mag not finding a lot of value, it's actually going to be the DPS players that is going to find the elimination. Sunjun taking down Proper, so this is going to be a lot of side lane pressure. Not going to be available for the side of Team Falcons,
yeah,
so Team Falcons back at.
May have gone off the radar a little bit, but the pick on the Geo there from Zest was actually massive. He does die for it, but it means no sound barrier in the initial fight here for Falcons. That also means, though, as he rejoins, he still has it here. And HaeJeokDan technically won the fight, but it was expensive, and they didn't actually get much distance. So Falcons actually probably feeling pretty good about the exchange.
Yep, and now Team Falcons is going to have all their tools at their disposal and doesn't even need that to take down Mag. So Happy, without that threat of the monkey, is happily just rolling forward. And Sunjin taking down Happy is finally finding his moment. Welcome back to Overwatch Happy as he finds a lot of headshots. And Hanbin also celebrates with taking down Lisa Min here.
The bot's finally chosen a side, and they did it without using any ultimates. And what I love about this Falcons comp is you can both catch dive incredibly well because they have the sleep dart, they have the, okay, hold that thought. Bit of a Deadeye opportunity. Just zoning, allowing the bot to push, getting closer to that checkpoint.
Yep, on Mag, very low, has to jump backwards. That's not the direction that he wants to jump to. And the early sound barrier from Team Falcons, so this is going to be used aggressively. And Lisa Min is taking down early. So even though if Mag and Vindime uses their ultimates, they do finally stabilize, but
Checkpoint.
Hold up that thought.
Checkpoint is going to be contested here. It's actually really huge that HaeJeokDan are able to stop that from coming through. A bit of a backdoor attempt, so very close Falcons here. And I appreciate the idea of using the sound barrier to try to guarantee that checkpoint. They had a huge distance advantage, potentially coming in, getting those extra spawns. Probably would have helped them maybe regroup and get back control of the bot, but instead is going to stop just a little bit short there. Again, I love this comp from Falcons because it's great into the dive of HaeJeokDan, but it can also be turned into a dive comp on its own with the sound barrier, the speed boost, and Hanbin getting nanoed. So, did use a lot of tools. However, let's see if they can stop HaeJeokDan. Taking control of this high ground right now with this Cassidy is a huge opportunity to really slow down the push, especially without nano just yet.
Yep, Lucimin's will have that nano very momentarily. Now he does. It's both nanos online on both sides. Ultimate economy is very even, and Sunjin just breaks the deadlock by taking down Fielder with a neat headshot here, so that's going to be the nano denied. That's going to be an opening for HaeJeokDan as well, but not, wait a second, Hanbin takes down Vindam, but it's going to be Bob who does a ton of work as HaeJeokDan is looking forward to take...
When you're seeing Bob builds this fast as well, you know, Unknown with Sunjun, like it's about his accuracy, it's about how much damage he's doing. It's no longer just building it off of dynamites onto tanks that's been nerfed so heavily repeatedly over the last year. It's really just Sunjun showcasing his skills here. Getting that pick on the fielder, denying the nano boost was so massive for them. And you do need to equalize the distance, however.
Yep, HaeJeokDan is trying to push the momentum here as they are using ultimates. Mag taken down. That was a nanoed Mag, Winston, by the way. That was slept into a Deadeye. So this is going to be a lot of resources thrown away from the side of HaeJeokDan. And the important thing is use the resources and then catch up with the distance here.
Yeah, and now they're getting some exit kills here as well. Proper with the stick takes out both supports, and Proper's just such a fantastic tracer here. Hanbin going to contest the neutral. Mag just trying to build that ultimate. Wants to get his primal online, so just kind of tussling with him. Didn't want to actually dive. Now does have his nano, or rather his primal online. As man, Falcons keep, it looks like they're losing the fights, but then when they re-engage, when they regroup, their comp just seems much stronger. As here comes the primal from Mag.
Let's see if it has a lot of value. Fielder off screen takes down his counterpart, but Mag makes the revenge. Trades happening, but remember, this is on HaeJeokDan's territory. They want to save these ults for the fights that are actually on Team Falcons territory where they can push. They're actually using ultimates to defend here.
Yeah, they're not actually, they're winning the control of the cart, but then when it comes to the actual push of the cart, they're not able to gain distance because the ult economy is against them. It's exactly right what you're saying, Unknown, because now Chio has Sound Barrier. Hanbin has the remake. So, you know, it was a very expensive fight, and it almost actually didn't go their way. Let's see if HaeJeokDan can down ultimates here, win this fight, because they really need to. We're down to 3 minutes left.
Yep. Well, not a lot of difference in progress here, but still, HaeJeokDan needs to win fights. At this moment, it looks like they have to win 2 fights in a row, which is going to be a really big task considering their ult economy here.
Yeah, Sound Barrier is stronger than the rally here, unless they can get Mag into position to threaten that backline, as it's a great retreat from Falcons now, just playing around the fact that they have that 15-meter advantage. They can play on high ground here. That's why getting that checkpoint is so important. And neither team were able to get it, but Falcons have that advantage now.
All right, Sunjin taking down Happy, so this is a pick that HaeJeokDan needed to open up their the fight in their favor. And will the remake be denied? It looks like Hanbin will be able to get that remake, this is going to change a lot of things. Proper taking down Midtime. So HaeJeokDan is going to lose a lot of pressure. I mean, sustain here. Oh, HaeJeokDan is committing Wolf. They use the nano onto Sunjun, and Sunjun repays their favor as he actually takes down Fielder, proper takes down Lee, so both teams are without Anas here.
Yeah, Sunjun though, a little bit behind, won't be able to actually do much damage here. It's too risky to actually push forward and still will get cut off. Geo actually the one to take him out. So again, close but no cigar in all of these fights for HaeJeokDan. It's just the faster regroups. The nano onto proper was fantastic. He did a ton of damage. They gave him an extra health bar. Then he got his recall back. Happy rejoins the fight. And it's one step forward, two steps back, as Sunjun's going to desperately swap over to Venture here. They know that they're down on ult economy. They want to dive deeply. They don't have support ultimates, but they at least have the primal. They need to win this fight so desperately, and they'll need to win a second one as well, as you mentioned. But at least this Venture gives them a little bit more hope that this could be a hard dive with the Kitsune, not the Kitsune, but the Kiriko joining this comp as well. It's going to be quite tough. Let's see what Zest can get done.
Yep, they definitely need a lot more picks, and I think that kind of explains why the comp was changed to that. Diving onto the Cassidy, Happy, using the Deadeye, well, didn't find a lot and had to pay his life for it, and there is that primal from Mag. Sunjun off screen is taken down, and Fielder is traded out from Mag. Mag is doing a lot of work, but on the other side, Hanbin is matching the kill feed with 2 kills of his own. Mag very low, without a lot of support, healing output. If Mag falls down, this might be actually curtains for the side of HaeJeokDan
I think it probably is. You can see Sunjun now desperately swapping over to another dive hero in the Genji, hoping that maybe this time he can get some dash resets, but with the sound barrier up here, the remake, and will be a nano in the longer fight. This looks like curtains. As you say, HaeJeokDan need a miracle, and they've got no time. They've got no ult economy. Let's see what they can get done.
Yep, 3 ultimates to none. So this is going to need a lot of picks. I don't think even like a single pick is going to do the trick, Wolf.
Yeah, they need to crush the fight, push through, and then use their ultimates on the second fight. It's going to take a big win in this first one with no tools. See if they can make that miracle happen.
And overtime is ticking. Fielder with that nano is, well, that poke damage is actually pretty decent. And HaeJeokDan has to fall back for a second, and this is going to be Mag diving in. And this is the all-in moment for HaeJeokDan, but a huge bio-nade from the side of Fielder, and Team Falcons know it is their moment. They use ultimates, they use the nano, they use the sound barrier. Hammond still has that refill mech, but does not need to use it as just use it as a celebratory one. As Team Falcons, they equalize.
They equalize. We're 1-1 now. The favorites bounce back in a huge way here. A very dominant performance from them on Colosseo, one of their more standard and more popular maps they've played throughout their time here in OWCS. Krusty coming out, patting some backs here, and that was really well played. Obviously a bit of a rocky one in the first map, but with a stronger team by far there in the second. I think their comp was just better. And yes, it's a risky comp running the Cassidy, and that's a little bit unorthodox right now, but if Fielder is as good as he is, which we all know is true, you can actually kind of break the rules of Overwatch in a lot of ways there. And I do think that there were some different choices that HaeJeokDan could have made in that last fight. You could see the way that they played it and how they slowed down and went for the overtime contest, that they wanted the sound barrier. They were like, okay, we're just going to slow this down. If we overwhelmingly win the sound barrier fight, push the bot, get on high ground, maybe we can set up the Genji ultimate. It's going to be really tough. They could have tried to look for a backline pick earlier and then won that fight, then use a sound barrier on the second, but they were like, they're just too well positioned. They have sound barrier, Fielder's playing too well. We can't get that pick. Let's fight for the barrier. They didn't get the barrier. He died at like 95% in the last fight. So it was a good idea. Tough decisions to be made there, but again, Falcons comp and how they're playing with Fielder and Hanbin, it's just classic Falcons, and they get it done.
I mean, being top 2 in not only just Korea, but arguably in Asia, top 2 in Asia is not even arguable, but top 2 arguably in the world is not an easy task. And I think the difference between Samoa and Colosseo was that they made the necessary picks that they needed on Samoa, but not so, like you mentioned, on Colosseo. So I guess this is credit for the coaching staff for making the map picks. This is what map picks are all about. So now it comes to HaeJeokDan's map pick. We'll see how they respond after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. Now the series is tied. We are in for a series, Wolf. We've seen a little bit two different versions of Team Falcons, the sloppy one and the neat one.
We certainly have. I think this I wouldn't go as far as to say sloppy, but I think there were some issues on Samoa, right? But Colosseo, they had a really good comp. They utilized it well. They gave HaeJeokDan so few resources to work with. Shambali Monastery is the pick here of HaeJeokDan. So this is my take. We've seen this a lot in Korea where you have one team that's clearly stronger in a meta than the other, and then they pick Shambali, the losing team, and they do something weird. Like we've seen Mei, we've seen Reaper. I don't know if that's what's going to happen here for HaeJeokDan, but I feel like this is one of Falcon's best maps and ones that they've picked a lot, and they're very well versed on playing specifically Cassidy comps on, and Happy's played only Cassidy today. So I do think that this may be a mistake for HaeJeokDan. I would love to see some versatility on defense. Maybe Happy actually plays the Ashe because we haven't seen him play it yet. And obviously it was somewhat meta back in Overwatch League and he's played it a lot in his career, but...
I mean, he was asking for playing time.
He's gonna get it.
He's gonna get it.
Yeah,
So,
I do want to see, like, I mean, Surmajed coming in here, we'll see. That means no Lucio probably is kind of the idea here since Gio is the Lucio player. I mean, he might play Lucio, I guess, but maybe they've got something special planned. But I do want to see more flexibility out of Happy because as much as I love his Cassidy, I want to see what else he's got, you know?
Yeah, the last time I've checked, whenever Surmajed played, he was playing the Illari. And, well, before the Winston dive meta right now became the competitive, I guess, standard in Asia, well, in APAC. We've seen a lot of Illari plays, especially in the off-season games a little bit, friendly games a little bit, and scrims also. I mean, I've heard whispers of it.
It's been played in Pacific a little bit. It was played a little bit yesterday. I do think that Illari is very strong on Shambali Monastery because you can set up the healing turrets, so to speak. The pylons there make it so difficult to push through some of those choke points, and while you're fighting in those choke points, you're just getting non-stop healing. It's like the opposite of a Symmetra turret, which is also great in those chokes, but it's just healing your team. And if you play like a Phalanx comp, or you have the Cassidy that's so difficult to dive and kill and is so well protected, the DPS output of that Cassidy is so insanely strong. You have a Tracer with that, she can flank, find the backline, so very versatile. So if Surmajed is practicing Illari right now, playing it a ton, and they want to run an Illari comp, it makes sense to sub him in.
Well, I mean, as all I know, he might have practiced Lucio in backdoors, and he might just be the Lucio player for that team. But we have we have some HaeJeokDan fans at the venue. Of course, we have a lot of Team Falcon fans as well. But wow, some impressive artwork from the fans here.
Yeah, that sign says like no laws on the seas. I love to see that.
Yeah, there's only the Pirates laws.
The Pirates Code.
Yeah, the Pirates Code.
Let's follow the Pirates Code. HaeJeokDan, I'm picking a very risky map here, though. I feel this might backfire.
Yep.
I would never want to pick this map into Team Falcons. I would never want to pick Colosseo into Team Falcons. But maybe they've got a good plan. They had a good plan for Samoa to start things off. So I'm gonna blindly trust a little bit, but I am worried.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely warranted because remember, Team Falcons, with Humban on the roster, they can easily swap from D.Va to Ramatra, which is both actually viable picks and compositions for this map. So I'm definitely interested to see what HaeJeokDan has in store. Maybe a little bit of Pharah, but wow, what do we have here?
These signs are pretty funny. The girl on the left, camera left, is saying like, who likes Fielder these days? She's like, hello, I'm the who likes Fielder these days. Who doesn't like Fielder these days is the real question, as the guy is...
doesn't.
I mean, it's always in OWCS Korea that he and Shu are just vying for best Ana back and forth. And if you guys know, I know Reddit was like digging into me because like 1 week I was like, no, Fielder's better. The other week I was like, no, Shu's better. But they just they're so close in terms of how good they are. He's not, unfortunately, going to be playing with Chio this time around, but we'll see what kind of an impact he can make this time. But he is a very, very strong player at the moment, and he and Shu, I feel like, are a big reason why these DPS players get the credit they get, because they hit the heads, but they're so well protected. It's insane.
Exactly, and remember, it's Happy today, even on the Cassidy, he was, like you said, arguably the weak link on that team. Well, not necessarily the weak link, but the dive target.
Yeah, he was the target.
Yeah, and there was so many times that the sleep dart, the grenades, and also the nano was there to just keep him alive so that he can just keep clipping heads.
Yeah. Now let's give these fans a chance to be loud in this third game in Sung. We're about to press the dubstep button. Let's see how loud they can be.
I will behave.
Let's see if they can get through, because I think HaeJeokDan has made a lot of fans already. The Parrot versus the Falcon. You know, only comes around once per round robin. We're lucky to have it here on our second day, opening day for both these teams. It would be such an upset if HaeJeokDan could steal this win away like the Pirates that they are. But Falcons, man, they're so strong on this map.
Yep, and this is going to be, I guess, I wouldn't go far to say that they're the Goliath and David from the Myths, but we'll see how it goes as, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Shambali Monastery. All right, this time
we got both.
Yeah, we got both.
All right. Well, if we're gonna go to the the biblical myths, I'm really curious to see what the slingshot is for HaeJeokDan in this one, because it is a Goliath they're gonna take down. Now, Happy and Proper on defense, Happy's on the Ashe. That's what I was kind of hoping for. I was like, all right, let's see some versatility. Very strong on this map. I don't think you really want to be playing defense. Cassidy here, Sigma quite standard. Sir Majed, as you expected and as you predicted, will be on the Alari here to defend. HaeJeokDan showcasing Mag on the Winston. So far, I mean, I imagine that will stay, but so far playing it standard. We have seen some Reinhardt, May, and some shenanigans in the past. 5 seconds left for the swap. Might be a Widow pop-off, and then we'll see what this comp really looks like.
Yep, that Sunjun Widowmaker is probably just going to be for a single shot, and then, well, didn't even fire a single shot as go back to the Ashe. Pretty standard composition from the side of HaeJeokDan, except for the Illari match on Vindime. I don't remember Vindime playing Illari that much, but still, must have had a lot of practice in scrims. Not applying, Team Falcons not applying a lot of pressure. Oh, Happy is, wow, just melted down there. That looks like a headshot from Sunjun and then follow-up damage from the rest of the team there.
Plus a purple onto him as well, so no way to heal him. So just neutralizing the supports there. Happy will respawn, and now you can swap to the Cassidy, because you're going to be fighting in these choke points. I don't think expected to lose out that early. Not a first-person view cam right now for Proper, but it's tough for him to actually find an angle here. As you can see, he's done very little damage so far. I think they're going to try to fight on the corner, using right now this house and the Sigma to kind of block them out. As Mag goes,
take it down.
Yeah, that was a bit deep of our Winston player to go in there.
Yep. So I was about to say that because Team Falcons had to expend their Immortality field to try to save Happy, they kind of were denied a lot of space, but by taking out Mag, they will probably recontest for that corner, like you said.
Yeah, this is going to be their place they fight for. We've seen so many full holds on this map in OWCS Korea, by Falcons specifically as well, because they're so good at fighting on said corner. Really difficult to dive. Mag built a lot of Primal, and they do have a Nano here, so that's probably the angle.
Oh, that is going to be the Captain from Sherma Jet, but Team Falcons, the rest of Team Falcons aren't that healthy. Low health bars across the board from the side of Team Falcons, but Mag is perilously low, has to pop the Primal Rage, but it is just instantly taken, almost taken down rather. But Sunjun also very low, so it looks like HaeJeokDan, despite using the Primal Rage here, has to back off.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mag, he's really having a hard time getting through that door with the Sigma shields. Now Proper has a fantastic angle. Happy's on the cross, and everything was used, and they still can't get that checkpoint. Look at Proper, such a great angle.
I mean, HaeJeokDan once again, they tried to start up with the Bob. Wait a second, Zest doing a lot of things. Happy taking down Hopper, taking down. Wait, this is actually a pushable thing. I thought, what is going on here? Well, because I thought Team Falcons, when that gravitic flux was going down, I thought Team Falcons had total control of this situation.
Yeah, it was kind of a relatively low value flux though, and I think that the way that HaeJeokDan split the team up gave Sunjun so much agency there. He did a ton of damage with Zest, and they actually just kind of cleaned up house. Once the Immortality field is down, Hanbei can only put his Photon Barrier up one way, so he isn't really going to be able to protect everyone, and the fight gets chaotic. HaeJeokDan's comp just cleans up house, as they did there. Pretty decent time bank for Shambali Monastery now. Team Falcons need to regroup. Happy's going to stick with this Cassidy pick, which again, I think on this map is quite strong outside of the first defense of A. And Nano Boost ready again here for Lee Soo-min, so could try to grab Mag another Primal. That is definitely going to be his main aim in this upcoming team fight. You Nano to Primal, then you split up the fight.
Wait a second. Vindime is going to use the Captive Sun. Let's see how much value that goes. Actually, that is huge. Well, only takes the kill feed is only for the Immortality Field and the turret, but however,
it's a ton of burst damage though on top of everything else with Mag going through with the Nano. It doesn't even need the Primal. And now, that's just B. 2 clean fights in a row from HaeJeokDan. And I think even though the Captive Sun doesn't end up getting kills here in this moment, it was super high value from Vindime there. And it actually burst Team Falcons down, coupled with Mag's dive there. And the Nano and Sunjun on C here. Gonna swap over to the Widow. Very common to see this on the final point of Shambali. And Happy on the Widowmaker. I've been waiting for this for years, okay? It's been a while for me. And we'll see what he can get done here. I do think he's the stronger Widowmaker player, but they are a bit on the back foot at the moment.
Yep, Sunjun just proving that he is not, well, despite the name value, he is competing up with the likes of Happy here. Happy taking down Vindime, so that's a score for Happy. That's a start for a long way to redemption, Happy.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the Widow, 1-0, Happy. Looking for a second there, but obviously trying to find line of sight here is going to be tricky. I mean, the cart is still rolling. They're just trying to defend the point itself.
Mag with that early Primal, and during that chaos, Zest is going to take down Happy, so this is going to be a numbers advantage for the side of HaeJeokDan. Sunjun claiming the turrets and also the structures, well, the Immortality Field, and taking out Summerjed. This might be a full push here.
A full push with a huge time bank on Shambali Monastery. Very rare here in Korea. And it's HaeJeokDan doing it to Falcons. Proper's going to look for a stick here, but it's too little too late. Okay, Nano Boost at the ready for Lee Soo-min. And Captive Sun also almost ready. I think Happy needs to find an angle here. Maybe a big pop-up shot would be advised. Looking for it.
There is that Nano onto Mag, not finding high-value targets as of yet. There is that going to be the second leap. The Zenyatta is very vulnerable and falls. Yes, he is asleep, but he has done his job. The card isn't moving yet. It's contested now. Well, wait a second. Mag and Sunjun taken down. Proper is traded out, but it looks like the spawn advantage is going to be enough to stabilize for the current moment. So it looks like Team Falcons will still have the opportunity to chip some time out of the time bank.
Man, Falcons, I love everything about this series. This is way better than I expected, honestly, coming into this one unknown. Because HaeJeokDan outplay them in the team fight, end up having a really nice dive, punish the Zenyatta swap from Majed, and then Happy's just like, no, hold on, I got you guys. And Sunjun is focused elsewhere. Happy flanks, finds a really good angle, takes him out instantly. That's half the damage gone. Mag's already used all of his utility, doesn't have the Nano anymore, and then Falcons end up cleaning up the fight. Yeah, this is such great play, and to see Happy pop off in moments like this, man, it's just so nostalgic. Again,
like this.
This is not a not like this. This is a no, just like this. Actually, this is what I want to see. Moment as Happy is getting it done, and this time bank is so diminished now, down to a minute and a half.
Yeah, now we were talking about the time bank after the full push, but now the question is going to be whether HaeJeokDan can actually make the full push happen, because remember, a team fight that goes south for the side of HaeJeokDan right now could mean that they will not be able to make a full push, and that's going to be a win condition for Team Falcons.
Vindime swapping over to Lucio here, trying to look for a sound barrier finish. We do have a trade of Infrasights. And he's looking for Vindime potentially, who does pop out, but won't be hit.
So HaeJeokDan pulling the trigger with that Nano, and Team Falcons answer with probably to save Majed from the aggression from the Winston here, but Happy is taken down, but also on the other side, Sunjun and Zest is taken down, so HaeJeokDan at a numbers disadvantage. Mag at a sliver of health, however, is going to go back to the safety of his supports. This is going to be the last fight.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Lee Soo-min shouldn't even be healing him. Like, they should just be giving Vindime all the old charge he can get, because he really needs that sound barrier, and I think the hope in that last fight was that they would have a scrappy one, probably not finish the map, but get Vindime up to like 60, and then he could sound barrier in the extended last fight. Now they're up against a Zenyatta ultimate. The Transcendence is going to be huge here. Still have to fight for line of sight against Happy. As you can see, he's got such a good angle here. This, I don't want to say it's doomed, but it looks very, very unlikely that HaeJeokDan will finish this map now.
Yeah, I think it has to be at least a 3+ Bionade from Lee Soo-min for HaeJeokDan to have any chance of winning this fight. And speaking of which, Sunjun is on the Sojourn, which we haven't seen in recent days, and also the Mag is on the Doomfist.
Yeah, just desperation for the final push here. Cart is contested, but Majed is taking names, honestly.
Oh, proper taking out Lisa Min, so this is not going to be good for the side of HaeJeokDan. And despite having a very heroic and impressive first point and second point push, they fail to make that full push happen. So Team Falcons, they still have a win condition on their hands.
I mean, the two realities we could be like, we're living in the in reality right here, right, where Happy did pop off and they actually stopped the push. If Happy doesn't pop off in that fight at 3 minutes, they actually end up with like a 240 time bank, and this is one of the most insane Shambali pushes we've seen in a while here in Korea. But because he popped off, right, they don't finish the map. I don't want to take anything away from HaeJeokDan because I thought their play was fantastic. They ended up finding themselves in an ult deficit on points via Shambali against one of the best Widowmakers who's ever touched keyboard and mouse. So, you know, it's a bit challenging when you do lose control there, but they had the tempo advantage. I think they are probably going to be super frustrated with how this attack ended. But if they can have a good defense here, they have quite a push themselves. Still a very winnable map for them.
Yep.
And their game plan here is going to be the Ashe Tracer. Still Winston here for Mag. Vindime, obviously on the A defense here, is a very strong point from the Alari. We'll see what Majed wants to play on attack here. He favored the Zenyatta on defense, and on that long sightline that Zenyatta has on C, he did a ton of work. Not as strong here on Shambali A on the attack, but if it's what he's been practicing, what he's been playing, maybe he'll get something done with it. We will have to wait and see. He might do a late-minute swap. The Alari on attack, a little bit trickier here, but sticking with the Zenyatta for now, as I think the D.Va Tracer is going to be fine. I think Happy will swap over to Ashe. Maybe the Cassidy, but again, tougher on A.
I think, I mean, for point A, maybe probably the Ashe. A little bit more, I guess, standard.
He's feeling himself a little bit, though. He's sticking with this for now.
I mean, he's had, I mean, I'll be very honest with you. I think Happy has been most impressive when he was on the Widowmaker for today. And it is going to be the Cassidy. The Cassidy it is for the side of Happy, and Majed still holding on to that Zenyatta. Well, I mean, went a little bit low, but now to the back of the safety of his teammates. Sunjun is impressing me with his Ashe performances today.
Oh, absolutely. This is pretty greedy from Falcons, to be honest, this comp. I'm not fully on board with it. They get a little bit of distance despite losing Fielder here. They're going to need to get more than that if they want to be able to get a time bank.
Well, there it is.
Yeah.
So Majed taking out. This is what you ordered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit worried because they're severely outranged with this Cassidy and this composition, and Hamin and Fielder can only do so much. And this comp isn't a robust dive composition either, so it's really hard to get around these corners. And if they push up too far, then Mag gets in the backline and punishes. You're pushing into the Alari heals as well. As you can see, they're grouped here to try to push this corner. So challenging, and it's taxing Hanbin's health bar. They do break around the corner, though. This is when Happy gets in range. This is when they can actually pop off. They have a nano as well.
The question is going to be who the nano target is going to be. Likely going to be the D.Va or the Cassidy here. Let's see how it goes. Sunjun very low, actually taking down. The healing is not going to be there, at least not enough to save Sunjun, so they might not even need that nano to break through that corner here.
Yeah, compositionally limited, but they close that gap. They put Happy in range, and he's not going to miss those shots. HaeJeokDan need to be very careful about how they use this nano boost. They're only going to get one opportunity to stop this, like on this corner. They don't want to use it too early. They want to use it defensively. As you can see, Fielder has his own. As this is, I think, the best shot Falcons were going to get. They played it so well. And this might be the one that decides whether they get A or if this map goes the way of HaeJeokDan.
All right, HaeJeokDan uses the nano first, and Vindime takes care of proper, so that's going to be a lot of, not only a lot of pressure, but also the pulse bomb denied. Great sleep there, and also the Discord is going to make life a little bit difficult for Mag, but speaking of which, Majed is taken down by Lisaman, and Happy is taking care of Mag, so this is a full reset for the side of Team Falcons.
And it was a very expensive one for HaeJeokDan, but now they get positional advantage again. And remember, I talked about how difficult it was to get around that corner. I don't know if Falcons get that same opportunity a second time to get Happy through. Deadeye practically worthless in this situation. He could try to use the zone, but you've only got 80 seconds left, so Majed's ult's going to have to be big. It could be denied by a purple from Lee Soo-min. And Sunjun can also delay with Bob. Like, they have the tools to win this map right now. I mean, time is running out for the Falcons. See if Happy can get in position again, because you can see he's outranged. He needs his front line to actually allow him to close that gap. They get around this corner relatively freely.
Well, there is going to be Vindime starting things up with the captive
Oh, the
sign.
angle.
Oh, actually eaten by Hamadeva, but during the shenanigans, Zest also takes down Proper. Proper is not having the best time of his life on that Tracer on Shambali here. Zest finds Majed, but Majed does not press the panic button just yet.
Okay, recall here for Zest. Falcons need to regroup. They definitely can still win this map, but it's tough to get into position. Hanbin taking a greedy push through this doorway here. Again, not really backed up by his team just now. Majet's going to be forced to ult.
But during that, they do take down Vindan. They do take down Lee Sumin. So this is no supports, no healing for the side of HaeJeokDan. Sunjun dies, but the Bob remains. Bob not going to do that much for this round, and this is going to be A-secured for the side of Team Falcons here.
Yeah, man, that was so close, though. Falcons really clutched it out in the end. Majed's timing of his trance wasn't ideal for the team fight, but he was able to react very quickly when he was being focused. Also, there was a moment when Happy went super low. You mentioned it. He was purpled. If he dies there, I think the map is over, but he was able to get out just barely with his roll and then to provide some more damage. He's now swapped over to the Ashe here. And Falcons, it's not a great time bank. They survive for now. Let's see what B is going to look like here. Is right now ult economy definitely favoring HaeJeokDan.
Yep, it looks like Team Falcons has to kind of rely on the heroics of Proper to get things done, but at the same time, right now, it looks like Proper's pulse bomb went wide, and the Nano onto Mag, so I'm just wondering, was it just the Nano to save Mag from the pulse bomb?
Yeah, that was a bit of a strange decision there. I don't think that's exactly what they had in mind, but perhaps a panic there. Sunjun's flank almost ends up coming up massive there. If he had taken out Fielder, it would have been huge. He's still uncontested because Happy is not matching his sight line. They're just buying time here. Every second counts in this defense, especially if Lee Sumin can actually get another nano up. Yep. This is such a tense game here.
Very much. And HaeJeokDan, if
down.
they play this right, they might actually... Wait, did I just jinx this?
I think you caster cursed it. That might just be B. Mag's already primaled as well. That's really rough. A huge swing of ult economy as well as B off of that pick from Proper. Zest going down and they just fall like a house of cards. That was very awkward. I do think it goes back to that nano. Like, I feel like Lee Sumin should not have nanoed there. If he holds it, I think they have a much better chance. And you pointed it out right away. A bizarre decision there. Falcons now, they don't need to finish the map, just need to get 81.15 meters. And they're getting some line of sight here for Happy. They're going to need more than just poke here, obviously.
Ooh, I thought that was just a kill. I thought that was a kill onto a hero, and that might have been very disastrous.
Rip pylon, though. It's down. Down it goes. Vindime's going to captive Sun.
It's going to be answered by the Transcendence here. So HaeJeokDan, I think, should be pretty happy with that. And HaeJeokDan, Lee Sumin almost has that nano up and going. Sunjun has the Bob. Falcons have a lot of ultimates to answer with, though. Hanbin, purpled. Will he be demeched? It looks like he is finding that angle to be safe.
Yeah, Majed can actually build some more charge off of that as well. Very close call there. Unfortunately, Zest unable to commit, or tries to commit, but unable to get the secure there. Did use his recall. Should be up in just a moment, if not already. Bob available here for Happy. See how they want to tactically utilize this. He's just going to run away, though, from Mag.
Wait a second, Sunjun, that was a nasty headshot onto Proper, and is going to follow up with the Nano Monkey over there. Well, the Nano Winston doesn't find a lot of value, but still just keeping members of Team Falcons away from the card. Remember, we are approaching almost 1 minute. And
Sunjun's just looking so good on this Ashe, man. It's kind of crazy. Happy almost should consider swapping to Widow here, I feel, but there's so little time left. And at this point, HaeJeokDan just need to buy enough time for another Captive Sun, another Primal Rage here. Happy's nearly down. So low. Oh, nice edge.
GG's if Happy just fell there with without even using the Bob. This is going to be last fight. It looks like 40 seconds on the time bank. Happy starts with... Oh, what?
Purple's huge. Fielder also purple here. He has a nano out.
But wait a second. Vindime and Mag is taken out. Wait a second. The DPS members of Team Falcons make the heroics happen as Team Falcons... Wow, they went on Shambali. This was HaeJeokDan's map pick.
Yeah, and I have to say, I feel like the way Falcons did this was definitely against the meta. It was kind of against the rules of Shambali, but they played to Majed's strengths. He plays the Alari, played the Zenyatta incredibly well. His Transcendence timings were fantastic. His positioning was good, and he also helped burst Mag down with Discord Orbs when he went for those dives. And even though Happy died there, he coach guns instantly to push Mag back, lives long enough. Fielder gets purpled there as well, but actually survives, still gets his nano off, and then they front to back the fight, taking the Winston out first, and then it's a great Transcendence. The extra sustain there just bowls HaeJeokDan over before they can actually get those faster respawns through. So I really feel like if we look at this map as in the other reality I was talking about where they actually finish the map at like 240, Happy doesn't pop off there, maybe Falcons lose this. And I feel like their attack was a little bit disrespectful in terms of the comp, but they're just so good at it. And I think this is kind of, we're watching Falcons transform. They're trying to get Happy back into his comfort zone because he's obviously an incredible player, right? But he's sticking with a Cassidy. They're playing some Cassidy comps. They're kind of forcing it, but it's working because they're good enough as a team. I think as he continues to evolve and gets back into feeling himself a little bit more, right, becoming the top pro that we know he is and has been, then we're going to see Falcons evolve. Sunjun, though, I think he needs a shout-out. He has been, I feel like, the best performing member of HaeJeokDan today. He's found so many critical angles. And without him, I feel like this map would have been
this would have been
wash.
close.
Yeah.
This would not have been close without Sunjun. And the way he kind of builds up his bob so quickly with that Ashe is so pivotal because remember when the supports, because the Team Falcons tanks were soaking up so much damage, the ult economy is actually in favor of Team Falcons. But then it was always Sunjun that was making the, I guess, equalizer with the bobs and all that. But I think definitely it was a close one, and Team HaeJeokDan would have been frustrated with that. But they will definitely look to bounce back. Map 4 is going to be their pick, but they only have one more chance because one more this is match point.
No matter what, even if they win the next one, it's Falcons' final pick. So they always have that disadvantage against them.
All right, we'll see how it goes after a short break. So don't go anywhere, chat. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea, and it is now match point for Team Falcons here as we are going to Blizzard World. How do you feel about this one, Wolf?
Well, I do think it's a pretty risky pick. Like both of these picks feel like you're playing into the strengths of Falcons. if it was Falcons from last season, I'd be like, oh, sick pick. But it's Happy's on the lineup. It's a Happy map. Like, this is where Happy shines, right? Sunjun's challenged him a lot on his Ashe specifically. I don't know if he wants to play Widowmaker on A. We've seen that a little bit, but it's probably going to be Ashe. But I think you're putting a lot of eggs in the Sunjun basket if you're picking this one. And I think that's greedy when you consider Happy is on the other side, especially with Hanbin playing as well as he is. I feel like it's a good map for him. We'll see if we have any substitutions going into this 4th map. We'll find out right now, as we will. And it's Prophet coming in. So you're not even putting the eggs in the Sunjun basket. You're like subbing him out. I'm a little bit worried about this one, if I'm honest with you, Unknown.
Yeah, so Prophet is also Seoul alumni. I think he was most renowned for his Sojourn plays. So I guess this is, I mean, he replaces the hit scan role, but I don't know. I'm very interested to see what, I mean, is this a strategic pick or is this kind of like a mental boom issue?
Yeah, I don't know. It's quite bizarre. This is definitely not the decision that I would have made with the information I have, but obviously I'm not the coach. I'm not back there. I'm not talking to the players, so it's probably for their best interest. You know, I always give the benefit of the doubt, especially early in a season for decisions like this. I'll be a little bit more critical later on, but I do think that I wasn't a big fan of the Shambali pick. They almost won it, right? So I was like, maybe we'll blindly trust, but I'm kind of feeling like this is a risky one. They lost it, but they played well. This feels like a risky pick to me. If they play well, maybe they can pull it off. It's definitely a good map for Mag, because he had a really tough time on Shambali at some of those choke points, was trying to hard force and really did get, I feel like, pretty gapped by Hanbin in a lot of those moments. Hanbin just shutting him out a lot. Fielder also shutting him out a lot of those fights. So Blizzard World, I feel like he has a lot more space to work with. He has a lot more agency here.
Ooh, we're seeing Majed staying.
Yeah, I think he, based on performance, deserved it. We'll see what he ends up playing here, but he kind of popped off.
Yeah, I really like the Zenyatta pick, especially like you mentioned. If you know that Mag is probably just going to be on that Winston, and you trust Fielder enough to keep everyone alive despite the dives, to like make that sleep darts connect and also use that nanos to save people, the dive targets, that Discord orb is going to be really crucial to just melting down Mag.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that is part of why Mag had such a hard time on the last map. So we'll see what he plays, because you might just play Lucio and Shaka Sol, you know. I think it's a big confidence move here from Falcons to keep him in. But I mean, Jed is a world champion, right? I mean, he's a very, very capable player. I feel like a lot of people treat this guy as he's like a token player on this team or something like that. I feel like that is absolutely not true. I think he absolutely deserves a spot on this roster. He's earned it multiple times. He scrims with the team regularly, and he proved himself again. They sub him in rarely, but when he does show up, he pops off. So, you know, we'll see if he just wants to play Alari on defense and otherwise plays Zenyatta, or if he's got something else planned for us.
All right, I think it's taking a little bit of time for the settings to set in, because remember, we have a new player subbing in. In the meantime, we're looking at the fully packed WDG Esports studio with a lot of fans. I'm seeing some Falcons signs here, and the one on the bottom right says that Chio, the best support in the world. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
It's definitely, he's up there. You know, I'd say he's at least top 5 here, and on his best day, top 1. Top right sign says first time coming here in 7 years of Overwatch, and then the sign on the left says I came here with them. So, yeah.
I mean, welcome. I mean, welcome. I hope this is not your last experience.
I doubt it will be, because once you show up to watch these games live, you come back.
Yeah, I mean, the energy is just unreplaceable. Like, it's not something that you can experience through other stuff.
You could see the players having fans here on the desk. I feel like I've seen a lot of comments asking about this, wondering about this. The players mentioned in interviews how hot it is. It's only 30 degrees Celsius today. We've had a lot hotter days, but the humidity is insane. Obviously, the venue is really well air-conned, but when you're coming in and out from outside, you're walking around outside of the venue between floors and stuff, you're going into makeup, it's very hot.
It is.
So all these fans are coming out on a hot day. You know, the sun's going down soon. It's summer here, so it's still up, but it's going down soon. It's a hot day. A lot of people are getting some drinks here and some sodas, and settling in for what is a pretty banger first series for the day.
Yeah, I mean, I almost forgot that this is just the first series of the day. And it is already a certified banger. I think, let's see, I'm not hearing from production on whether the team is ready or not.
There's a guy back there. We have a guy, just one guy. No one's ever seen his face, but his whole job, his one role is, look at the Majed giving the fan wave. Love to see it. He's like the queen. He does the queen wave. But yeah, there's one guy. No one knows his face. No one knows his name. But he has one job. It's one of the most important jobs in OWCS Korea. And we're waiting for him. He is the man who presses the dubstep button. And when the dubstep button is pressed, that's when we know we're ready. So we're all waiting for that. The fans are waiting. And
Players are waiting as well.
Players are waiting. And it might not be a tech issue. Might not be an issue getting in the lobby. Might not be a keyboard. It might just be dubstep guy says it's not time yet. So we gotta wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks like we do need a little bit more time. But I am seeing the player cam, so that's a good sign. That's
always a
like
good
step
sign.
one.
Yeah.
That's kind of like you open that dubstep button like lid, and then you don't press it. You're asking for permission for that press.
Yeah, it's not like one of those buttons where it's like break in the case of emergency, but it is just a very ceremonial lid because it's a very important button that only one man can press. And we're about to do it. So, HaeJeokDan really putting up a great fight. I think even if they end up getting 3-1 here, they should be really happy with their performance because I think this roster, with the lack of synergy they have, can only go up from here.
There is that dubstep button. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Blizzard World. Alrighty, there is that fan chant that I did not forget to listen to. And Team Falcons on the defense, they probably locked in their composition here. We're looking at a Diva and that Shermajed Zenyatta that I've been looking for.
Yeah, on defense, not going to be running the Alari. I think it's pretty tough to play Alari on Blizzard World. It's not impossible. It's strong on the point, but is going to really struggle if the team does find that high ground on the right side on attack. Prophet hovers Widow here for a moment, but again, out of a pop-off shot, I don't think that you're going to find much here. Expecting Happy's Widow, and this is why, by the way, I was not a big fan of this map pick for HaeJeokDan because it is Happy on Blizzard World, where on A, Widowmaker is incredibly strong. Outside of A, still pretty strong.
And also, it's a favorable map for Helmden's Diva.
Yeah, and he is going to stick with his Widow because I think you have to into Happy's. But as you can see, he almost lost his head there.
Yeah. Maybe that was just an ear taken off, but I mean, it doesn't count in Overwatch yet. Still looking for it. He doesn't know where Happy is. And on off-screen, there are a little bit of skirmishes, a little bit of poke here and there, but nothing too serious.
Tricky angle here from Happy, taking the low-ground staircase angle. Doesn't actually find anything with it, but that's an unexpected angle as Mag's pushed up, challenging the point now into this Diva. Just trying to build as much nano as possible ASAP. That's really the go button once you have that. Leaves him in halfway there.
Ooh, the dive onto the Zenyatta. So Zenyatta has to give up high ground for a moment, but nothing too serious. Mag has to drop down. But I think that's Zest contesting the point right now. And okay, Team Falcons, do you find that contest happen before the tick is registered? So nothing too serious on the side of Team Falcons just yet.
Majed just cool as a cucumber there too in the face of that Winston dive. Just steps back a little bit, discords him and looks him right in the eyes and says, you can't take one step further. Our team is too well set up. And Mag has to retreat, but this is really just an eco push to try to grab that nano. Now they have it.
Ooh, wait a second. The Shermajed maybe just got a little bit greedy on that angle and is punished by the side of Prophet. This is probably the early go button from the side of HaeJeokDan. They probably would like to save that nano, but is available when it's absolutely needed, but I don't think they need it just yet.
Weird angle there on the Matrix. Still eats the pulse, but he's going to lose his mech anyways. So, you know, Pulse Bomb is wasted, but who cares if you get the kill anyways. You get the secure 430 on the clock here. I mean, we don't really have replays here at OWCS Korea. Maybe one day we will, but I would love to see what happened to Majed there because that was really the reason why they ended up just getting this one basically for free. They do expend the nano just to make sure they can guarantee the secure. Now Prophet has Siege Tank high ground here. Ooh, that was a close call for Fielder. But he doesn't end up getting the shot.
Still, it's going to be really interesting to see how the balance swings like so quickly, like depending on how the Widow fight goes.
Yeah, that's really the critical one. as well as Hanbin seeing if he can find an angle onto the back line, but quite tricky at this stage. We'll have a much better time when we get closer to the point. Happy gonna infra site.
Well, I mean, everyone knows where everyone is now.
Wall hacks activated.
On both sides.
Yeah. And this slow pushing right now. HaeJeokDan very not unchallenged at the moment. Prophet loses most of his health, but we'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is that despite using both infra sites, HaeJeokDan is the one that's smiling here because they just got free push on the cart.
Yeah, and Mag is on top of Happy, so it's really tough for him to actually contest the tank line as Hanbin's in a little bit of trouble. Has a nano, but Beeler's down, so no he doesn't.
Again, Prophet makes a pick here. This is going to be very crucial for this in favor of HaeJeokDan here. Shermajed does punish Prophet, but has to use Transcendence in order to survive, but
Jed is crazy! He's crazy! And I feel like it was really impressive, but I don't know if it's ultimately going to work out. Hanbin's pushed off of the cart here. If he gets demech, that should be the cap. They need to buy time somehow. He does have a remech, so there's still a chance here.
All right, Mag feels like he's not going to risk his primal for it and just leaps away. But like you said, that was some impressive stuff from Shermajed. If he didn't make those 2 eliminations happen, it might have actually been an easy push for the side of HaeJeokDan.
I was about to wave my finger and be like, oh, Majed, this isn't it. But he gets the kill, Trances buys time. He still goes down, but absolutely worth it. A huge play from him. And it looked like it was not going to work out initially, but because it was so greedy. But he ends up taking out Prophet. That was massive. As Prophet ends up getting the kill on the Happy because he's disrupted by the Mag dive. It's not a true 1v1 when Mag is on the enemy team, as he's always going to be trying to harass and frustrate you as you're trying to get that line of sight. Speaking of...
Wait a second, this Mag is just... Things got personal for Mag over there. It was just like, no, I don't care if I'm only using this just for you, but this is just for you, Majed, and also takes down Happy as the package over there. So this is going to be 2 players down for the side of Team Falcons. This is going to be a comfortable point B cap for the side of HaeJeokDan.
I really have to say the evolution of Mag over the last few years as Nano comes through. It's been great.
I almost cast a Crystal Gun again.
Zest slept here, not going to get that stick he was looking for. Okay, it looks like they may be able to defend this once again. It looked great at the start, but that sleep was actually massive from Fielder. And he's able to knock Zest out. If he gets that kill, that's a different story.
Well, Prophet lives to fight another day and actually used the infra site.
Yeah, traded again.
Yeah, so, I mean...
There's no
legal
secrets.
Wall hacks.
Yeah, no secrets here. As it's very risky for Prophet to try anything right now. Rally's out.
Rally to start the aggression. That is going to be the go button for the side of HaeJeokDan. Lee Sumin was very close to being taken down, but Vendime uses the health pack at the exact right moment. And there is that stick on the Zest. What a moment for that. This is going to be crucial for HaeJeokDan's effort to cap B, unless the other members of Team Falcons has anything to say with it. But Happy is also down. Hobbin probably has to use the self-destruct for the remake, but the question is, will he? Because he's all alone on point B. The answer is no. He is just going to let HaeJeokDan cap point B. He's going to use his refill for another day.
Yeah, buying a few seconds of time. Time bank is relatively small, but still impressive plays from HaeJeokDan. Mags, I was going to say before the second fight broke out, he's been known as a player who's got really good hands, good mechanics, but he's been so cerebral in this game where he's going from pick to pick. He finds Fielder, he knows exactly where Happy is at his next leap, he's killing the Widowmaker. He's got such good map awareness, he knows exactly where these long-range heroes are, and he's going to take them out one by one. Fantastic performance from him on this 4th map. It's not over yet, though. So we'll have a Primal and a Nano for this next fight. Getting around this corner, though, against Happy's Widow is going to be the big challenge.
Yep.
Expecting a pop-up here, Prophet predicting.
Yeah, probably just looking for a hook from the side of Happy. Oh, but it is going to be Happy
Outplayed.
that knows where Prophet is and is going to rip his head off. And this is going to be HaeJeokDan probably have to back off. And the question is, the exit kills are there from Shermajed once again, showing the prowess on that Zenyatta. I was looking at chat, people were already calling him the Majonak.
Yeah, Majonak, I love to hear that. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Good old Overwatch League MVP. Sambin's just talking smack here, sitting up saying hello.
He's just saying hi. He's just sending his regards over there.
He's like, good luck. When are you going to nano? As he actually almost knocks Mac off the side. And Falcons in such a free position here. They know the time is on their side. They have a whole war chest of ultimates. Here's the Nano.
Ultimates, there's that Nano onto Mag, but Prophet is down. Once again, Shermajed having Prophet's number, and Mag slept during that Nano and is also pulsed, but the extra health from that Primal is going to keep him alive. But the question is, the problem is, wait a second, I was about to say that the value of the Nano and the Primal wasn't that much, but
they can still contest. They can still defend. There's still a lot of distance to go. There's an overtime contest here. They have Nano and Trance, so yeah, they lose 2 players there, but they absolutely can defend this.
Overtime is going to tick, so this is probably win or lose. This is going to be the final fight. And Lisa Min taken down by Proper. That Nano, extra damage from the Nano was way too much for him to survive, but Prophet also punishes Proper. And Shermajed's Transcendence keep the rest of Team Falcons healthy for the time being. Zest is taken down. It looks like HaeJeokDan is just bleeding out members one by one. Vindime is also taken down, so this is probably just going to be a matter of time before Team Falcons make that defense happen. Well, HaeJeokDan didn't make that full push, but it was quite the attack over there.
Yeah, Mag just denied the touch there, but wouldn't have been able to win it even if he did get it. Obviously, too many players there for Falcons to defend. Majed is making a name for himself here again already in Falcons' opening match. Great Zenyatta play. His Transcendence timings, his damage, his pickoffs of the enemy Widowmaker have been surreal. So watch Zest's double pick here leading into this. Fortunately, no one's on the cart during this moment, and they know the Trance is there. It's just a broken up fight, unfortunately, and then, yeah. And this is where they end up losing control, and then in the final moments, it's just so split up here. And Hanbin, you know, he was waving and taunting them at the entrance because he was like, look, we have all the ults. You have to attack. We have spawn advantage. I mean, that was Hanbin saying, by the way, you're not finishing the map. And yeah. I think HaeJeokDan knew that it was an unlikely scenario, obviously, at that moment because their time bank was so low. But let's see what their defense looks like. Remember, this is their map pick. This is now Prophet having line of sight advantage on the defense against Happy. Happy is, by the way, right now showing Cassidy. So maybe he's going to try to get onto the point and do that damage and not even play the Widow here on attack. Surprising in some ways, but otherwise not surprising based on what we've seen from him today. They would actually just try to hunker down the point, win an early fight, and actually get a huge time bank instead of playing the poke game, the snipe game with Prophet.
All right, let's see how it goes. Wait,
Majed Lucio.
The Lucio, this is what we've been talking about. And that early hook, well, not taking that shot, but I think Prophet kind of had a brief idea of what the composition of Team Falcons is going to run.
They're massively outranged by Prophet, but if this comp gets on the point, that doesn't matter anymore. And that Lucio is so required to speed boost them to get onto the point itself. And look at how quickly they've actually gotten this wraparound. They are behind the point, and now they're about to be on it.
Yep, and I think HaeJeokDan was not expecting this to happen because Prophet, yeah, I don't think he saw this coming, but Shermajed on that Lucio records his first death, but Proper trades Prophet with him, so it is actually a 4v4.
Attacker's advantage here, and I think it's going to take a lot. Mag is slept.
Good sleep and follow-up Bionade on to Mag. This means that this is, like you said, Wolf, this is going to be a massive time bank advantage going into point A.
It's just a great composition choice here from Falcons. They had the wraparound. They came actually past the point, went through the archway instead, closed the gap. There was that one shot. I don't know if you guys saw it. There was that one shot that Prophet had on Happy. If he hits him in the head there, like he was a few pixels off. If he kills Happy there, then they defend the push. But he missed. You can't whiff those, unfortunately, though, if you're playing to a comp like this that actually outpaced you. And, you know, again, we talk about different realities. Like, if Prophet hits that shot, they're still defending now. But instead, it's a 5-minute time bank, and Team Falcons have full control. We'll have to fight their way back to high ground, but with a pick like this.
Takes another pick on the form of Lisa Min. This is going to make HaeJeokDan kind of lose ground a bit more. Like, you see, like, Prophet, he has to grapple back and give up a lot of ground, so this is not going to use. Shermajed, he was on the Lucio. This was clearly a pre-prepared play.
No, exactly. They wanted to use the Lucio to get the Cassidy into position on the point, and now he's like, okay, well, now all I have to do is defend Happy and burst down the Winston. Happy is dead. We'll respawn here. Hanbin is going to be able to get out very likely. He's purpled, however. But now it's just all about, okay, making sure you can focus Mag before he gets into that back line.
Correct. So, and Team Falcons, oh, wait a second, Zest out of nowhere just pulses Shermajed, so this is yet again. So, HaeJeokDan, despite conceding point A very early, they will be buying enough time to kind of stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. That's a really nice pick there from Zest. I feel like Zest has been very quietly saving HaeJeokDan in some of these neutral fights where the time bank is disastrous or the ult economy is disastrous. He's found quite a few angles. He's also missed a few opportunities as well, but this timing comes up big. Doesn't change the fact that Falcons still got a decent amount of distance here, and they still have a great comp in the Mags wins. And he has Primal now.
Oh, Hanbin in a tight spot. Does boost back to safety and is getting healed by Fielder there.
He also gets a ton of information about where everyone is on HaeJeokDan in that moment, so at his second health bar, here comes the Nano.
Nano onto Mag is followed up by the Primal Rage. Fielder is unable to save Sturmagen this time, even despite the Nano effort, and I think this fight is definitely going on HaeJeokDan's way. Hanbin also very low as well. Proper. Team Falcons.
Wow.
Oh, this is going to be big.
Yeah, I mean, they will be able to, looks like, remech here, but at the cost of his ultimate. Now, this is where things change, because now you have Archway control. Now you have line of sight control on your Widowmaker. They lost control of the Arch after the A fight, and then they weren't able to get it back until this dive, but now they actually have a really nice defensive point here. So the time bank was rough. They win the first fight, but this is the fight where they actually get control of high ground here, and this is where you can really start to chip away at that time bank. So this is a huge win for HaeJeokDan.
Yep, now this is going to be, I guess this is going to be the key fight where this might kind of show where the direction of the game is going to go. Infrasight is on, once again, traded out from both Widows, so everyone knows, has information, complete information on where everyone is. Oh, D.Va taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah,
doesn't have the remake and takes out Sturmagen. Wow, what a shot from Prophet here.
Yeah, I mean, when you have line of sight advantage, it gets so much easier when you're not having to worry about where the enemy Widowmaker is because he can't really get shots on you. You can then focus down the front line, and that's exactly what Happy and Proper did there. And Hanbin looking for a dive here. Very risky.
Lisaman protected by his teammates. Oh, wait a second. Fielder is in a rough spot. Prophet is traded out, but still, in this situation, I think it should be a little bit more value.
Yeah, I think this favors HaeJeokDan a little bit, but let's see what Happy can get done in the interim. Looks like not a whole lot.
Oh, wait a second. That is going to be a lot of sustained denied because that was the rallying Brig taken down, and also Lisaman is also taken down in the process as well, so that's just point B.
Yeah, well, I mean, looks like with no one else here, Mag will have some heroic attempts there, but unfortunately, as you say, it will be B to go over. A very scrappy fight. I think initially HaeJeokDan had the angle, but Sturmagen, once again, pops off, gets the foot kill in that scenario, and what looked like a really greedy play from Hanbin that was likely going to cost them big does go unpunished, so now Happy, line of sight here again, not controlled at the choke. Oh, Happy, he just reads him like a book! Again, same spot. He's like, I can get you when I'm on the defense, I can get you when I'm on the attack.
Oh man, Happy. I mean, we were a little bit like criticizing him during the first few maps. Yes, Zest does take a beautiful stick and also takes down Happy with him, but Happy. He has been the name of the game, especially on Blizzard World so far. I think he just got all the rust off him now.
No, I mean, especially on Widow, right? I mean, he's been so famous for this pick specifically across his career. Again, I would say probably most people think of him when he came on the scene at Guangzhou Charge, but some Dallas time as well. And Prophet here trying to match, really struggling. And this time bank has dwindled significantly here, but we'll see what HaeJeokDan could do without a nano. That's the real issue here. As yes, Mag has Primal, but the Zenyatta can just rip through the health bar so quickly. As you can see here, without the Primal, he's already at 1/3 so fast.
I mean, just like a single headshot is even just threatening to even a Winston at this point. And we are almost approaching the golden box of victory as slowly Team Falcons is looking to approach the final destination. Sleep Dot not connecting. Mag popping the Primal ult here. Sturmagen still relatively safe. Mag just
off the map.
Off the map.
That's probably it, man. No nano. They couldn't build it. That's the game. That's the series.
Not like this.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how he missed the jump there. The leap is off. Perhaps maybe someone booped him for a second, but no one gets kill credit either way. he's off the map, and that's the end of that. I think the idea there definitely was to try to build the nano boost and slowly push, but he eventually primals because he knows they don't have time, they don't have space, so he's hoping that he can actually buy enough time. Then after his primal expires, the nano comes through. But I gotta say, Majed had a fantastic series, and I think the Zenyatta pick, as unorthodox as it is, worked incredibly well into the playstyle of HaeJeokDan, and the Winston dive from Mag. We've seen some massive changes to tanks, right? Sleep darts don't last as long on the Winston anymore, take a little bit of less damage. They've been constantly kind of buffing tanks to make them more fun to play, I think, for the player base at large, but also making them more relevant in team fights. When you have sleep darts hitting from Fielder non-stop, when you have the Zenyatta hitting those Discord orbs and hitting his shots as well, some Jonak vibes, as the chat pointed out earlier, then it becomes so difficult to play dive. And the support diff, I feel, was very palpable in this series. Just Fielder and Majed. And Chio, had a good series as well, but I feel like Majed really stole the show here.
Yeah, we have so many things to talk about because remember, the Team Falcons that we were talking about at the start of the day feels like a totally different team. Now, Team Falcons, like any team that goes against Team Falcons now, is going to be very concerned about which version of Team Falcons. Will it be the Chio version or will it be the double flex support version here?
Yeah, so much depth has been added with Happy, with Majed, and Fielder ends up picking up player of the match. I think this is going to annoy a lot of people because Majed had such a pop-off performance, but at the same time, if you look at the entirety of the series and how many great nanos Fielder had and how many sleeps he had, hitting tracers constantly shutting down Mag, I feel like it was often off-camera what Fielder did, but you and I both voted for him because I think he was by far the most impactful player here, even though Majed has some flashy plays. I think probably a lot of people voted for Majed, and I definitely considered it, but at the end of the day, Fielder had a great game. The support line, though, was really the heroics here, and, you know, I saw some comment in Twitch chat that Mag fell into the tank gap. I don't feel like he was gapped that hard, but there were definitely some issues with some of his decisions, and compositionally, he had big problems. I don't think they expected Majed rather to come in. I don't think they expected the Zenyatta. It made his life so much harder.
Yep. And, I mean, talking about giving a little bit more credit to Fielder here, yes, of course, I do understand. I wouldn't blame Majed votes here, but I think Fielder made that possible because there were so many times that Fielder just had to just pure nano Majed to keep him alive and do what he does best.
And it's so often that flex supports go unnoticed, I feel like, in other regions, but in Korea we have some of the best. And the thing about players like Fielder, like Shu, is they're so good at keeping their tanks alive, they make their tanks look like superstars. And when you get to the highest level of Overwatch, which is, obviously we're in the strongest region here in Korea, when you get to the highest level, your DPS players are going to hit their shots, right? But if you can make sure that they're alive longer in moments like this, like look at this.
Wow.
Then
I mean, the roll damage reduction was there, but still, that was a good save.
We basically don't have DPSs that miss. So the key is, can you kill the DPS? And that was the whole game plan. Can we kill Happy? Like, that's literally the entire series for HaeJeokDan. Can we kill this guy? Can we kill Fielder or can we kill Happy? Can't kill Fielder because he keeps getting sleeps like this. Can't kill Happy because Fielder's healing him nonstop. And that's why, to me, even though we had impressive plays from Majed, we had impressive plays from Happy and Proper, Fielder was the star.
Yep, I definitely agree with you here. And, I mean, of course, a lot of the highlights were just Fielder saving people, but that's what he does, and we will be having an interview with the player himself.
네, 뜨거웠던 오늘 첫 번째 경기 팀팔콘과 해적단의 경기 중 승자는 팀팔콘이었습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win on the first series of the season.
오늘의 POTM은 필더 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 필더 선수 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
And our player of the match is Fielder. Can you introduce yourself to the fans?
필더입니다.
I am Fielder,
네, 필더
the
선수 반갑습니다.
flex support for Team Falcons.
자, 오늘 팀팔콘 스테이지2 첫 승리를 이루어냈습니다. 팀팔콘의 메가 해적단의 앵무새를 잡았는데요. 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
So, the Falcons did triumph over the Pirates. How do you feel?
첫 세트를 내줬는데 좀 안일하게 대해서 첫 세트를 내준 거에 대해서 좀 아쉽다고 생각해요.
So, I mean, we did give up the first map. I think we were a little bit sloppy here, so I think that was a little bit of a disappointment, but we won in the end, and that's what matters.
노력을 보여준 오늘 경기였습니다. 오늘 좀 어떤 부분이 까다로웠었나요?
So, what was the tricky part of today's match today?
좋은 건 알았지만 그래도 이 정도로 좋을 줄은 저희도 생각을 못했어요.
I mean, I knew Winston would be a good pick, but I mean, I didn't know that it would be this good, and that was the tricky part today.
오늘 필더 선수의 활약이 대단했습니다. 그리고 또 필더 치오 믿고 보는 힐러 조합인데 오늘은 또 마무리를 서마지드 선수와 마지드 선수와 같이 하게 됐어요. 오늘 호흡 어땠나요?
So usually you pair up with Chia, but we also saw you pair up with Majet today. How was that?
오늘 호흡 아주 좋았던 것 같아요.
네,
I mean, I
마지드
think
선수에게 한마디
although we
해주세요.
didn't play for a long time together, I think it was the coordination was still there.
네, 땡큐 마지드라고 전해드렸습니다.
And also thank you,
자,
Majed.
어제부터 힐러 선수분들의 POTM이 계속해서 이어지고 있는데요. 힐러가 오늘 거의 아나로 좀 다 재우고 다니는 그런 모습을 보여줬어요. 자, 그렇다면 현재 서브 힐러 1티어는 어떤 선수인가요?
So we see a lot of support player of the matches. Who do you think is
이렇게
the
또
tier
양보하는
1 support player?
모습인가요? 네. 자, 그렇다고 합니다.
Me?
자, 오늘 승리 앞으로의 팀 팔콘을
Of
더
course he says
기대하게
that.
되는 그런 예고편이 아닐까 싶은데요. 자, 스테이지 2에서 팀 팔콘에게 어떤 부분을 더 기대하고 해도 될까요?
So what more can we expect from Team Falcons here?
선수가 들어온 지 얼마 안 돼서 아직 합이 그렇게 잘 맞지 않는데 이제 가면 갈수록 합이 잘 맞으면은
So we have a little bit of awkward
강해질
spots here and there because we have new
그걸
members
좀
on the
더
squad, but as we
기대해
gel together, I
주시면 좋을
think
것
we would improve.
네,
And
자,
I think that's something that
오늘
you can
그렇게 합을
expect
맞춰보지
us from
않았는데도
now on.
불구하고 엄청 좋은 모습 보여줬거든요. 그렇다면 앞으로는 더 얼마나 강해질지 저희가 다 벌써부터 무섭습니다. 자, 그렇다면 마지막으로 팬분들께 오늘 응원해 주셔서 감사하다라는 세레머니 좀 부탁드릴게요.
All right, last but not least, a ceremony to the fans.
네, 이렇게 수줍은 따봉까지
Well, that was shy, but that was a good
지금까지
ceremony,
팀팔콘의
and that
POTM
was
선수
the
필더
player
선수와
interview
인터뷰
for
나눠봤고요.
Fielder,
인터뷰는
and I
여기서
guess
마치도록
back to
하겠습니다.
me.
다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Back to us. Yeah, great translation, great job there. Interesting interview from Fielder there. I think talking about some of the same stuff we were talking about, this roster has had some major changes, obviously, and they're still working on their coordination. But they're still a very strong team. They showed us in this first series that they are a very, very top team still.
All right, and remember, this is just the first series of the night, and what do we have? Such an interesting matchup, but we have a second matchup coming up next, and after a break, we'll be right back.
무슨 사람한테 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠? 와, 미쳤다.
이거 하면 안 돼요? 똑같은 보스가 나오면 저희가 좀
생각해 보실까요? 이거 할게요.
기쁘게.
right, welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We just finished our first series of the day, and this was personally for you and me. This was the first match of our season. How was it?
That was really fun. I think HaeJeokDan really put up a good fight. Did enjoy watching Falcons play Majed, and just overall, I mean, you guys were just here for it. It was awesome. This second series, I think, definitely one that looks like it could also on paper be one-sided, but we'll see how Vesta Crew show up because we had low expectations for HaeJeokDan. They overperformed, and we'll see if Vesta Crew can do the same because Poker Face, you know, not a finalist team, not an EWC team, but definitely a team that has a lot of history. We'll also talk about how their roster has changed massively for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, and also worth noting that both teams played yesterday, and they're both on a, well, I guess contrasting, mood right now because VEC, well, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't won a single series in the entirety of last season.
Yeah,
they finally got their first series win yesterday.
Yeah, they did beat Jaehong's team, Old Ocean. It was 3-2. It was very close, back and forth. But ultimately, they did take the victory, so that's a good start. And then, you know, it's a team that has a few new faces as well, some ex-O2 players. They got the DAEJEON sponsor, so that's always a big boon. I love DAEJEON. It's actually my second favorite city next to Seoul in Korea. I have a lot of friends in DAEJEON, so I'm a little bit, just a little bit biased. Pay no attention to the casters behind the curtain. No, actually pay attention to us. Don't look at the curtain. I'm feeling like this one, I think, is going to come down a lot to how well Poker Face is gelling with this new roster. We don't know exactly how much time they've had to work on improving that synergy. HaeJeokDan looked great out of the gates. Maybe Poker Face will continue to perform.
Well, I mean, talking a little bit about context here, well, we have to definitely look at VEC being introduced here, but Poker Face and HaeJeokDan, for the record, has also played in some preseason matches on the Soup Cup.
That's true.
They did have a little bit of time practicing together, and also they had some, I guess, assumably, they had some scrims together as well. But it's a big roster. I mean, we'll talk about Vesta Crew first, but this is also a revamped roster. So it's also very interesting to see how the time given to these teams, how they made the most out of it.
Yeah, Jinsung coming in from Sinprisa Gaming. Lego as well coming from Poker Face, actually. He was on that team in the past, a long time ago, and of course played for O2. Poker Face made some massive changes. Faith and Becky are out, Iris is out, Peppy is out, so a very different look here. It's still a massive roster, because that's what Poker Face does. And I think Iris was a huge part of this team for me. And when I saw that he left the team, I was a little bit worried for them. But they picked up Karu. And Karu is one of my favorite players from OWCS Japan. Played for Insomnia, which is one of the big teams there, top 3, always vying for finals. A very, very strong team. And I think Karu gained a lot of experience playing in Japan. It's a very different environment than playing here. A lot harder, to be honest, to pull that off. Now he's back in a LAN environment here with Poker Face. He's probably excited to be playing against, or playing on a stage here in front of a domestic crowd. So my eyes are on Karu. I think he is very underrated. And is he an upgrade over Iris? That's still, the jury's still out on that one, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yep, and here is the starting roster for Vesta Crew. DAEJEON here is started minute on the DPS roles. Gurum on the tank role. Farmer has yet to be featured from yesterday and today. We have Lego and Jinsung on the support. So the only substitution that is possible is on the tank. We haven't seen Farmer play yet. This player, ironically, is a total unknown to me. So at the current moment, so yes, I know the irony, but
he's farming the salary on the bench at the moment. I also love talking about this team's IDs, as Dart, Minute, and Groom, very leaked with their nickname spelling. Lego and Jinsung, again, some new members here coming through. We'll see how they perform. Getting the win yesterday against Old Ocean, a team that we don't really have a full judge on their power level just yet. I know a lot of people are saying that they look weak right now, but it's still early days, so I don't want to put too much stock in that one. I think this matchup is a much better test, a much better measuring stick for Vesta Crew, as Poker Face will be starting Belisria. So on this roster, Simple and Fixa coming in the support role, and then Choi Se-hwan and Jaewoo on the DPS lineup. So a lot of new players, a big roster as PokerFace was last season as well.
Yeah, they actually have the maximum amount of members that they can have according to the rules, 8 members strong. And if you look at each and every member of PokerFace here, a lot of more familiar names like Choi Se-hwan, Bellastraya, Fixa. Fixa, by the way, he has recovered from a very serious injury, so I'm definitely excited to see him come back to the competitive stage, but we will have an interview from both team representatives, so let's hear that
두 번째
out.
경기가 펼쳐집니다. 자, 오늘 두 번째 경기는 포커페이스와 VC 대전의 경기가 펼쳐지는데요. 경기 시작 전에 각 팀의 선수분들 모시고 한 분씩 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 VC 대전 팀 자기소개 부탁드려요.
So starting with VC,
네,
introduce yourself
안녕하세요.
please.
저는 VC에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 구름 선수라고 합니다.
So I'm Gurum, the tank
네, 구름
for
선수
Vesta
반갑습니다.
Crew, DAEJEON.
자, 그렇다면 포커페이스 팀도 자기소개 부탁합니다.
Also introductions from the
안녕하세요.
PokerFace side.
포커페이스 팀에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 벨루스레아라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm Bellastraya, tank
네,
for
벨로스레아
PokerFace.
선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 구름 선수, 지난 경기죠. 어제 경기에서 올드오션과의 경기에 치열한 접전 끝에 OWCS 스테이지 2 첫 승을 이뤄냈는데요.
So you managed to pull up
어제
your
승리는
first win of
어땠나요?
OWCS yesterday through a full set match against Old Ocean. How do you feel about that?
자, 이빨이
I mean,
썩을 정도로 닿았다라고
it was so
말씀을
sweet that I'm gonna
해주셨는데요.
get cavities
그
here.
기세에 이어서 오늘 승리도 가져올 수 있을까요?
So can you keep up
사실
that
이런 말이
momentum
있잖아요.
and get a
약간
second
선수들이
win?
한번 말리면 그 말린 걸 한 번 푸는 순간 막 포텐이 막 팡팡 터지고.
막을 수 없다.
So
네.
I mean,
이제
uh,
딱 저희가 그런 거
potential
같거든요.
is
한번
reached
말린 게
through
이제
a single
풀렸으니까
push. So we believe that
기세를
yesterday
쭉 이어갈
was
수
that
있다.
push. So we're confident.
네, 자, 관성의 법칙입니다. 오늘 이제 말린 게 다 풀렸으니까 술술 앞으로 잘 풀릴 일만 남았다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 이에 반해서 또 벨루스레아 선수 지난 크레이지 라쿤과의 경기에서
And
좀 아쉽게
Bellastraya,
패배하면서
for
승리를
you,
가져오는데
you lost
실패를
0-3
했어요.
to Crazy
그런데
Raccoon,
오늘
arguably the
상당히
strongest team
기세가
so
오른,
far. So
VC 대전 팀이란 말이죠.
how are
오늘 승리
you?
가져올 수 있을까요?
What's your plans for bouncing
저희가
back?
실수하지 않으면 쉽게 이길 수 있다고 생각하긴 합니다.
I think against
자,
Vesta
실수만
Crew, I think
없다면
as long as we
쉽게
don't
이길
make
수
mistakes,
있다라고
we're
말씀을
confident in our
해주셨습니다.
chances of
그렇다면
winning.
오늘 선수분들 컨디션 어떨까요?
So how are
저희
the boys feeling
선수들이
today?
약간 상대 팀에 저희 팀이었던 선수들이 한 명이라도 있으면 예를 들어 지금은 상대 팀에 레고 선수가 있는데
네.
이제 그런
So we
선수들이
have a
한 명이라도
former
있으면
teammate in the
볼
form of
때마다
Lego
이제
here,
에너지가 충전이
and
돼가지고
왜죠?
usually when we
그건 이유를
meet a
모르겠어요.
former
상대 팀에
teammate,
약간
we
아는
want to make
친구가
his day
있다 보면
miserable.
오 레고다
So,
하고 이제 다들 행복해져가지고
It's like,
다 에너지들이
oh,
다
it's
높아지긴
Lego.
합니다.
So we're
그렇군요.
very
역시
motivated
친구 괴롭히는 게좀
to ruin his day.
재밌나요?
재밌긴 합니다.
역시
So
게임에서
you take
친구
fun of
이기는
that?
것만큼
Yep,
재밌는 게
it's
없는
one of
것
the
같습니다.
funniest things that you can
그렇다면
do.
지금 뒤에서 지켜보고 계실 감독님 그리고 코치님께 잘하고 오겠다 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
So
구름
any messages to the coaching
코치님,
staff that will
감독님,
be looking at this
다
interview?
아시잖아요. 팀의 탱커이자 기둥 구름 패고 오겠습니다.
All right,
이야,
I will
자, 정말 코치님,
beat them up.
감독님 마음이 든든하겠는데요. 패고 오겠다라고 강력하게 말씀을 해주셨어요. 그렇다면 벨로스레아 선수는요?
And you, Bellastraya?
끝났습니다. 팬다입니다. 맞고 오겠습니다.
All right, they're
자,
beating me
역시
up. I guess I'm gonna get
잘
beat up today.
맞는 거죠? 라고 말씀을
Just gonna
해주셨어요.
take it, huh?
자, 지금까지 VC 대전 그리고 포커페이스 팀의 각 선수분들과 인터뷰 진행해 봤는데요. 두 번째
All right, that was the interview from the players, and wow, some spice over there.
Groom's having fun, man. I'm always happy to see players have fun on the stage. We already had that with HaeJeokDan earlier. Falcons taking a more measured and slow approach to the interview. We're once again going to be starting on Samoa here for Control. We had that in our first series. We'll see how the comps differ between these two teams compared to our first series, because we had Falcons try a pretty unusual Ramatra setup and were kind of unceremoniously defeated there by HaeJeokDan. They were able to play a better Punish Happy. I don't think we'll be seeing that from either of these teams moving into this. I think that was kind of a Hanbin and Falcons exclusive, but time will tell.
Yeah, so does that mean we'll be seeing the classic Winston dive that we are seeing dominantly from most of the Korean teams and the Asian teams here?
That's what I would expect to see on this map. It's just so strong right now with the buffs to tank, and it's really tough, I feel like, to run anything else on a control map because of how ult efficient the Winston comp is, how great it is at stopping long-range hit scan, and just how stable the composition is in general right now, with Ana being so easy to build nano boosts on. Like, the ult charge is just so fast. it's just become the de facto go-to comp. And we don't have hero bans here in OWCS, so I think you're going to be seeing a lot of it.
All right, as we are waiting for the dubstep guy to press the dubstep button, I think we are giving the players a few more, I guess, seconds, maybe minutes to get ready for the match. Let's talk about, I just still want to talk about Belsoraya and Jasmine here. Of course, Jasmine is on the bench for this map specifically, but
sure.
Does Belsoraya starting mean that, does that kind of like point to a specific composition or something?
I don't think so. I think in the past, if you looked at OWCS Korea Stage 1, you know, that leans towards like an Arisa comp. You know, we saw a lot of Arisa out of Belsoraya, played very well. She's got a lot of tickets.
Oh yeah, that is a lot of
big Choi So-won fan, but I don't think it necessarily tells us anything this early into the season. I think Belsoraya can absolutely play Winston. I don't think this is necessarily going to be a different comp from him. I mean, maybe he plays Mauga, but I really don't expect that at this point. So I think it's just a little bit too early to tell.
All right. So the match preview is actually with not a still image, but actually video. So it's
that's
the
awesome.
tanks. Yeah, that's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, 3-0 says Belsoraya here. Gruum looking a little bit sheepish, doing a bit of a fighting and thumbs up pose. Winning streak or losing streak, because Vesta Crew obviously on their win. They could take this to a 2-0 in the standings. Obviously, Poker Face losing yesterday to Crazy Raccoon. If they lose here, even though they're the favorites, it's unlikely. If they do, they could drop down to 0-2. So that is the angle here for the match preview, how important it is to get that momentum early in the season.
Yeah, I mean, even though if it's like just the first week, just going down 0-2 is going to be really, really, I guess, detrimental to your chances, because remember, this season format is we only get to play each other once. So this opportunity to go against a Vesta Esports crew, and in Poker Face's view, it doesn't come back.
Yeah,
you don't have a second chance.
Exactly, and these are the teams you want to be winning against guaranteed. It also is a great time for Poker Face to have Vesta early on the season, so they can actually get their momentum back after what was a really tough loss against the best team in the world right now in Crazy Raccoon. Formerly WAC, if you guys haven't been paying attention, they did rebrand at the very end of OWCS Asia. So big orgs coming into Korea. And I feel like we're not at the end of that necessarily, but if you're a team like Vesta, you got your DAEJEON sponsor, you know, Poker Face maybe hoping they get picked up by a massive org here. That's one of the big goals. Obviously, the real goal is to win the tournament, get all the glory, but if you can prove yourself to a lot of these orgs that are putting their eyes on Overwatch Korea right now, maybe you could also follow suit.
Yep, I mean, that's definitely going to be also some personal goals for the players as well, because remember, like, life gets different when you're part of a big org.
It's very different, right? I mean, we've talked about it with Falcons a ton, but now we have multiple teams. The difference between WAC and Crazy Raccoon in terms of support, in terms of fandom, right? It's massive. You know, WAC, you're just a group of bros trying to win a tournament. You win a tournament, you get a huge sponsor, and then suddenly you're legendary in Japan, right? I mean, everybody knows who you are. It's one of the biggest orgs in the world, and it has a ton of fans. I mean, you guys saw all the retweets and likes and all the interactions that happened when the announcement came out. I think that was a big wake-up call for everyone on how much Japanese esports has grown. And while they are still playing in OWCS Korea, they have that Japanese org. Poker Face, by the way, legacy org here in Korea. Yes, they're not a massive traditional esports org, but this org has existed since the Contenders days, has been around for a very long time, has a big legacy here of going to even Contenders finals in the past. So very much a team that a lot of Korean fans are familiar with.
All right, I'm just getting that word that Simple from Poker Face is having a little bit of a tech issue, so giving him a few minutes to address that. I think the staff on the stage will be able to fix that in an instant. I'm not hearing anything about a break yet, so I don't think it's something that serious. But okay, step one of the dubstep button, we have the player cams ready.
Yeah, you can see the logos of the sponsors here. Poker Face getting a nice new jersey with their Ode Studio sponsor, and DAEJEON Metropolitan City sponsoring Vesta Crew. Love to see new money coming into a budding new era of Korean Overwatch. We already had Stage 1. It was a great success. Stage 2 started yesterday, and now we've seen all the teams in action here. I think if Vesta Crew can get a second win, that would be such a boon for this roster that has struggled so much this year. Some new pieces, some new moving parts, and Lego and Jinsung. See if the DPS line can get it done, because they were the main characters for Vesta Crew last season. Even though they couldn't always cross the finish line, they were the strongest members.
All right, finally, we have the dubstep button here. And ladies and gentlemen, our first map of the second series of the day, we have Samoa. Alrighty, we have the fan chants, and I was about to mention the crab.
Get your crab emojis out in the chat. By the way, you know, when you look at, sometimes you look at assets in game, you're like, oh yeah, it's a crab. It's a crab in a canoe looking boat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you think, oh, that looks normal, that's fine. But then when you like really have that pause there and you really zoom out and you look at the crab and you think about like the size of a canoe in real life and the size of that crab, that is a big crab.
It is.
I'm just saying.
I would be terrified of that.
Keep that crab away from me. That's not going to be just a little cut you get if he gets you with his pincers. You might lose a finger.
Yeah. I
so
mean,
just
that's
watch
the
out.
evolved version on like when you have that Pokemon, right? And it probably has the guillotine skill on, so it's kind of scary on that as well. And I'm hearing about another issue from a separate player, Bellstraya, having some issues with his devices as well. Hopefully those tech issues are addressed as soon as possible. In the meantime, we are looking at some cheer.
Yeah, if
here.
Poker Face wins, she's going to do a Pokemon dance.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know what that is, but
yeah, which Pokemon dance from which generation?
yeah,
is
which game? I'm not sure. The sign in the center said she came with her, the girl on the right of the camera. I don't know what the left sign said. I didn't actually read it, but
yeah, I lost that as well. But I'm hearing that the tech issues are addressed, and we are unpausing. So
look at that big
crab.
The crab was huge, man. Almost as big as the Twitch chat crabs I'm seeing right now on the other screen. But here we go.
All right.
All right, Goodum showing a Sigma here. Feels very exploitable. Bellisrate, you were kind of, I think this is what you were alluding to, right, when you were asking me. I wasn't confident to say, I was a coward. I'll be honest with you. I was like, nah, he's not going to pull out the ball. There's no way. It's a Winston meta. You know what? He pulled out the ball. We're doing it. It's going to be Tracer, Echo, and Wrecking Ball here with the Kiriko dive setup. Very easy to circumvent this Sigma, and perhaps he was able to predict that Gurum would play this here.
Yeah, maybe so. And that ball is going to have that Power Driver doesn't find a lot of value there. Chaseone very low at 47 HP. Oh, it's actually taken down by Dart on the melee there. So this is going to be first blood in favor of Vesta Crew. Things are looking good for them so far, despite Pokerface pulling up that ball composition that they probably did not expect them to. And first point control in favor of Vesta Crew DAEJEON.
Chaseone swapping over to Genji as well here off of the first fight loss. I think that it was a really nice and optimistic setup there from Pokerface. Bellisrate looking for the big pile driver, but fortunately they were just too split. One pick is all you need as Vesta Crew DAEJEON to actually end up taking the point. So see if this Genji can get some dash resets here. Don't have any ults to pair with it just yet as they get onto the point.
Yep, they probably just want to force everyone on the side of Vesta Crew to just drop down.
Clean dive.
Yes, clean dive. And kill credit on Chaseone, but the pile driver was there onto Jinsung, so this is going to be a lot of healing denied. Lego, yes, does have the rally, but the question is he going to commit to it? Room very low, he does commit to him, but maybe a little bit too late, as Gurum is not going to be able to take all the damage. Chaseone once again taking the kill credits for there. And wow, I mean, I was kind of questioning the Genji swap, but it's working out perfectly fine here.
The pile driver angle there, blowing up Jinsung before he could actually set up an immortality field was pretty huge. That was actually very clean, very good coordination. They definitely called out BAP, went straight onto Jinsung and took him out. That was the first big step. And yes, 50% is gained here for Vesta DAEJEON, but for us to really feel confident that with this comp, they're going to be able to turn that into an ult economy win, I think you're really looking at 75-80. They did not get that, and their comp is not really based on ultimates, whereas Pokerface's is. And Pokerface has the ultimates. They have the Sound Barrier, they have the Rush, and they're going to have Dragon Blade. So they're in a fantastic spot after that pick.
Yep, and also there's going to be a huge difference in between the value of the mines here, because the defensive setups that is going to deter Vesta from just even entering the lane is going to have a lot more value. And they might even not need all their ultimates because it was just the Pulse Bomb and the Kitsune Rush expended for a full teamfight win, and that was even with Minute having to use his bomb.
Yeah, and only the Rush really utilized here, meaning Pokerface get to use this Dragon Blade at will. Juan can actually check, see exactly which angle they're trying to take. His biggest enemy here is going to be Lego on the break, trying to set up a stun there. If he gets accretioned, I guess that could also be a problem, but again, very unlikely, very difficult as a sneaky Chandelier Ball.
Oh, world.
I don't think they've identified this yet.
I don't think so. They do not know about this. And there is going to be that sneaky minefield, but Groom reacts immediately with the Gravitic Flux. Minute takes down Joe, so this Pokerface, I guess, defensive setup is actually backfiring, but Chaseon takes down Dart, so at 93%, they need to act fast. The Dragon Blade is just to clean up anyone and stop them from just touching the point, and this is okay, a Minute.
Nice try.
Nice try.
You know, we had in the first series Happy Gaming because Happy was playing. I feel like in the second series, Poker is doing what we like to call in the industry Happy Gaming by doing some unique strategies that are very risky and not necessarily standard, but they feel like they're the stronger team by far and they can pull it off. As Ria's Chandelier play there with the minefield was pretty cool, but very risky and very greedy. It wasn't the first time where he tried to actually utilize the Wrecking Ball drop down from a weird angle to actually surprise and instantly win the team fight. But truthfully, Juan just cleans up. He did it in the last fight too that looked a little bit rough. He just was like, nah, I don't even need my blade. I've got dash resets. This time he cleans it up with the blade. He just had such an ult economy advantage. There wasn't much Vesta crew could do. 1-0 here to start things off as Ria not going to change it up. Dart, however, will go back to the Mei. We've seen Vesta crew actually run this Ramatra Mei Reaper before. We saw it in Stage 1. The Moira going to be a lot of healing for this comp. Has a lot of sticking power if it can get to the point. And it's tough to dive with Ball into this because if you get frozen, that's the end of that.
Yeah, and I think Chaseon's Echo Pick just counters DAEJEON's pick just almost perfectly because there's not a lot of anti-air capabilities on the side of Vesta crew, and Fixa welcoming him back to the competitive Overwatch stage with a headshot kill onto Minute. So this is already a number 6 advantage for the side of Vesta crew. Simple is taken out, but Fixa is bloodthirsty today as as he takes out Dart. Australia keeping himself healthy with those shields. Fixa, well, he does get those shields shared from the Ball, but is relatively low. Australia, I mean, he is the Ball, but he still needs to be careful.
Yeah, Cap comes through for DAEJEON. It's interesting you mentioned the fact that there's a lack of ways to deal with Choi Se-hwan, but I feel like they dealt with him really well. And then Ball is terrible into Mei, unfortunately, and so he's having a rough time in these longer fights. They lost the fight, but they maintained control of the point. Now they've respawned, rejoined. Dart's back here, almost has his Blizzard. They have Coalescence. Pokerface are kind of in trouble here.
Yep, the Coalescence is there to keep Groom and company alive. Oh, and what a big pull spot from Jeo to deny whatever that I said a few seconds ago, and Pokerface in full control of the point.
Yeah, you know what's really good into any comp is getting 2 kills with a pulse bomb on the squishies. And you know what? He pulled it off. Jeo said, forget what you're talking about, Wolf. Forget about the counters. Forget about the Mei. Forget about the Ball. The Ball's not the main character. I'm the main character. And Jeo just gets a double. So we're going to do another little Chandelier.
He's doing it again with the Dynasty skin.
Yeah, he's got the Dynasty. I had it in Game 1 as well. He's just showcasing where he's from and where he's going, or not going as he hangs from the ceiling. They're going to circumvent this position, though. They do have the Coalescence and the Blizzard. This should be a favorable fight for Vesta crew DAEJEON.
Right, but Pokerface, if they fight it well, they do have ultimates of their own, so it's going to be a relatively neutral fight until Fixa was taken down. So this is going to be a sound barrier denied on the side of Pokerface, but they still commit using the Kitsune Rush and also the duplicate. And it pays off as Chaseon just duplicates into the Tracer and wreaks havoc with it.
Do you think it's too early to put my player of the match vote for Choi Se-hwan? He's just popping
I
off,
won't
man.
disagree with you.
I mean, he's just having such a great first map here. On the Genji, obviously in the first round, here now on the Echo. Was dealt with pretty well in the early fights, but in this fight, really the hero of the day as Dart's unable to use his Blizzard. The fight was very split for Vesta crew. Part of that is Ria's Disruption. Is going to be doing just that again here. Massive shield.
Oh, Groom has to use his form just to keep himself alive for the extra health. And this might be, if this goes wrong for Vestaku, this might be the last fight. And there is that Blizzard, but Dart very low. I don't see a lot of members getting frozen on the side of Pokerface. Is going to answer with Fix's sound barrier. Bellstrade takes down Dart, and Annihilation is there, but not finding multiple members.
They will be able to have enough sticking power, though, into Pokerface's comp to actually win this one over. Still have point control. Pokerface can build up 99 nearly here, but it's not going to be the finish of the map. And DAEJEON, or rather Vestaku DAEJEON, will not be able to maintain full control here. And without the sound barrier for Fixa, which was denied in the last fight, used here to no success in this one, very concerning. I mean, Vestaku actually have a real angle here. The minefield is going to be tough to place into this composition. We'll see if we can find that angle onto the point, but they can just avoid it, then reposition.
All right, there is that minefield onto the point, and they're using that to deter any members of Vestaku to contest the capture for Pokerface here. But the flip isn't there, and the Coalescence is there for damage and sustain.
Helps clear the minefield. Not the most high value Coalescence otherwise, but they can get the sound barrier first, which they're on pace for. Looks very good for Vestaku.
Oh, Fixa taking down Minute. This is a whole totally different story now. And also, Simple's Consumer Rush is almost online. And no contest onto that flip here. It is now
down.
overtime. And Lego down with that good pulse. That means there's no sound barrier. This is suddenly dire for the side of Vestaku. It looked so promising. Gurm down. This means that I think Pokerface has it now.
Looks like they definitely do. And another Coalescence this time from Choi Se-hwan. Attempt to tag here from Minute, but will be taken out. And that is that. Double Pulse is very flashy, but it won't change the course of this first map. A very quick 2-0 start to our first map. Pokerface really showcasing that they're mechanically just the stronger team. There were some concerns because I feel like the composition that was run by Vestaku was very strong into the Wrecking Ball, but they just couldn't actually get it done when it mattered most. And there was clutch plays from the DPS players, the double pulse to come through, Choi Se-hwan's transformation there, very high value onto the Tracer. And I feel like Vestaku shouldn't be upset with how that first map went. In terms of their individual plays. The concern is you had the better comp, you had positional advantage, you had a better ult economy, and you still couldn't win. That might get into your head a little bit. Looking forward to the rest of the series.
Yep, and remember, this is now it's going to be Vesta's map pick, and also they can also choose which type that they want to go to. So I think this is going to be a very this has to be a very careful pick, because this is the first time these teams are meeting each other. Yes, they have been playing against each other in Season 1, but both teams have different rosters, so it's like effectively the first time they're actually meeting each other.
Yeah.
So this is probably the first time. I think Vestaku just didn't expect this composition or this style of play to come from Pokerface.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from Bellisria a lot on other teams across his career. He loves the Wrecking Ball. I think if you're picking map here as Vestaku, I'm feeling Shambali Monster. I think it's smart. You can play another Mei composition. You can play Ramatra there. I think it's definitely suiting the playstyle they played in Game 1. Maybe they want to change it up completely, but if you want to play like this, take your opportunity and take Shambali. That's where I'd go.
All right, let's see if they pick Shambali, because we're coming back after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on map 2 of the second series of the day with Poker Face starting strong on Samoa, and we're going to Circuit Royale. I haven't casted this one in a while.
Yeah, it's been a little while for me too, but it's also just been a while since I've cast everything, so that's fair. But it was a pretty niche and rare pick in Stage 1, so we didn't see it all too often. Going straight to Escort is also quite rare. I feel like it's the map type we see almost the least here in OWCS Korea. But, and part of that was because it wasn't, it's a later part of the map, and then we had like a lot of 3-0s before we had the choice of map type. But anyways, I digress. This is not what I expected. I was saying Shambali, if they want to play the style that they're playing on map 1. If they aren't going to play that, this map is a fine choice, but it is the DPS line of Poker Face that's been shining. And I feel like on Circuit Royale, that kind of generally does continue. We'll see what Poker Face have in mind in terms of their team, because they are very known to sub out not one player, not two, but sometimes like 3 or 4.
Yeah, they just swap entire gears, and it kind of feels like they have 2 teams under the same name, and then they just like kind of swap the entire, I guess, setup. And being the map being Circuit Royale, it's kind of works. The meta of Circuit Royale works kind of differently from other maps, right? We have Sigmas going on, we have double flex supports going on, we have a long range hit scan duels very commonly in this map. So it's interesting to see what's going on here, and let's see what the shenanigans about the signs are. Overwatch most handsome guy. No, I came to cheer for the most handsome guy.
Which is Bellisria on that sign.
Wait, is that Bellisria?
Yeah, it's Bellisria.
I need visual confirmation.
No, it's clearly him, obviously.
All right.
The other sign said, it's my 500 day anniversary of the couple, and they came to watch OWCS. So, Proud's in for Jew. So that is our first sub. Spoilers, we have multiple, which, again, we expected. That's what Poker Face does, yeah. We also have, wait for the fly-in, Jasmine in over Bellisria.
So likely a Sigma or the like.
It's Circuit Royale, so probably Sigma, Widow comps coming through. Not a surprise. It's not that Bellisria can't play Sigma, but you probably want your best Sigma foot forward, as Jasmine has been a very good Sigma player, was last season as well. So that is not a huge shock.
Wow, that's a claw grip
and
if
then,
I've ever seen one. And then that's Karu.
Karu's coming in for Fixa. So Karu coming through over Fixa means the Lucio is out, so double flex support potential here. And that's the flexibility this massive roster gives you, is based on your opponent's map type, you can react and play the roster that makes the most sense for it.
Yep. So, that's one of the credits of having a large roster. So, even though if the map was Vesta Esports Crew's pick, they can Poker Face can actually use this to their advantage to fit the style of play to the map.
I like the portable fans that Poker Face have. Pretty nice setup there. Very clean. It's got a little stand on it. That Proud sign's upside down. Somebody tell her. Okay, there we go.
They were listening to you.
Yeah, they're always listening to me. So 3 Proud fans, and they're very proud to be Proud fans, as we mentioned many times.
The left one says that I would like Proud to carry, and then the one on the center is let's go Proud, and the one on the right says, hey. So, do you think that Proud's gonna lose today?
It's so clean. So the sign on the right says, do you think he's gonna lose today? Then you pull out the first part of the sword and it says like, and it's like kind of trying to scare you, and then it's like, of course, Poker Face is gonna win. When you pull the sword all the way out. So I love that. That's
some
very
good creativity.
That's very creative. That's very next level.
Okay, so apparently their family, brothers and sisters. Sister was born was a millennium baby, and
then in 2008.
2008?
That's
People
very
were
young.
born in 2008?
Yeah, we're getting old. We're getting old. I don't like it.
Oh my goodness.
I was 18 years old when they were born.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar over there. Oh, that's okay.
They're not even that old now. They're younger now than I was when they were born. No, I don't like it.
Well, let's digress just to the wonderful artwork over there. That's Diva and Kiriko. I love Overwatch. I love Overwatch too.
not clear who she's supporting, except Diva and Kiriko. As a Jasmine fan, a Best of Crew fan, doesn't want to be upstaged by the Jasmine fan.
Well, I mean, let's talk about Jasmine a little bit. Like, Jasmine, he is relatively new, but if you kind of search him out, he actually has a lot of history on his belt. He's been with SLT back in the Contenders days, so he actually has been around for quite a while.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience. He's been with this team for a long time. Played with them last season. Is a very experienced tank player, and when you have this roster, it allows you to really focus on specific heroes and really hone onto that. You have a lot more power when Belis Rhea is preparing for Wrecking Ball, you're preparing for Sigma, and you don't even know if you're going to play, but it becomes a Sigma map. You get locked in, you're going to play. I mean, he's very likely going to play the Sigma, right? I don't think he's going to be playing Diva. He could, and he has. There's another Choi Se-hwan fan here. I feel like we should acknowledge, I feel like we talk about this every now and then, but it's like the time, we have a little bit of downtime as everyone's setting up. So Choi Se-hwan's name is not actually Choi in Korean, but because we're casting in English, I always say Choi just to make it clearer to the fans out there, but I do want to make sure everybody knows that's not actually how his name is pronounced, but it is like the way that you would say it in English.
Yeah, Choi Se-hwan is how you would pronounce it in Korean.
Choo Jae-hung fighting. I'm like, wrong day to show up, man.
Probably tomorrow. Yeah, wrong day to show up. But I mean, appreciate the support for the old OG players over there. And I am hearing that players do need a little bit more time to set up. But as I hear that, they're always the dubstep button is getting ready. So maybe that's a prank on production to me.
Yeah, they're pranking you. Once Minute and Groom have a little chat. It's almost like they can look at each other through the frame.
Yeah, they're talking. Well, I mean,
Lego's like playing with his mouse. He's like, he looks like he's just discovered wireless mouse for the first time.
And then he just pressed something weird, and then his DPIs are weird, and then he's called
That's
for
probably
tech boss.
what happened. He's like, my mouse is moving really fast, and Groom's like, oh god, Lego pressed the DPM button again. That's what he and Minute were joking about.
All right, I'm finally getting news that the game is ready and the dubstep button is there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we give you Circuit Royale. Alright, fan cheers from both teams, and we are Circuit Royale's in Monaco, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It's in where, sorry?
Monaco?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is Monaco. And so, well, what a beautiful place.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, it seems pretty clear. Yachts, you know, nice docks, a place that looks like an F1 race could take place. Yeah, probably. I'm always actually the guy who really has no idea what's going on in terms of Overwatch lore or locations, but this does definitely feel like a Monaco vibe. Lots of fashion, you know. So I'm going to say I think you're right. As Groom and Jasmine.
All right.
Sigma's locked in. Widow's locked in. Farah's locked in. Right, Dart? Right, Dart? No, he's on the defense, and he's going to be playing a very interesting venture here on the defense. This comp synergy, I feel like, is a little bit... I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like the comp, but we'll see what he gets done with this.
I can easily see Dart just trying to dive into the Widow or any of the backline and then just get easily isolated. But we'll see how the execution goes as Dart is indeed diving in and, well, came back to the safety of his teammates.
Yeah, you get shields when you use your abilities as Venture, so you can kind of have some extra survivability, but...
Oh, well, I guess that's...
There you go.
Yeah, that's the reation for the pick, to harass.
Hey, I didn't trust him, but you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. He's looking for Batiste as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not going to go as far to say that Dart carried the entire team fight, but it does seem like Pokerface is getting exploited here by the entirety of Vesta Crew here.
Pokerface stabilized a little bit here, but Dart is getting some serious work done. Halfway towards his Tectonic Shock. And it'll be a quick regroup for Pokerface since they have spawn advantage here as the attacking team. But that was a little bit hopeful. Let's see if he can do it again. Because sometimes you get it the first time, and then because they don't know that it's a venture comp, and now they know. And see if he can find that angle a second time, as he is vastly outranged by Choi Se-hwan here.
J1 just trying to do as much damage as he can with the rockets on the neutral. Proud shot going wide over there. And Dart is actually enjoying himself as I was talking, and then Proud just rips his head off. So, I guess this is an opening for the side of Poker Face. Lego, I'm not sure if you wanted to use that rally, but I mean, he does and gets punished for it. And not only the rally, the amplification matrix was used as well, so those are some key ultimates.
He got the pick with the whip shot off the map, so perhaps that was where he thought like, oh wait, there's an angle here. Unfortunately, it's a bit overzealous. And I think that if you're going to run Venture, there are certain places where you can run Venture Widow. Like on Shambali, for example, there's definitely a way with those tight choke points, but I feel like the comp isn't empowering Dart here. And so he had the great first start, the first fight, but otherwise just after he uses his combo, he's a sitting duck, and he got shot. They're duck hunters over there on Poker Face.
And Poker Face having a lot of ultimates at their disposal. Yes, Vestacrew is going to have some ultimates of their own with the interest rate already on. However, it doesn't look like it's connecting into a lot of value, and Jasmine starting up with the Gravitic Flux, taking down Dart already, so that's going to be the ultimate denied from the side of Venture, and Gurm answers with the late Gravitic Flux of his own, but the Immortality Field is there to save Jasmine, and Proud also just lives to tell the tale. J1 taking down Minute. This might be an early point B.
I mean, it looks like it will be the one to contest this Farah. Very easy cleanup here for Choi Se-hwan and squad. Venture alone again and dead again. Has a tectonic shock, but no one to back him up, so won't be using that ultimate here for this fight. And I feel like, arguably, of the 3 points, the Venture is weakest on the third. And so let's see what Dart can get done with his ultimate here. Because the wraparound for the attacking team is a very classic Circuit Royale. When you win B, you win the team fight, you control here, you start contesting this angle that Minute has right now. And then Dart can maybe set up a cross here and flank with the tectonic shock, but he's outranged by Proud when Proud has line of sight. When Choi Se-hwan is able to flank as well, he just doesn't do very well into Farah. So it's just challenging, you know, Unknown. I don't think it's impossible by any means, but I feel like they definitely didn't set themselves up for success with this one.
For the record, you could just one-man barrage onto Dart, and he doesn't even need it. Proud once again having Dart's number, and Simple also taking down Minutes. So this is just a very, very, I guess, oppressive attack from the side of Poker Face. Yes, they did stumble a little bit in the early stages of point A, but it just after that, it was just...
I feel like this is, I mean, obviously we have better coordination on Poker Face. That's how they won the first map, but this is coordination plus comp diff, and Dart's been holding on to that ultimate, but it doesn't have a ton of synergy with his squad, so it's hard for him to use it.
It's already contesting for the full cap here.
Now let's see what he can get done off the leap. Nothing here as Proud's taking out a great flank for Minute. That was actually very risky, but it pays off.
Yeah, this is probably what's going to save Vestacrew from getting full capped with the massive time bank here. Poker Face just probably would want to back away.
Yeah, that was a bit aggressive from Karu there. They are actually completely dismantled here as they tried to force the fight anyways. Now that Proud picks Minute, though, at the end of the fight, might be able to get a little bit more of a push going, but obviously respawn advantage goes to Vestacrew DAEJEON because they are on their spawn at the moment. So Proud is uncontested.
I mean, J1 has yet to use his barrage yet.
Yeah, and he has a really good angle if they can corral them out of that staircase. He could just... Okay, Immortality Field is down. This could be a disaster for Vestacrew. Still waiting for that
Dart
impact.
Hasn't used his ultimate either.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the impact. I'm waiting for it.
He might not even get an opportunity to use it because Jinsung is down. That means Immortality Field is going to be down. The entire team is going to be vulnerable to that barrage. Not even needed at the current moment. The amplification matrix for Karu just enough for the Rockets. No,
he used it. I don't know where he used it, and they're losing the fight, but he used it. Unknown. He used it.
Oh no, is J1 just going to hold the barrage and just going to use it for fireworks?
I think so. Wait for it. Into the accretion would have been nice.
Alright, well, at least it's not for Solitaire. celebratory purposes, excuse me, in the end, Chasewan does use the barrage, and it is not going to be like a 4-minute time thing, but still, it is a full cap for the side of Poker Face.
I think you guys could tell that I wasn't really happy with the composition that we saw from Vesta Crew there. And I don't think that they'll be happy at looking back at how it played out. Everyone's played a game or two at least of Venture and Solo Queue, right? And they're a hero that has a ton of utility when you're looking at buying time on points, has great dive angles. Like, you can see some of the success moments here, like 100%. I really like that we have the highlights of this because he did have some moments here, like buying time here. But the problem is that into this composition, if you're isolated, you're not going to get a whole lot done. You're a sitting duck, as I said before, and you're also just not set up for success with this composition. There's no speed boost, there's no follow-up dive, there's no Winston. If you can get a big knock-up from your Burrow and a Winston comes through, you've got the speed boost there, or even a Moira to then heal on top of your shield so you have some staying power, you can get a second rotation of abilities off, then this works out really well. And I think it's a tough map to pull it off, but if you had those pieces, I'd be about it. But with a Sigma, I'm not so much, well, okay, well, nice little concert though, at least.
They're just sick of the piano.
They're like, all right, well, that's enough talking about our comp. We're running it again, and you're just going to have to deal with it. We're going to play the sad. Wolf's so sad. It's like the saddest violin for Wolf complaining about our comp. We're going to run it anyways.
Wait, Dart?
They're running it. They're running it again.
Oh.
And this is even tougher on attack, arguably, because not only they have line of sight advantage, but they have the high ground and corner advantage.
I mean, yes, I get the idea, Wolf.
I do too.
Like, yes,
I don't like it.
Theoretically, you have access to the backline, but like you said, there's no follow-up. He's just all alone. And if he just doesn't one combo, like at least one or two members on the side of Poker Face, he's just a sitting duck in the middle of a Poker Face, I guess, grouped up hero.
I mean, it's really interesting that we actually get his first-person view, because you can see the challenge of playing this hero into the comp of Poker Face without really great tools to set him up. You can see he's kind of just poking out. The damage output of the left click of Venture is actually quite high if you're in range, and then you can then follow up. So look at him trying to get Proud here, but there's just so much mobility. Like the Widowmaker just gets away. There's a mortality field. It's really tough to get a kill, you know?
In the meantime, Chasewan is just chilling in the air, just shooting rockets and finding Lego. And this is already... Oh, wait a second. This...
Almost a thing.
Almost a thing. But instead, Jinsung and Groom does the job, and Proud taking down Dart, punishing Dart. So once again, like, despite Vesta Crew making some trades here, Poker Face is just fully controlling the risk, the threat coming from the Venture here.
Yeah, also, Vesta Crew DAEJEON have the spawn advantage here, so that was a little bit split up there from Poker Face. They didn't retreat. They wanted to actually try to maintain this high ground. It was a really good punish from Groom. They're like, okay, you guys... It was an even trade, but that favors us, so you guys should have given us control. And then he has a nice punch. He has a Gravitic Flux now as well, and maybe this is an angle for Dart in this upcoming team fight, because I don't want to continue to harp on this too much, because there are certainly angles, as you said. And with Gravitic Flux, it gets a little bit easier. Getting around this corner, though, maybe the first challenge. Maybe they'll just wait for Flux before they commit. As Proud, if he fluxes and Proud has an angle, he can just knock him right out of the sky if he's got enough assistance.
Oh, Proud looking for an angle for a headshot here. But, I mean, yes, Groom has the Gravitic Flux, but Jasmine is not far away, and Simple will be able to counter any Gravitic Flux attempts with the Transcendent. And also, Chasewan this time might be actually forced to use the barrage a little bit earlier than he did on the attack.
It's really hard to barrage into Sigma because he can just put the barrier right in your face and blow you up. So you have to be really tactical with how you use it, especially if the Sigma is very aware, as we do see Groom has had a pretty good game so far. Chasewan just being very patient. I think he wants to wait for the Flux so the barrier is already set, and then he can actually punish with that. So being extremely patient here. Also, Accretion can really mess you up as well. Great patience from Chasewan. He's like, I'm just not going to ult. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to keep baiting them. I'm going to get to the back line.
Right. Oh, but Chasewan is holding on to that barrage and is punished by Jinsung. Jinsung taking two members of, well, the support line of Vesta Crew actually doing a lot of work. And Dart finally registering himself on the kill feed. Jasmine off screen did use the Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, low value, unfortunately. As now Tectonic Shock going to help them contest here to control B. A lot of zoning with that Tectonic Shock. Dart's doing a lot of damage here for free.
All right, this is the Transcendence that is meant to be countering the River Flux. However, it is a little bit, the damage is a little bit too much to save Jasmine, and HaeJeokDan not finding a lot of value with his barrage. So this is actually a formidable time bank.
It is a huge time bank, and Jinsung was like, look, Venture can't shoot far. I can shoot far. And he's shooting them. Like, he was actually getting incredible damage done, hitting the headshots on the Choi-Se-Hwan to knock him out of the sky before the barrage went down in that previous fight. And, I mean, is the Venture working? Kind of, but I feel like it's not working because of the Venture. It's working because they're getting good picks early, and the Venture is cleaning up. As Dart's trying to fight this corner here, is going to have a little bit of a struggle on this angle. Proud is waiting for a potential flank here of Minute. Just continuing to try to hold this corner. A lot of time burned here already. Here comes Choi-Se-Hwan.
Ooh, nice connection on the Rockets here. So even without the ultimates, Poker Face does find a way to stabilize, and this is basically cleanup duty right now.
Yeah, well, but the challenge is dealing with the Pharah. I mean, he was like, I'll kill Jinsung because he's the problem. He's the one who keeps killing me. Once I kill him, I have no real opponents here, as Jinsung did fall early in that fight, and now they put a stop to the push for now. Still a pretty big time bank here, definitely finishable. I don't trust the comp, you know. Like I've seen Namakuji Brothers before. We've all known like the Wolf rants about this just isn't gonna work, but it worked for a second, like twice. And let's see if they can make it happen a third time. Here comes Dart.
Here comes Dart with the burrow. Oh, does find Proud, and what a nice combo from Dart actually. So this might actually mean a lot because now Poker Face has to backstab.
But who can deal with Choi-Se-Hwan is the question.
Wait a second, Karu is also down. So Dart finally. Oh. Okay, so back to Dart. Dart is actually kind of proving to like why this comp was a thing.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, sort of. I mean, if you can get the combos off, it works, so they get the pick. And in this last fight, I mean, it was really about Choi-Se-Hwan overcommitting their great defense of the barrage. They had to use Trance. I mean, they're still buying time. They still have spawn advantage because we're very close to the end of the map. And that was a very greedy fight from Poker Face. They got punished initially, but had the ultimates to back it up. They don't have them anymore. And Vesta Crew do have the Tectonic Shock. They have Agritic Flux of their own, so finishing the map still a possibility here. I think that was not the trade Poker Face was looking for. They stabilize. Let's see, because Vesta Crew really only get one good fight for the rest of this map. One good one.
And there is that Tectonic Shock you were talking about, not finding that much value and is actually getting poked down. And Broom is using the Gravity Flux, but already loses Minute. But Proud is punished. Choi-Se-Hwan takes down Lego. Poker Face is bleeding out members, and remember, this is already sub 1 minute now, so even though if they do manage to full cap, they will be having a worse time bank than Poker
that's
Face.
best case scenario, but I don't know if capping is on the cards here. They've got Amp Matrix, but again, dealing with this Pharah is the big problem. And when they've dealt with the Pharah, they've won the fights. Or if Dart gets a full combo onto Proud and takes him out, they win the fights, right? But it's been few and far between. We've seen that actually succeed. Proud having the Infrasight here, traded with Minute. But this just gives a huge defensive advantage to Poker Face.
Yep, no more surprises on Proud now.
And he's just going to back off because he's like, I'm not going to get caught by Venture. And they know where Dart is, so he can just build that space.
And this stallmate here right now is valuable time lost in the side of Vesta Crew. It's already 20 seconds now. This is, like you said, this is probably just going to all the down the wire to overtime now. Yes, Dart does find Proud, but trade kills are registered, so this is not an advantage because remember, Poker Face is on the defense side. They have spawn advantage, and Lego is in a pinch. It's going down.
Dart picks the backline, but I just don't think it's going to matter here, Unknown. He got the kill on Dekaro, but that's all he's going to get, and that's the end of the map. Now, I will say, in defense, because Poker Face win the map, I will say in defense of Vesta Crew, the comp, I didn't like it, but they looked practiced on it. They knew what they were trying to do with it, but they were not setting themselves up for success versus what Poker Face prepared for this map. It's their map choice. And when you're a team like Vesta Crew, you've only won one game this year here in OWCS Korea. You practice specifically for this map. You lose map 1, you choose your map. You're not going to probably swap your composition last minute and try to do something else when you've practiced so much on this Venture composition. You've came completely prepared. Now, it didn't work, and I don't think it was the right choice, but sometimes players will just do what they prepared. And I think I just want to say that because I want to give some defense to this composition here. And why they continue to hard force it, because it's a team that, again, has some experience, right, here in OWCS, but, you know, the tools that they didn't have for the Venture made me feel like maybe Venture needs to swap or the support line needs to swap, and it was quite challenging for them in that map. I thought that they actually did better than I expected because they did get a few of those good picks, but ultimately the Pharah was a big issue.
Yeah, so like you said, it was a little bit of a comp issue. I mean, like, I'm just rephrasing what you just said. It's even impressive that they got that far with the Venture. I did not see that Venture composition going that far. Yes, maybe a little bit. I think there was some Baptiste heroics there that got them to point B. But, I mean, in the end, Vesta Crew, the important thing is that Vesta Crew brought their cards in. It was their map choice, their tactical decisions, but it didn't work out. So now this is going to be their only last chance because it's match point now, and I hope they have something left in the tank, but we'll see how it goes after a short break, so don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on our third map of the second series of the night, and Pokerface looking strong with 2 maps already on match point, and it's going to be Suravasa.
Do wonder what this means, as I haven't seen too many games of Suravasa since Stage 1, and you know, there's I don't want to say like teams avoid picking Flashpoint, but it has been less common. I feel like so far this season, we're like halfway through day 2, so I'm not going to make any big sweeping judgments. But what I'm basically saying in so many words is I don't know what Vesta Crew's plan is going to be moving into this one.
My bold statement is that Groom is going back to Comfort and is going to play the Junker Queen.
Could be. It's definitely a classic for him. One of the more common picks we saw a ton in OWCS Japan on this map specifically. So definitely a style we could see. Also works pretty well with the Venture if they want to try to run a Venture dive comp with either Winston or the Junker Queen. As trying to play it on Circle Royale is quite tricky, as we will have some Pokerface subs, as we often do. JAEJEON coming in for Proud. I don't know about if we're going to have more than one sub, but I know that this one is at least confirmed.
Yep. JAEJEON coming in, meaning that... I mean, I guess Proud was there for the Widowmaker, so coming back means some sort of flex DPS or any of those lines, maybe. And then, okay, we have Belisura back. My question is the ball going to be back?
Is my boy on the ball, or is he on the Mauga on Suravasa? Is he going to be playing something interesting here? It's probably just going to be Wrecking Ball.
Or maybe even the Orisa, maybe.
Orisa would be fun. You know, I think a lot of people really hated the Orisa meta in Stage 1, but I actually really thought the way that you had to play around it and Javelin's impact was so high. I really, really enjoyed it. As Fix is back in, so looking like probably a Lucio game. And do love Fix's hairstyle, man. It's hard. It's rare to see like the mullet in Korea, but he pulls it off.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at chat, and there were comments about how everyone had the same hairstyle, but this one stands out.
Yeah, he's got his own style, man. He's not gonna listen to what anyone thinks, man. He's not doing just because the rules and the official Korean rulebook said please have a bowl cut, he says no. It doesn't say that in the rules, but
Yep, it doesn't. I can confirm because I wrote the rules. I was
there
when I wrote the rules.
The rule writer is right next to me. Mullets are allowed and actually encouraged. That's also not the rule book, but that's in the Wolf handbook.
That's in the Wolf Code of Conduct.
The Chaesohan of August is different. That sign
From
says.
what?
From when it was off season, from like from May and June and July.
Okay.
Where he wasn't playing.
All right.
I don't know. He looks really good today, to be honest.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, he is definitely looking like he is finding his best form, because at Stage 1, to be honest, when he was at Genesis, he wasn't at his best, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, when he first came onto the scene on Kongdu back in the day, that's when I really started to notice this guy. This was what, 5-6 years ago, and he's done so much since then, but he's looking much better on this roster today.
All right, we'll see whether Pokerface can close it out, and ladies and gentlemen, we have Suravasa. All right, those are the fan cheers, and this time we have a crocodile.
Yeah, he closed his mouth too quickly. I wasn't able to verify myself independently whether it was a crocodile or an alligator, but I think it's a croc.
Okay.
Was hard to tell though, because the teeth were a little bit far away. He closed his mouth real quick. He wanted to keep it a secret. It is a Wrecking Ball comp. It is the same comp that they ran on Samoa earlier.
Yep.
Samoa, excuse me.
All good. And
Samoa is like a dog, right? I don't know why I say that sometimes.
I mean, it is kind of easy. I mean, vocally mistakable, so all good on that front. But we're seeing Diva from the side of Vesta Crew here.
Yeah, Diva coming through from Groom, and they're not running a Venture Dive comp, but it is still the Echo Tracer. Very strong here. We'll see if the Wrecking Ball can set up the disruption that Pokerface are looking for. They will get first control of the point.
Ooh, some nice tracking from the side of JAEJEON. But also, Groom takes down Chaesohan, so it's even in numbers. let's see how it goes first. It is still the neutral fight. No ultimates or no whatsoever. It's still 4v4. Australia relatively healthier. Well, D-Mech, meaning that a lot of cover is lost for the side of Vestakroo, and first point control goes to Pokerface.
Yeah, taking Jinsung out of the fight early was pretty huge. HaeJeokDan can join pretty quickly back into the fight. While Minute is also in trouble, has to recall. Will's barely survived there. But yeah, I think Jinsung just didn't have his teleport available, so just ended up getting picked there in that first fight. Now, Belisria with full control of the entryway here. You can see Dart needing a little bit of help from Groom to close the gap.
Oh, Dart almost fell there. It was very low, but is healed up. Jayu looks like he already used his recall. Both Tracers have their pulse bomb, so this might be somewhat of an opener for either side. Contest is there. Remember, this is... oh wait, the flip is there!
Yeah, they get the flip here, but they don't do it with a one-team fight, so it's very rickety, this control of the point, but they can actually push Choice on back. There's a world where they can keep this a little bit longer. Great play so far.
Yep, and it looks like Simple is going to start things up with the Kitsune Rush. No follow-up kills as of yet, but low health bars on the side of VC. Well, Jinsung is answering with his own Kitsune Rush. HaeJeokDan is the first to fall. Belisria uses the mines, but does not force anyone into their death chambers. Vixa does take out Jinsung with the boop there, so it looks like a fairly even fight so far, but a Lucio duplicate, that's something I haven't seen in a while.
That's another sound barrier potentially here, but he is denied from the sound barrier. Sound barrier second for Lego gives them such a huge advantage, and they are going to hold on to this. And Pokerface, I think, making a pretty large mistake to commit to this second part of the fight. Using all their resources, now they've got nothing. They're also staggered here. I think that's the first point. Going over to Vestakroo, DAEJEON, Pokerface really botching this one.
Not only do they have to just secure first point, because of the late stagger kills, they will also have positional advantage towards the next.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Pokerface really should have just been willing to give that control up and then go for one more push. I mean, it goes really quick on Flashpoint. It's much faster than control, but still, bit of a mistaken judgment there. Vestakroo, DAEJEON have a point priority, as you mentioned, although...
Oh, HaeJeokDan, that was some good mechanics from HaeJeokDan to just survive. I don't think that the Lucio was the target of preference for the duplicate there, but it was just used for survival, and still equal numbers, and I guess early positional advantage for point, which is kind of puzzling.
Yeah, ends up getting the control there away. A lot of over-indexing into the duplicate having Echo. I mean, we've seen this a lot where there's a lot of different heroes you can target when you look for a pick, and then you chase them down. They have a survivability ultimate, or they have like a, for example, it's Batista's getting chased and he puts up the immortality field and just lives so long that you waste all of your cooldowns. That was kind of the case on chasing Choi there, so ends up getting the duplicate on the Lucio. Doesn't have a sound barrier or anything, but that buys enough time, and now they're at 50% of this second flashpoint. Belisria running the Doomfist here to get back onto the point early very quickly, but also has a lot of sticking power now in this composition. Actually really like the angle that Pokerface have here. They have Kitsune Rush, and then when the Meteor Strike comes through, which it should very soon, that also buys further time. Vestakroo have the ultimates, it's just how they use them.
Yep, they start up with the Kitsune Rush on the side of Pokerface. It looks like it is going to be answered, but before any Vestakroo can do anything with their own Kitsune Rush, two members, the tank and the Tracer, is down, so it's not finding a lot of value, and overtime is ticking down, so I don't think DAEJEON can actually contest with this one.
Yeah, I feel like the Vestakroo composition had the tools to win that fight. They needed to be the ones who started off first and rushed Pokerface. They allowed Pokerface to take the defensive fight. They got those early picks, then traded ultimates. So now Pokerface actually still have ult advantage and have point priority. And Belisria has the Meteor Strike. Will likely use it defensively, but there are angles where he can actually threaten the sound barrier of Lego if he can identify where he is. Doomfist kind of niche right now in this meta. See what he does end up utilizing this ultimate for.
Yep, and Diva dives in from the side of VC DAEJEON. And Lego actually uses his sound barrier preemptively, so this means that Fixa can also answer, which he did. So no casualties on either side yet, so that's both ultimates off the board. Minute does have the pulse bomb, which may make a difference here. However, it looks like slowly but steadily Pokerface is establishing control on the point. There is that Doofus ultimate that we were talking about. Does a bit of damage, but not too much.
Big pick here onto Dart, and that should be Pokerface winning the fight. They already had the capture of the point, which really forced Vesta Crew DAEJEON's hands. So Pokerface now in complete control. Was not a cost-efficient capture. They had to trade a lot of ultimates here, but I feel like the control they have now of the entry and the approach here for Vesta Crew, it's really hard for them. And with the advantage they have on Kitsune Rush, if they can trigger it first again and actually take the fight to Vesta off the point, there's so much power in this Doomfist composition. I feel like Doomfist is super underrated right now. I think it didn't want to run a Doomfist comp, but with the tempo advantage they have, they need to keep it. But he's playing it so incredibly well.
And like you said, I think they just wanted... Pokerface wants to start the fight outside the point, because remember, this is Flashpoint. Point progress goes much faster than it does on control. It is already 86%. This is going to be last fight territory for this Flashpoint specifically. And if Vesta Crew wants to contest, it has to be now. Overtime is ticking. Yes, Tifa did make that touch. There is that Kitsune Rush matched by Simple here. The Echo duel is very important here, but it is going to be Tracer duel in the side of Pokerface. So it looks like once again, Pokerface might be able to take advantage, but Broom taking down Jehu with that Diva Bomb. And that stick on to Belisrea. So I am wrong. That duplicate pulse bomb from Dart.
Dart was so patient with that too. He was pressuring Belisrea, had the pulse, but waited for the right time there. Doesn't actually hard force into the Doomfist. Played it very safe, put damage in, walked away, put some damage onto some other members, comes back when he has the pulse in the right angle to take Belisrea out when he doesn't have his block available. But Pokerface still have that 99 advantage. They have Sound Barrier here, can be matched of course, but I do feel like this is not over just yet. Vesta Crew do have a huge advantage here, but it's not won by any means until this fight goes down. As
oh, wait a second, fixes.
Oh! Interrupted.
Yep, that was interrupted, and no members of the side of Pokerface got that sound barrier.
Belisrea's down, and this likely is going to be Vesta Crew actually taking Flashpoint on Flashpoint here. See if Pokerface can show up for one more contest here. Just 12% to go. Belisrea is going to have his ult.
There. Chisewon also close to the duplicate. Wait, Minute taken down by Belisrea. That's just
Back
more
cap.
than a touch. This may actually be in Pokerface's favor.
Yeah, looking like it will be. Nice pick from Belisrea. Simple is down, however.
Dart also taking out Jew, so this could be anyone's fight so far. And now VC DAEJEON, they want to commit. They are using the Kitsune Rush. They want this Flashpoint. And Jehu is down, Chisewon is down, Fixa is down. So despite Belisrea's heroic attempts to secure that third Flashpoint, VC DAEJEON with some good plays in succession, they actually make it happen.
This isn't as egregious as the last time Pokerface overcommitted to try to win a lost fight, but it will give Vesta Crew, again, point priority. And Belisrea is priced into keeping this Doomfist here because now it's, Flashpoint against them, right? 2-1. He doesn't actually have the ability to swap and come in without an ultimate. He needs this Meteor Strike to be high value, but it's tough to use it on the attack. So Pokerface find themselves in a really awkward position here. After that last fight, they thought they were going to clutch out. They failed. They're also 20% behind on Sound Barrier here.
Pokerface cannot afford to have Chisewon down, but good play from Dart to take out his Echo counterpart. Jehu also very low. Belisrea has to use the Meteor Strike, but I think the damage is already done, Wolf.
Yeah, Minute is down here. Let's see if Belisrea can survive without his ultimate. I don't think so. This looks like the cap should be going over to Vesta Crew. Would have been massive. I think Pokerface really needed to get first cap here. They lose the fight. Belisrea is not going to swap off of the Doomfist either, it doesn't look like here. Pokerface, again, they were in an awkward spot moments before, but this is way worse now. They have to fight their way to a cap. They don't have tools. Lego has Sound Barrier. I feel like if Lego's Sound Barrier is, Fixa needs to be willing to just say, all right, we're backing off, we're going with my Sound Barrier, we have Sound Barrier advantage. I feel like that's the only way they get this flip. Or they have to cancel Lego's Sound Barrier.
All right, there is that senior rush from Poker Face. Not finding a lot of value. Dart does get forced into the recall in his duplicated form. That stick is there. Okay, the cleanse from Simple kind of saved him, but Lego cleans up Jew. Once again, Poker Face at a numbers disadvantage. Fixa has to force the sound barrier despite it being a 4v5. Lego also follows suit, but the fight looks like it's going in favor of Vesta Crew.
Looks like Vesta Crew's putting the map on the board here. Fixa used his sound barrier early, felt priced into it. Bit of a back cap attempt here, but it is not going to work. Might buy some time for the rest of the team to rejoin.
The pulse bomb goes wide from the side of Chasey-Wan. Jew takes down Minute. Oh, well, hold up. Lego is taking down, Dart is taking down. So Poker Face does have a second breath.
Yeah, what an incredible turn. That looked so doomed for like 7 different reasons. There's only 6 players on Poker Face's team, but actually they clutched it out. The back cap buys time for the rest of the team to rejoin. Choi Se-han pops off, has his dupe come through, cleans up the fight, and now sound barrier no longer an issue. It is just going to be a straight up clean team fight here between these two teams. No massive ult advantages either way. Gurum does have the remech, but that's not going to be a game changer necessarily in this fight. Kitsune Rush is not ready for Simple, but that might be what brings Poker Face to that 5th and final flashpoint. So tense here as Vesta Crew. We're so close to finishing this map, and Poker Face clutch it. Now, potentially on the brink of defeat 3-0.
Oh, wait a second. That is a very clean headshot onto Dart from Simple. This is going to be that advantage and time that Poker Face need. And more importantly, after this, number one, can Vesta Crew contest for this? And number two, even if they do, Simple will be having the Kitsune Rush ready for them.
Yeah, this is looking like Vesta Crew are just going to give this one up here. Not a fight they want to take. They don't want to get split here either. So we'll just be Minute who comes in for a last-minute contest, but 2-2 now. Final flashpoint. We went to 5 on this one. Bellisria with this Wrecking Ball can actually kind of cut their approach off, and they should be able to get point priority. In terms of ultimates here, Lego has an opportunity to use his ultimate first. If he realizes they have that advantage, that should be what they go for to try to actually get this first cap, because that is so important. That momentum is going to be massive. Let's see if he uses it.
Well, Bellisria uses the minefield first, doing a little bit of damage and also denying access to the point. However, it does not do a ton of damage, and it is actually going to be, well, once again in neutral. And then Simple decides that he wants to use the Kitsune Rush, but not before Chase-Wan is taken down. Lego sees it as an opportunity and uses the sound barrier, but it is also going to be Dart that cannot use the duplicate and is taken down. Jew with the massive pulse bomb onto Lego, and once again, Poker Face is winning the team fight, but it's looking okay.
Bellisria can buy a lot of time here for the return of Fixa. He has the sound barrier. Oh, they get the cap. He steps off for just that one moment, and that's enough for Vesta to actually grab the end of this. But still, Poker Face advantageous next fight here. Arguably, if they can get grouped up, this is actually so huge for Vesta for DAEJEON though. Kitsune Rush out.
Well, Chase-Wan is on the D.Va, so it is 2 tanks for the time being. Groom mech, but is going to be using the remech. Can he get the remech happen? The answer is going to be yes. And so Bellisria very low, but Jinsung is taking down. Lego also very low as well.
They get the cap. Poker Face win the fight. A lot of ultimates tossed into the nether here as Choi Se-Wan drops the duplicated D.Va ult through the ceiling, throws it through the ceiling, and drops back down and zones them away. They get the capture. And now ult economy relatively reset. It's been a tug of war, a pendulum of sorts, and I'm not talking about this swinging Bellisria here. In terms of the ultimates, now Lego has sound barrier advantage, but he hasn't been able to get much out of the advantages he's had with his support ultimates. Bellisria is looking for a choke point minefield here to deny their approach. They take the lead in the cap. Minefield set. He's not going to drop it yet.
Is looking for the perfect opportunity. Probably. Okay, no. Just the pile driver.
He's just buying time. He doesn't have to use it there. He could rather use it on the point to deny them access, but he's just keeping them at bay, buying time here. This is such a close game. DAEJEON now threatening the point.
Poker Face does have the Kitsune Rush to start things up. There is going to be the opener with the minefield. Lego does not have the sound barrier yet. This might be a crucial difference. Lego now does have the the sound barrier. The Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier goes down. So this is going to be a crucial fight. DAEJEON doesn't have any second chances. Groom takes down Chiseon. That's a start, but Lego so very low is taken down. Groom is also very low as well. Minute, everyone on the side of VC DAEJEON is low. JO takes down Lego. Overtime is burning.
JO so low, down he goes.
Wait, JO taken down.
Velasria is just so unkillable though, and Vix is about to get that sound barrier. They have to knock him out before that happens. I just don't think they can.
Wolf, I think this is just going to be going on the side of PokerFace. Yes, it was a valiant effort from the side of Vester Crew, but I think this is going to be it. Yes, the final touches are there. The Tracer, any members of DAEJEON is going to be there, but this is going to be the end. And wow,
what a tragic end it was, as for one map in the 3, Vesta Crew were at lethal. They were at the end. They had full control. They had the final point theirs, and then a clutched out team fight from PokerFace brings it to the 5th flashpoint. It's a very close back and forth battle there, the closest by far of the entire series, but they still can't get it done in the end. They can't lock down this pesky Wrecking Ball. I think Choice A1 had an amazing series, to be honest with you, Unknown, but I feel like in that final map, Velasria deserves all the credit, buying so much time, buying so much space, messing with the ult economy. He and his DPS line threatening the supports non-stop. It was a very close map, though, that could have gone either way, and I feel like if we see that last fight on the 3rd point go or 4th point, rather, go slightly better, even just slightly better for Vesta Crew DAEJEON, then we're talking about map 4 right now.
yeah, exactly. I think Vesta Crew improved as the series went on. Of course, I didn't really like the Venture Pickline Circuit Royale, but yes, I think they adapted a little bit too little, too slow, but they did, and I think that kind of gives a little bit of a silver lining for their remaining season.
Yeah, I do think so. It's tough. You're not going to continue the winning streak. And for the side of PokerFace, we'll see who player of the match is. It's Choice A1 or Chiseon, and he will pick it up after some phenomenal performances, I feel like, in the first 2 maps especially. Map 3 was pretty good too, but map 1, the Genji, was just, it was phenomenal. And then map 2, the Pharah, felt like the 2/3 of the series were only about him.
Yeah, I think his performances in Samoa kind of like warranted his player of the match votes, especially early on. It was such a big impression on everyone. I think he made the biggest difference there. And yes, like you said, the Pharah was good. He had some shaky moments on the Pharah, and also he was a little bit exploited on the Echo on Suravasa at times, but overall it was a very good performance, and I'm really hopeful to see how Chiseon fares in the season, because remember, like I said, in stage 1 of OWCS earlier this year, he looked a little bit struggling at times, but if he keeps this up, we might be seeing one of the best flex DPSs coming back.
You know what's the funniest part about this highlight with the Genji? I feel like that Dragon Blade play from him was like the least impressive moment for him, because he was doing basically everything without Blade before that. Obviously, it's the easiest to highlight, the easiest to showcase. A lot of it was happening off screen. I mean, still, like, his Echo, very, very strong in this final map. We kind of glossed over the Pharah because, as you mentioned, it wasn't perfect, it wasn't super clean, and it felt like oftentimes it was about him because the enemy team didn't have the answer, not because his performance was amazing, but I still felt like the map was decided by his Pharah play. And he's going to get an interview now, and you're going to translate it.
Yep, I am.
인터뷰 만나보겠습니다.
네, 정말 화끈하게 끝난 경기가 아니었나 싶습니다. 포커페이스와 VC 대전 중 승자는 포커페이스였습니다.
And
승리
what a way to
축하드립니다.
end the match, and we have Chiseon on the interview.
네, 오늘 승리 너무너무 축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM 선수는 최세한 선수인데요. 최세한 선수 자기소개 부탁드려요.
Can you introduce yourself to the fans?
포커페이스에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 최세한이라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm Chiseon,
네, 반갑습니다.
DPS for
자, 우리
PokerFace.
포커페이스 팀 드디어 첫 승리를 정립했습니다. 자, 이제 기지개를 펴는 건가 기대가 되는데요. 오늘 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
So your first win of the season, how do you feel?
어제 지고 나서 저희 팀원들 다 같이 새벽 5시까지 영상 보면서 다시 오늘 경기
So
준비했거든요.
after we lost to Crazy Raccoon yesterday, we stayed up until 5 a.m. today to watch what went wrong, and I think it really paid off.
그 순간만큼은 F였습니다.
야,
So usually in MBTIs, I'm usually the T, which is kind of like for logical people, but today I was the F, which is the emotional type person.
팀원들께 영상 메시지 한번 부탁드릴게요.
So any video message to your teammates?
어린 애들이 말 잘 따져서 고맙고 재우랑 심플이는 말 좀 더 잘 들어야 될 것 같아요.
Thank you for following me well, but for Jeo, you need to work on a little bit more on the following me front.
너무 좋았는데요. 오늘 전반적으로 좀 어땠나요?
오늘 1, 2세트까지는
So general impression on the game today?
3세트 때 너무 노골적으로 저만 노리는 게 아닌가 싶어서
I mean, it was okay, but on map 3, I think it was kind of clear that they targeted me, like singled me out. But overall, it was okay.
자, 이 이유가 있습니다. 또 만장일치로 POTM에 오늘 선정이 되셨어요.
So you were unanimously voted for player of the match today.
8월의 최세아는 다르다 이렇게도 적어주시기도 했거든요. 그만큼 요즘 본인의 폼
So
어떤가요?
how do you rate your own form currently?
그래도 시즌 준비를 남들보다는 더 열심히 준비한 것 같아서 또 그거에 대한 어떻게 보면
I think I
보답을 받는 것
prepared
같아서
relatively well for
동기부여도 많이
during the
되고요.
off season, and I
또
think
이제
it's kind of
제가
paying off right
해왔던
now.
방식들이 틀리지 않았구나.
And
그런
it
거를
also
조금
gives me
느끼는
confidence
요즘인 것
that
같습니다.
I wasn't wrong in my
그만큼
preparations during
응원해주시는
before the season.
팬분들이 있었지 않기 때문이지 않나 싶습니다. 자, 오늘 좀 치어풀의 최세환 선수의 이름이 굉장히 많이 보이는데요. 팬분들께
We're
세레머니를
seeing your
부탁드릴게요.
name a
첫
lot
부차는
and the
필수입니다.
cheer signs here. Can you say anything to the fans?
세이머니.
자, 보고 싶은 세레머니 있나요?
Any ceremonies?
어떤 거요?
고르시면 됩니다.
어떤 거요? 포켓몬들 제가 사실
The Pokemon
그런
dance?
SNS 잘 하질 않아가지고.
그럼
He doesn't know the
마라탕으로는
Pokemon
아시지
dance?
않을까요?
아니요 그것도 잘 모르긴.
아, 그럼 삐끼삐끼로 가도록 하겠습니다.
삐끼삐끼도 잘 모르는데.
So the fans are asking
자,
him to do some
이러시면 안
dances. He
됩니다.
doesn't know
자,
any
Just
of them.
pretend to be
가도록
Pikachu.
하겠습니다.
Come on.
근데 진짜 많이 안 봐가지고
That's
잘
what I would
모르긴
do.
하는데 느낌만 살려보겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 시작하겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷.
I have no idea what that dance is, so it's
네,
untranslatable.
가시면 안
But
돼요. 이리 오세요. 네.
there you go.
자, 지금까지 최세환 선수의
We already
삐끼삐끼와
identified to everyone earlier. We're just too old to know what's going on.
축하드리면서 이제 보내드리도록 할게요. 자, 다음 경기는
I think that might be the end of the interview.
Yep.
I thought she was about to ask him about his next match, but actually she was talking to us about our next match, which is the one that's at the bottom right of the screen.
Yeah, that's Fnatic versus Crazy Raccoon. So after a short break, we'll be back with arguably the most exciting match of the day. So don't go anywhere.
모든 사람한테 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠? 아니. 와, 미쳤다.
이거 하나 안 보세요? 똑같은 보수가 나오면 저희가
드실까요? 이거 할게요.
right, welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are finally approaching our third and final match of the day, and this is going to be exciting, Wolf.
The big one.
The big one. The rebranded Team Derby.
That's
Well,
right.
I mean, well, yes, Derby, but yeah, still.
Yeah, you know, whatever. It could be a derby.
Mhm.
Fnatic, formerly Yeti,
Mhm.
up against Crazy Raccoon, formerly Whack from last season. We knew about the announcement of Crazy Raccoon, but they weren't able to rebrand during the tournament due to the rules and stuff like that. But they're back, and they're about to play against each other in a best of 5, which is super sick. Fnatic really underperforming at Esports World Cup. I think this is something that, as a Korean Overwatch caster and a viewer in Korea staying up late to watch Fnatic and cheer for them, because I was cheering and rooting for, of course, all 4 Korean teams at Esports World Cup. I was pretty disappointed with their performance. I think they were really disappointed with their performance.
Yep.
We talk about this in the context of Korean esports dominance overseas. You have, when you're one of the Korean representatives, you have a huge weight on your shoulders to perform. And I think Fnatic didn't have a horrible season or a horrible tournament by any means, but they lost to a lot of teams you wouldn't expect. They went 1 and 2 in groups. They lost to ENCE in top 8. They ended up being knocked out and were a top 8 final finish. They've since tweaked their roster a little bit.
Yep.
And there's a lot of really interesting discussion points about this. I think Checkmate has a ton of fans. I feel like he's one of the most hyped players coming into Stage 2 here. But for me, I'm not ready to buy into the hype just yet. I think he still needs to gel with this roster. I think he needs a lot more experience. And if you watched me in Stage 1, you know I was a big Viper fan. He's no longer on this roster. I thought he was one of the big points in Yeti. And we'll see how they perform without him. It's Crazy Raccoon, the kings of the Overwatch world.
Right now, I mean, it doesn't look like there is a team that can even kind of contest to the level of Crazy Raccoon. Yes, they were runner-ups in OWCS Korea, but as time flowed, and it went to the Asia stages and to the Esports World Cup stage, they were dominant, and it wasn't even close.
It wasn't close. You know, really having only a bit of a hiccup when it came to facing the Falcons, dropping a map there, but otherwise a very dominant performance. You look back at Dallas, you know, they only were able to... Korea only lost to Korea in that tournament, right?
Yep.
Here's the lineup for Fnatic. So they kind of trimmed it down. Checkmate's, again, the big hyped player for, I think, most people in this new roster with Knife. But for me, it's that old HaeJeokDan Izayaki support duo. That is what gets me hyped. You put these two players together, they have in the past been some of the strongest support players together we have ever seen.
Yep.
And putting these two players into what's already basically a super team means Fnatic, I feel, is a real contender to potentially take the title this time. I feel like when they were Yeti last season, it felt like they were the fun top 4 team. They played unique comps, but you never felt like they were going to be the dominant team. They were always the dark horse. Maybe Fnatic can change the narrative this time around.
Yeah, the talent is there, and the meta also kind of favors them right now, so it's going to be very interesting. If they just have that right push, they might be able to reach the levels of Crazy Raccoon that is being introduced right here. Lip, Hisang, already terrifying names in the DPS world here. Junbin on the tank, Max also on the bench, but I mean, not bench because he's bad. It's just because they're both so good, and also like strategic variety also exists here. And Chorong and Shu, I would say that the backline is just untouchable on the side of Crazy Raccoon here.
Crazy Raccoon have such a great backline. Shu and Field are always vying for who's the best flex support, who's the best Ana. Shu picking up player of the match in their dominant 3-0 against Poker Face yesterday, looking very good. And we'll hear from the teams now.
Yep, and wondering who's going to come out for
네,
other
오늘의
teams.
마지막 경기죠. OWCS 스테이지 1에서 최강팀이었던 두 팀이 만났습니다. 크레이지 라쿤과 프나틱의 경기가 준비 중인데요. 자, 그렇다면 경기 시작 전에 각 팀의 대표분들 한 분씩 만나 뵙고 인터뷰
Alright, we're going to
진행하도록
talk to the
하겠습니다.
representative of
먼저
each team.
프나틱 팀 자기소개 부탁드려요.
First up, Fnatic.
프나틱에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 체크메이트라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm
네,
Checkmate,
체크메이트
DPS
선수
for Fnatic.
반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 크레이지 라쿤 팀도 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
And the representative from Crazy Raccoon. Hello, I'm Charles from
네,
Crazy
초롱
Raccoon.
선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 초롱 선수 상대는 스테이지 1에서 크레이지 라쿤 팀의 연승을 끊어냈던 Fnatic 팀입니다.
Well,
자,
first
이번
up,
대회 무슨
Charles,
세트를 목표로 하고 있다고
Fnatic,
들었는데
formerly of Yeti,
어떻게 오늘
did
승리 이어갈 수
stop
있을까요?
your win streak
당연하죠.
before.
왜냐면
Do you have confidence that you can keep the win streak going this time?
지금은 또 다르니까.
Well, I mean,
내가
Crazy
한번
Raccoon
끊어보겠습니다.
then and Crazy Raccoon right now are two different teams, so I think we're confident enough to keep our win streak going.
자, Fnatic 팀 오늘 상대 좀 강력한 크레이지 라쿤 팀을 만났잖아요. 자, 사전 인터뷰에서 크레이지 라쿤 팀이 강력한 라이벌로
And
Fnatic 팀을
you're going
꼽기도
against Crazy
했어요.
Raccoon, which is a really strong team, and also in the interview you said that Crazy Raccoon is a very strong rival. How do you feel about going against them today?
현재 최대 고점이라 생각하는데 이제 떨어질 일만 남지 않았나.
So, I mean, I think Crazy Raccoon are at their peak and we haven't reached our peak yet, so Crazy Raccoon only can go downwards while we can only go upwards, so I think the trajectory will be caught soon.
적으로 만나니까 좀 신나기도 하고 네, 재밌을 것 같아요.
I think it's going to be fun meeting former teammates also, so it's also going to be interesting in that front as well.
승훈 형 진짜 잘했는데 상대 팀을 한번 맛봐보겠습니다.
I mean, I really enjoyed playing with Checkman, and I think he's a really good player, former teammate, but it'll be fun going against him today.
감독님, 코치님께 잘하고 오겠다 한마디 부탁드립니다.
All right, any words of resolve to your coaching staff?
이기도록 하겠습니다.
Well,
네,
simple.
오늘
I'll
경기
just win.
파이팅 넘치게 임하겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면 초롱 선수는요?
What about you,
3대0
Charles?
내고 빨리 갑시다.
All right, I just want to go home quickly. I'll make this a 3-0.
간결하게 3대 0으로 끝내고 다들 막차 끊기기 전에 보내드리겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요.
저희 3대0 맞죠?
But 3-0 in favor of us, right?
자, 주어를 잘 정해야 됩니다. 자, 그러면 지금부터 그 주어를 정하러 떠나볼 텐데요. 자, 마지막 경기 많은 기대 부탁드리면서 첫 번째 경기 맵 세트
All right,
확인해보시죠.
that's going to be an interview for both representatives. Also, once again, the spice is there, Wolf.
Samoa will be the starting map again, 3 for 3 here. Yeah, you know, in traditional interviews outside of Korea, the host will hold the mic and then take it away when their time to speak is over. But in Korea, you actually continue to hold the mic, which has created some very interesting situations in interviews in the past. However, it does allow you to have one final word, and I thought that was really fun from Checkmate there to say, to kind of just interject the host and be like, you mean a 3-0 for us, right? Very rare to see that actually in Korean interviews, but because you still have that mic in your hand, you still have that one chance to say some words before it's cut off, and I like that Checkmate was being confident. Now, Fnatic did come off of a loss, right? They did end up losing out yesterday, and it was a close match, right? Zeta looked like they were maybe going to 3-0, but Fnatic looked really tenacious. They held on, had some really good defenses, and I feel like that kind of mental fortitude going into the tournament this early after having a really rough EWC is a big boon for Fnatic. It's a good sign that they were down but not out, right? Bringing it to 5 was pretty massive.
Yep. And I guess the only concern for me for Fnatic here is that during those 5 maps that were played yesterday, we've also discussed this pre-match.
Sure.
During those map wins, they looked like they actually are a top 2 contender. Like that, to the levels of actually Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon that they're going against right now. But once with the 3 maps that they lost, they looked like they could actually lose against some random teams. Like not even like to the levels of Zeta Division, but even like, wait, can this team actually beat this team that's like way lower in the standings? Like that's kind of like a concern. So consistency may be an issue here for this team.
That was a similar issue that Yeti had last season. So, you know, obviously there's some different parts to this roster here for Fnatic. As one of the most legacy esports orgs that you will ever see, one of the most storied esports orgs in esports history, has a great story, or rather a great history in FPS games in particular. So both of these players saying, I'm also the lead character today.
Oh, but Izayaki and Charles, I mean, these are all really big names, even in the Overwatch League era, so.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when, I think it was a while ago now when Izayaki was like, yeah, I'm going to step down, I'm going to take a break from play. Looks like maybe he wasn't going to come back. He comes back in a big way. And now here with HaeJeokDan as a support lineup, make sure that, you know, we get that cover back on there. There you go. Hopefully he doesn't have a mic issue here. But anyways, I feel like that's the big storyline for me. The problem for Fnatic is you have an amazing support line. The enemy team support line is arguably the best in the world. So you've got a strong one. They probably have the best one.
Yes, it's going to be a challenge for also the back line. Not just the back line, though. Like it also applies to the entirety of the Fnatic roster. Like I said, the talent is there. The just problem is the team that they're going against is just world class. They're world champions, not world class. They're world premier talent, which is, wow. I am also curious about the compositions. Was genuinely impressed with Donghak's Winston, because prior to this season, we usually thought that Donghak, kind of like a ball, not one trick, but like ball main with a few other options on board. But his Winston looked genuinely okay yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like Donghak's evolved quite a bit this year, and his hero pool grew. You know, he was forced to play a lot of Orisa, which was very uncomfortable for him at times, but I feel like he even kind of came into that. So we'll see. No losing, it says for Crazy Raccoon. It's not an objection in this case. Big Ace Attorney fan there in the audience. You love to see it. I think that going into this series, everyone's expectations is Crazy Raccoon win. I think a lot of expectations are maybe 3-0, 3-1. But I would not count Fnatic out. They have their own unique read on this meta. And again, I feel like I'm a checkmate skeptic, but I do think that on his best days, on his best games, on the highs he hits, he could be one of the best DPS players in this tournament. The question is, how often does he hit those highs? And against a tough opponent like Crazy Raccoon, will he be able to reach them, or will he just be outplayed? Lip is insane. Everybody knows it. Everybody's scared of him. It's a very, very tall order to get the upset win today. But we talked about earlier about how some teams are the points you're expected to get, the ones that you really need to get. Like we saw earlier, Poker Face, okay, you got to get this win over Vesta Crew. You can't drop that one. You only get that one chance. If you're able to take this win over Crazy Raccoon, very few teams could say they could get that. That really helps you bounce back from the loss yesterday.
Yeah, and especially because Fnatic lost to Zeta Division, that everyone thought that they would compete with third place, and now that they lost that match against Zeta, it's kind of like not common knowledge, but the anticipation is that, okay, now that Zeta Division 1 beat Fnatic, they're going to be third, Fnatic's going to be fourth, but if Fnatic can kind of mix it up by taking a win off Crazy Raccoon, then this season's going to get a lot more interesting.
Yeah. I really do feel like Yeti, the identity of that team is still in Fnatic. They're crazy, unpredictable, very much a team that can upset some of the best. But I think that's not the identity that Fnatic wants for this roster. That's not the identity the players want. They don't want to be the crazy fun team that Kingslays from time to time. They want to be renowned as, I am Fnatic, this is our roster, we're actually going to be able to take on our best day the best teams out. And they're looking for their best day today. As we'll give you guys an update. We were a little bit delayed because Fnatic had an audio issue, and then Lip also had a monitor issue. So those two issues are being resolved at the moment.
Yep, and in the meantime, we're going to look at cheer signs here. And
Or not.
Or not, yes. I just, I was reading through them. I believe it was some Crazy Raccoon fans. But, yep, we're back to Fnatic. And let's just talk about, well, the Shanghai Dragons reunion. How, like, HaeJeokDan and Izaki, like, yes, HaeJeokDan is known more for his Lucio play, but he's also a very, very impressive Brig as well.
Yeah, I think HaeJeokDan, obviously known for his environmental kills, and like Violet, often known for getting Ajaxed, getting picked at the beginning of fights because he's playing very aggressively, does have a somewhat double-edged sword type of playstyle. Izayaki, on the other hand, is just solid. And the thing I've always thought about Izayaki is that he has a massive hero pool. Like, he can play legit anything. And before we had the 2-2-2 lock, he would swap to Widow every now and then and save the game. He's just so versatile. And if they can calm HaeJeokDan down, you don't always have to, like, completely chain down his playstyle and be like, no craziness. But if they can kind of keep him on a leash, so to speak, I do think this is a huge upgrade over the previous support line for Yeti. So I'm really looking at this to be, yes, it's a tough matchup today because you're playing against Shu and Chorong, but I do think that this is an angle where if you support your tank well, we see Donghak play his best game, an upset could happen. We already talked about how in the first series it was very unlikely for HaeJeokDan to actually take even a map off of Falcons. They did, and they had competitive maps after that. It was actually a very close series, more close than the 3-1 scoreline shows. We could have a similar story here. I think Fnatic's defense, in particular yesterday, was what impressed me the most. We'll see if they take us to Dorado again, what sort of gameplay we're going to be looking at, because I think that was a very impressive showing despite the loss.
All right, that I do have to mention that cheer sign that, well, unofficial. This is not confirmed by any means, but it does say that Blizzard changed Doofus' name to Donghak.
Yeah, bit of a report coming in on that one. We'll have to see if they can verify that for us. I'll have to go to Overwatch.com, playoverwatch.com, and check it out myself, or the Overwatch Wikia page. Which I did visit today to remember that Venture Ultimate is called Tectonic Shock.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I called it that every time, because I wrote it on my paper. It's not because I am just like so crazily like I have to say every ability name right. Sometimes you just say old, and I'll probably say old from now on. But today I said Tectonic Shock. Will we see any Venture in this series? Maybe. Maybe it'll be better supported.
I don't know, because both teams kind of like to, I don't know, maybe Crazy Raccoon can, because Hisang has played some Venture during the Esports World Cup, I think in Midtown, right? But for Fnatic, especially if they're going to stick with just the Winston composition, Winston slash any ball kind of variations, I don't see the Venture coming unless they have something like really prepared, like the Circuit Royale one.
What's ironic about Winston is you instantly think dive when you think about Winston. If you've been watching Overwatch since Overwatch 1 and since the old days, you're like, okay, Winston, Tracer, Genji, Ana, Lucio, it's a dive comp, right? But then you look at how Winston's played in modern day, and yeah, there's a Tracer there, but it's buying space actually for your long-range hit scan. And then the other team is like, oh, we've got a Winston, but we actually have a Cassidy because we need to kill the enemy Winston. Like, Winston just makes the game about him, and the DPS are trying to kill the Winston. The supports are trying to sleep the Winston. They're trying to keep their Winston alive. And you know what? We saw it in our first series, and I think we're going to see it in this one. I think it is going to be Winston all the way. Maps pending, of course, as we might go to a Sigma map here or there, but I feel like it's going to be all Winston, all series. He's just really good. He's very strong, and the changes to tank make him even better.
Yep. It looks like the staff is addressing Lip's issue here. Hopefully, it will get resolved very quickly. I mean, I guess it's a settings issue.
A monitor issue of some kind, maybe a refresh rate thing.
I mean, because at that exact spot, teams did play 2 series. Like,
I think maybe Lip just needs to, he needs to splash some water on his face, because in my experience, the Odyssey G4 monitor has never had an issue. It has never failed. It has never had any problems. He needs to check his cables, okay.
Or maybe he's just too tall.
Yeah, that could be it. He's looking at the monitor at a weird angle because it's too far above it. They got to adjust the height on that one, which you can also do on your G4 monitor. There's a Coach Moon sign here saying Coach Moon is the best. He's also got the Dragons, or she's rather got the Dragons jersey there, because he was also a Dragons coach.
This goes Shanghai Dragons all the way, because I'm not sure if a lot of people know, Fnatic is being coached by Fleta.
Yeah, so you've got Fleta, Izayaki, Lee Jae-gon, Lip, Moon. Who else am I missing?
Nobody.
Is that it?
Checkmate.
Checkmate. There you go. Boom.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think those are all the Shanghai players that we do have.
Yeah, so
But
Shanghai
still, a lot of
alumni.
Shanghai's representation here.
So a lot of Shanghai fans from the Overwatch League era would probably be kind of very split in who to support here. But, I mean, man, I just want the games to start.
I think that we'll be having that momentarily. If you guys can tell, we're on camera here, and I'm looking down at the monitor. I'm looking at you, and then I'm looking at you guys at home. That means that we're filling a little bit of time. We did a lot of storyline discussion, composition discussion, map discussion. Who are you maining in Overwatch right now?
Me, usually I was an Ana main. Like when I really played Overwatch a lot, and then I went to the Zen because I wanted to clip heads every now and then. But I mean, I don't play as much as I did when I was younger, but of course life took its toll on me. But
so when you play Ana and you play Zen,
Mhm.
and then you go and watch, Fielder and Shu play, does it inspire you or does it depress you? Do you watch the game and go like, oh man, I'm nowhere near as good as them? Or you go like, oh, I'm almost as good as them. I could do what they can do.
I think it is the latter because I feel that I admire the play, and then it just hits that I'm never gonna hit that level of play. But I do have an update for you guys. We are going to actually take a short break to address the tech issues, and we will be bringing you back with the most hype match of today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back really soon.
끝입니다. 끝. 무슨 사람한테 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠? 아니. 와, 미쳤다.
이거 하면 안 되세요? 똑같은 보스가 나오면 저희가 생각해보고 드실까요? 이거 할게요.
모든 사람한테 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠? 와, 미쳤다.
이거 하면 안 되세요? 똑같은 모드가 나오면 저희가 좀 생각해볼 수 있을까요? 이거 할게요.
기쁘게.
입니다. 프나틱 탱커 동학입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러 맡고 있는 체크메이트입니다.
프나틱에서 서블러를 맡고 있는 이재키입니다.
사실 저는 한국이랑 외국이랑 크게 차이는 없다고 생각해서 늘 하던 대로 열심히 하지만 그래도 관객분들이 한국 분들이다 보니까 좀 더 파이팅을 잘 받아서 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
한국에서 대화할 수 있는 계기로 한국 팬들을 만날 수 있으니까 그거를 이제 목표 삼아서 제가 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
좀 늙었고요. 좀 못해진 것 같고요. 저도 포함이고 이제 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였기 때문에 이제 앞으로 이제 남은 길은 더 열심히 해서 유종의 미를 좀 거둬야지 않나.
저는 저를 눈여겨보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 히트 스캔을 주로 안 했다가 이번 연도부터 하기 시작했는데 다른 메인들 선수보다도 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 눈여겨보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 전 제가 1등이라 생각합니다.
솔직히 피어리스 없는 제타는 그렇게 무섭지 않은 것 같다고 생각합니다.
제타 쪽은 좀 느린 조합이라 좀 대회에서 좀 힘들 텐데 저희가 대회에선 또 빠른 조합이 잘 먹히기 때문에 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
잘하면은 될 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이번에는 더 열심히 해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저는 이번이 좀 마지막 대회일 수도 있다는 생각이 들어서 마지막까지 좀 후회 없이 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
우승 아니면 의미가 없다 생각해서 우승하겠습니다.
재밌게 잘 해보겠습니다.
항상 팬분들이 있기에 선수가 존재한다고 생각을 해요. 만약에 팬분들이 없었다면 직업이나 선수들 자체도 없지 않나. 그래서 항상 찾아오고 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 너무 리스펙하고 너무 감사하다는 말 전하고 싶습니다.
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We've been on a lengthy break, but I mean the timer was at 6 minutes, but 6 minutes be damned, we are ready for the match.
6 minutes go by just so fast, in the blink of an eye. It's crazy. So we're on camera here, which means we're not going just yet, but we're doing some very final checks. So Lips had his PC swapped. He did all of his settings, or is finalizing his settings. So once he's done with that, then we're going to go on to Samoa. And we're going to play some Overwatch.
Yep.
And by play, I mean watch and cast, because we're not going to be playing, but they will.
You weren't playing?
I mean, I'm not going to play during the cast.
Yeah.
I mean, I have cast while playing Overwatch on the side, but it's quite tricky, you know, when I can't comm with my team.
I thought you were behind. I thought you were the guy behind Lip and like doing all the clicking.
I hacked my iPad that I have right here to actually install Windows and put Overwatch on it, and I do actually occasionally play Overwatch on the touchscreen while I'm casting. It really makes my co-cast a little bit upset.
Playing Adventure.
Yeah, it's kind of. I know it does get people a little bit annoyed. Like my co-cast is always like, "Hey, can you like pay attention?" I'm like, "Hold on, I got to drop my Graviton Surge into this team fight." But yeah, in this case, we're not going to be playing Overwatch. We'll be watching and casting the players who are on stage who will be playing Overwatch shortly. Fnatic and Crazy Raccoon. If you're just joining us or just coming back because you were like confused about what's going on. We had a little pause, but it should be.
I am hearing
ready.
that the issue itself is resolved, and we're getting final checks from the players. I mean, being on a team, having been on a team, like when these kind of things happen, usually we would expect players to behave well and be in the lobby, but once these kind of things happen, everyone goes to the shooting range and then they never come back to the lobby. So probably like I guess Comp Ops is coming fetching the players one by one.
Players go to the bathroom,
they
go to the restroom, and by restroom I mean like a room where they rest and chill. They're like on the couch being like, as soon as it's finished, come get me. But then like somebody goes to get him, but then he's in the bathroom. But which bathroom was he in? Because there's like 3 bathrooms he could be in.
So when he hasn't returned, so I'm going to the bathroom now.
Exactly. Yeah. So
kind of stuff.
Okay, Lips on his way back, but like hold on, I'm gonna go. Yeah, it does. Esports.
Oh, okay, but
all 10 players are here.
Yeah, no bathrooms.
The refs are here. Mice and Lip is still adjusting things, but Lip is one of the FPS players who likes to put the monitor very close to the face.
Yep, I mean, if it's in the camera, like that's how close it is. But I think a lot of I think it's something DPS players kind of do sometimes.
Yes, it's very common. You know, Counter-Strike players do it, Valorant players do it. A lot of Overwatch pros, not just Lip, have their monitor pretty close. Like, Lip's monitor is not that close. Okay, the dubstep button, it's happening!
And ladies and gentlemen, finally, we present you Samoa. All right, that was the fan chant for both teams, Fnatic and Crazy Raccoon. I'm very eager to see what they have in store for the compositions here, Wolf.
Likewise, look at that. How could we have known? Winston? The Winston. But there's a bit of a difference in the support line as Chorong will be playing the Hilari, as HaeJeokDan will be trying to take a more defensive Brigitte setup. Otherwise, DPS is matching the Ashe Tracer. Here comes the neutral fight. This is where it all goes down.
Flip on that Ashe. He has been showing a lot of awesome moments with that Ashe already, and it's just the second day. And Shu, always reliable with that Ana pick. Not a lot of action so far. Donghak diving. Well, I mean, both Winston's diving in. Oh, he's not taking down Jetme. That's a start. He's not very low, but it looks like he will be able to survive the aggression. With Shu taking down HaeJeokDan, so this is going to be early teamfight win for the side of Crazy Raccoon. This is also going to be early point register for the side of Crazy Raccoon as well.
One small thing, Donghak went in first, and the team didn't actually follow up, so he actually tossed his barrier down early, lost it was broken, and then he took a ton of damage. And then Junbin actually had a more relevant barrier. Look at the difference in ult charge between these two. A lot of that's from the cleanup from Junbin, but he had a much more impactful dive. Allowed his supports to actually help out the DPS in terms of setting up those picks. Both Ana's sitting at 70%. And that is the race to Nano. The race to Primal, less valuable here, I feel, but Junbin does have that one first. They have point control as well as Hisang looks for the backline. Dueling checkmate.
Yep, and it looks like it's just going to be standardized until both teams are probably just waiting for the Nano to be there. But hey, Donghak actually takes down Lip in the process. This is going to be huge. Yes, he does fall asleep, but checkmate takes care of Shu. So this is a huge numbers advantage for the side of Fnatic.
Should be a flip to come through. Izayaki wins the race to Nano. Also is able to hit that big purple as Donghak goes in. Donghak should be fine here. Has the assistance of Izayaki once again.
The concerning
Flip's
thing
delayed,
is that
though.
the flip hasn't come in yet. It's actually a significant difference now because it's 70%. This may mean that one team fight lost. I mean, not just one, but it might make a huge difference when it comes to the overtime fights here.
Checkmate picks up the kill onto Shu there with Donghak. So that's actually pretty huge in terms of the stagger. That's no Nano for this fight. So that should help alleviate some of that difference in percentage you were talking about.
Oh, Crazy Raccoon, they want to break out of this blockade really quickly and is using the Iliari ult there, but still is not gonna stop Fnatic from winning these team fights.
Is Chorong swapping, or what was that? That was, I would call that laissez-faire at best. It was very much a great, okay, he is gonna swap, because Crazy Raccoon kind of just continued to fight even though they had no business doing so, did not have a favorable position with Shu getting picked there, and did not regroup. So a lot of that percentage now almost equalized here. Izayaki also has Nano.
Knife with a good bomb. And HaeJeokDan purple, but is going to survive at the moment with that rally. Izayaki going to target that Nano to Donghak. Donghak looking for targets, however, not finding some lethal damage here. He is actually going to be antied and has to leap back.
Okay.
Oh, they're actually going to give the flip up here.
They do give the flip up, actually. Very respectful play from Fnatic, but need to actually now collapse in and punish.
Junbin has to pop the Primal Rage to survive. The Sleep Dart not connecting. So this means Junbin can wreak havoc on the backline of Fnatic. HaeJeokDan still holding on there, not for long though. So it's just going to be Izayaki that is going to have to keep Fnatic healthy. Checkmate. Great purple from Shu over there. So this is going to be yet another teamfight win for the side of Crazy Raccoon. This is going to be really, I think Fnatic, well, they kind of made that flip a little bit too late. So that percentage difference that I talked about early on kind of made the difference.
It did make a difference, and also Izayaki had a nice sleep, and then they thought, okay, we should go, we're going to nano. They nanoed early, but didn't actually win the fight. And then when Crazy Raccoon had the primal advantage, they were unable to punish. Like, they forced Junbin to primal, but then they turned that into a win. I think Fnatic couldn't figure out how to utilize that advantage. They had that small window there. I think Izayaki had a fantastic sleep. They saw blood in the water, they went for it. But ultimately, it wasn't the right time to do so. Lip was going to tease the Venture, which I don't think he was going to play. Now teasing the Mei, which I also don't think he's going to play. Okay, wait a minute. The more this becomes, like, but each piece is less memey and actually looks real, it's actually just going to be a Mauga comp. Junbin is very good at Mauga.
Yep.
And we saw this from them a lot in Stage 1.
So this is more like a brawling composition.
Burst damage with dive, with a very annoying front line that has buffed lifesteal on this patch.
On Lip, on the Cassidy. Like, so guns blazing. So I'm just going to call this guns blazing because they are actually just shooting at people and just taking them out one by one.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, I think, to Fnatic, because obviously you don't have advance warning about what the comp is. When you see that Mauga coming through, you have to react very quickly. They're going to actually match it themselves now. Crazy Raccoon don't get a huge ult advantage off of this, but still, getting that first cap is huge, and to have that slight ultimate advantage. See what they can utilize with it as Fnatic now match. They put the Venture in as well, Knife on this pick, so a little bit more straight up dive here than what Crazy Raccoon have.
There goes the dive, the burrow into the Venture. They kind of cornered Crazy Raccoon, but Junbin kind of in a pinch, but the Immortality Field is there to save him for the moment. He's being healed up, and it's actually going to be Knife that falls first, and Shu follows up with the Amplification Matrix, so Lip is firing away, and Hisang is also following suit. HaeJeokDan just has to fall down, but Charo takes kill credit for that, so another clean teamfight win for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Often with new hero releases, there's a feeling of power creep, but I feel like Venture is in such a clear spot in this meta, and that's that their ability to close the gap is there. They have a great combo, but after they don't get the elim, there isn't much they can do, and then they have to wait out their cooldowns. They have some extra survivability with the shield. What a Genji has, though, no matter what, if you don't kill someone initially, it doesn't necessarily matter. If that first elim comes through, you get the resets, and it's just so snowbally, especially with this Cassidy's damage up. But here comes the rush from Izayaki.
Right, the Izayaki rush is there, but Donghak is very, very low. They need to keep them up, but Donghak goes down, so this is probably going to be another failed attempt for Fnatic to flip the point, and this is getting concerning now, Wolf, because it's at 78% and going. This is already last fight territory for Fnatic.
Here comes the Blade, looking for the Lucio.
Well, Lucio taken out, and jumping off. Wait a second. Wait a second. That didn't go as Crazy Raccoon thought it would be.
So, in defense of Crazy Raccoon's dive there, the concept of that dive was to take the fight off the point and kill DAEJEON, Ajax him basically, or force his sound barrier off the point so that they could kite back, use their sound barrier to win the fight on the point. They committed, you know, only really the Blade there, so it's not the end of the world. Now they have sound barrier advantage, but they're going to have to use it to defend Checkmate's ultimate here. I feel like definitely did not go as they planned.
Yep, and Crazy Raccoon, they know that they have to take the initiative in order to get something. Junbin traps Checkmate and Izayaki, so maybe the Blade is probably going to be irrelevant here. Checkmate falls with the Dragon Blade, and with 96% progress, if the flip happens, it's probably just going to be this round going towards Crazy Raccoon's way.
Yeah, that's basically it right there. Checkmate does have his Blade back, but can he close the gap? I think the answer is no. He's just gonna Arhan it, you know, slash some air, as we do end up giving the first map go over to Crazy Raccoon. Pretty straightforward, and I think if you're a Fnatic fan, it's a little bit concerning how clean the games were, or the rounds. Round one, definitely a little bit more back and forth, but round two, even with the complete whiff there of the Blade, they traded for a sound barrier. They had a sound barrier advantage, but you know what's better into a Dragon Blade than a sound barrier is killing the Genji before he Dragon Blades. And it was a really nice ultimate coming through there from Junbin, who ended up carrying that final fight.
Yep, I think Fnatic had their moments a little bit, but in the end, Crazy Raccoon, yes, they just kind of gave up control a few times where Fnatic just made their strong points, but in the end, it was the quality of Crazy Raccoon that just went through the entire map, and to be honest, it didn't even look close.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon or cautious, calculated, decisive Raccoon is really how, you know, I do wonder, because that was very well played in terms of the ult economy, and if they actually kill the enemy support, if they actually take down HaeJeokDan, when they go for that dive with the Blade and actually Ajax him and kill him instantly, then like they just win the map right there. It didn't work out, but like even that was a strong possibility. The dive was super clean. It's really on Izuyaki, or rather on HaeJeokDan's timing there and his reaction that saves the play and counters them. But a lesser Lucio just dies there and the map is over.
And, well, let's just kind of think about what this means right now, because clearly they didn't expect the Malga to come, and the big question is, does Fnatic have answers? They probably will have to figure that out when they kind of think about their map picks and comp selects as well, but we will figure that out after we have a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on our second map of our final series of the day. It was a very quick 2-0 win on Samoa on the side of Crazy Raccoon. My god, the map was shorter than the break!
Yeah, the map was much shorter than the break, actually. But Dorado, we're going there again. We did see Fnatic take us here yesterday. They had a decent showing on this until it came to defending C, where they were unfortunately a bit tunneled, and then C just kind of got captured, you know,
kind of for free.
Kind of for free. If you watched it yesterday, Hex was very critical of the defense there, but otherwise I thought the A and B defense was pretty solid from Fnatic. So perhaps, again, with how they're practicing and preparing, you have back-to-back matches. OWCS Korea's format is pretty unforgiving. Like, you have, boom, you got to prepare for a really tough team. Yesterday, You got a tough team today. Like, the strength of schedule here for Fnatic is actually kind of insane. When you imagine they face Zeta straight into Crazy Raccoon, they'll still have to face Falcons later. It is tough, but at least now you can take us to a map that you were working on for the series yesterday, a second time in a row. Maybe that strategy fares better here against Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, of course, and also they have some data to review on. Like, for yesterday, I think HaeJeokDan also mentioned that they stayed up until 5 a.m. to kind of do VOD reviews. Maybe it is also the case for Fnatic today, because like you said, Wolf, they weren't bad, they just had some last polishes that were missing. And I was really impressed with Donghak's Winston on Dorado specifically.
Yeah, and I thought in the first round of Samoa, he actually had a pretty good Winston as well. He and Jinbin trading blows. Donghak kind of overstaying the first fight, but otherwise he and Izayaki had a great game. Izayaki looks solid. You know, he's back, looks good. That's a big boon for Fnatic because you need the support line to perform, and I think they did. I mean, DAEJEON obviously dealing with the Blade play really well also. I think this team definitely can bounce back.
All right, let's see if they can actually do that. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Dorado. Alright, those were the fan cheers, and Fnatic. I do have a feeling that by choosing Dorado, they just want a full Winston. They want to force a Winston composition on both sides.
I think so, and you know, as is the meta, we will get it, we will have it, and we will, like I said before the series started, probably get it every time. We got Malga for a second, that was kind of fun, but it's back to Winston here. Dorado is a map with a lot of verticality, especially on A and B, so Winston is just so incredibly powerful there, can reposition. Pharah also on the defense, very strong. Checkmate has proven he's a very strong Pharah player, even when going back to EWC, when it wasn't banned, he was playing it incredibly well, so gonna get some early poke in.
Yep, Hisang swapping to Tracer as soon as Crazy Raccoon figured out what the Fnatic comp was. And I'm really interested to see that Chorom is opting to go with the Eliari, but Eliari be damned, Lip just had a very clean series of shots on Checkmate, and Hisang following suit by taking out a knife. So early defensive positions going on shambles on the side of Fnatic here.
And unfortunately, Pharah in this current iteration in Overwatch 2 doesn't get pocketed by Mercy, doesn't have any survivability. It's very difficult if you get caught and you're focused down. There's not much that your team can do for you. Pay no attention to the life lever at the top right. But if you get caught like that, this comp falls apart like a house of cards. You lose all of your high ground advantage, and A is essentially lost. As now Checkmate is forced back on this Tracer, doesn't want to recall, will heal up here instead, but this means that they actually lose control of the archway as well, as Crazy Raccoon get all of that from just one pick.
Yep, and this is going to be pretty much the realistic expectations. Wait a second, I was about to say that the realistic expectations was to just chip time off the timer, but it looks like Knife and Dog actually taking down a few names means that Crazy Raccoon has to go on a full reset. So this actually changed things because Fnatic can actually reassume control of the high ground, but Crazy Raccoon is going to commit the nano used and Jumpin taking down 2. Knife and Dog responds with taking down both supports on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
They do trade ultimates here, but this was definitely not my calculated, measured Crazy Raccoon or measured Raccoon I was talking about before. There's a little bit more on the Crazy Raccoon side as Jinbin is going to be forced to primal as well. Let's see what he can get with it. Gets Knife.
A second. Knife and Dog down. Yes, he's asleep, but he's a happy sleeping monkey, and then he just wakes up and just witnesses his teammate taking down Izayaki. And yes, it did take a little longer than expected. They had an unexpected turn of events, but in the end, they do cap A.
This is not the same strong defense that we saw from Fnatic yesterday. Crazy Raccoon just abusing them a little bit harder than we saw from Zeta. And the time bank is pretty massive here off of that first win in the fight, and then rolling that advantage forward here. Yeah, they lost the first.
The good stick on to Hisang. That was nasty.
I mean, he's looking for more too. Izayaki is going to have to hit a sleep here. He is going to have to give up this high ground. He might die anyways.
Oh, that was... Look at that tracking. That's so good.
Beautiful tracking even.
And then amongst all that, Lip is just doing Euro Kart Simulator.
Yeah, pretty much. As Junbin is just, he's like, yeah, there's some bad guys over here with me, but I'm going to go kill the squishies. Forces a recall out of checkmate, and they're just rolling this cart to B. Like, Fnatic need to regroup here. Rally's out, but DAEJEON is using it to survive, not to win his team a fight. He's the only one who gets the armor. It doesn't connect with anyone else. He's not close enough. It looks like Donghak will get a little bit of it here. Ultimately, actually, I think that's just his passive shield. Not the greatest rally we've ever seen.
Trading bobs here, and Charles is going to pop his own rally here, and this time it's actually going to give a lot of armor to his teammates, and well, it looks like it's not going to be contested for B. Wait a second. Donghak gets nanoed after conceding point and just dies.
Super uncoordinated defense here from Fnatic, and I have to give full credit to Junbin for splitting the team up, forcing the recall out of checkmate so he couldn't peel for DAEJEON, who then had to solo rally. I thought perhaps like he got a little bit of armor on the Donghak, but I think it was just Donghak getting a health pack and getting that armor back that tanks naturally have. So fortunately, he doesn't really get any value either. And then they commit their ultimate so late to the fight. Just a miscommunication. And Crazy Raccoon's time bank is pretty insane for Dorado standards here. See if they can finish the map in record time. Shu has the nano.
And this is more and more concerning. Like you said, Shu has the nano. Not only that, Junbin can also follow up with that Primal Rage, and Heesang with that beautiful stick on DAEJEON before can also replicate that performance here. Donghak probably has to pop the Primal if he wants to survive, and leaps back to the side of Crazy Raccoon, but not finding a lot of value as Lip is going to be nanoed. Heesang using that pulse bomb doesn't find a target. Health bar is low across the side of Fnatic, and the card is already in such a deep spot, Wolf.
Yeah, and Junbin has primal advantage here. Obviously, he's going to use it. He's going to keep them away from the cart here, completely zoning them. See what Lip can do on the follow-up. He's got his Bob coming soon, but he kills Donghak already.
All right, DAEJEON did pop the rally, but not for long.
That's just it.
Now, just Lip just wiping out the entirety of Fnatic, and Wolf, just Crazy Raccoons are just crazy, and they will be completing full pushing Dorado with more than 2.5 minutes on the time bank.
Yeah, I don't feel like, besides that first fight on Fountain, you know, after they lost the Archway, that was a really impressive fight from the side of Fnatic. But there was not a single moment otherwise for the rest of the map or before that moment on A where they had any modicum of control. And I think Junbin is absolutely crushing Donghak in the tank matchup. In terms of supports, I feel like we're seeing a good job from DAEJEON and Izayaki. But you watch some of these fights, like watch Lip in this moment, getting these headshots here, finding line of sight. When you have control in this chaos, everybody's tossing ultimates out willy-nilly, like DAEJEON's second poor rally of this game, but it's desperate because the game is over if he doesn't turn something around. Also, I want to mention Donghak, when he had to panic ult in that last fight, they ulted Lip to keep him alive. Shu ults him with the nano boost, and so he actually survives. It's not an ideal target to ult an Ashe with the nano boost because she isn't going to get that much value out of the damage necessarily. I mean, she can, but it's rare. But it's really It's really empowering when you get a Winston forcing the primal. Donghak makes a smart decision. He's like, well, I'm not just going to waste this to survive. I'm going to try to pressure Lip. And then Shu is just there instantly to keep him alive, wasting his primal completely. And they just have such an advantage from that point on. You're down primal, you're down your Winston, you have no control over the card. And now, arguably the strongest point of Dorado for defense is A, which Fnatic lost off the first fight because checkmate was picked. And now Crazy Raccoon are going to see how long they can make it last with double flex support here. The Zenyatta and the Wrecking Ball to come through, trying to burst down this Winston and get into the backline constantly. Junbin is going to be the main character here.
Yeah, I think this is just a show of confidence from Charong that they don't need the Brig to keep Donghak at bay. Also, Charong has been like traditionally classified as a main support, but I mean, he's been showing some great performances on the flex support role as well. And as I'm speaking, Knife was taken down.
And they're not done yet because no one can threaten Junbin. And he is just going to once again attack the backline. At least this time Brig is with Izayaki, so he should be relatively safe, but we'll see.
We'll see about safe. Well, I mean, he is safe for the time being. Yes, I guess, I mean, without DAEJEON, Izayaki would have been a dead out of there, but it's actually going to be Chorong who's going to be taken down.
Still, though, they need to do more. Fnatic need to push this advantage better than they have so far, as they still have really control of the cart. They haven't taken high ground control from Lip, who's just free-firing their fish in a barrel.
Yep, and Shu with a melee takes out Donghak. So this is going to be yet another stall on Fnatic's advance here. Knife almost taken down. It would have been a disaster if Knife was taken down, and then it was just stalled even further. Jumpin is antied, but doesn't seem very concerned with it with all those extra health.
Yeah, are so problematic here as he hits a big pile driver, sets up the shield, and they are just in a house. It was not on the cards for me today. It wasn't on my bingo card, as the young people say today, for Crazy Raccoon to dumpster Fnatic. Like, I was like, oh, this is the big match. This is the close one. I think Fnatic will make this close. And unfortunately, so far, it has not been close at all. And I mean, there's still a lot of Overwatch left to be played. It's not over by any means, but it's just a systematic crushing of this team over and over again. Let's see if HaeJeokDan can get value out of this Nano to maybe set up a Primal, but then who do you attack with this? They are so far back.
That was a huge pile driver. And then even though Heesang's pulse bomb does not find the intended target, still, look at where the card is. It's still just there. And DAEJEON Izayaki knife taking down. So this is even more time taking off the time bank. Yes, I mean, I just don't know what to say. Crazy Raccoon are just better right now.
I mean, Fnatic had like almost all of their ultimates for that fight as well. They didn't end up utilizing them. Izayaki had a massive bio grenade to save them from the pile driver, so that was great. But then they died to the follow-up once the heal was gone. And it's rough, man. Heesang has to recall. That was a close call here, but let's see what happens. Remember, they have Trance now as well, and if you can't get this high ground away from Crazy Raccoon, you can't win these fights. There's the Trance to rejoin his teammates.
Or get a better angle, I guess. Knife taking down once again. Well, I mean, at least this time, Bob takes the revenge on, but what an instant sleep from Shu. Yes, Shu does get taken down. Churl, recipient of the Nano, does not find that revenge. So maybe Fnatic finally get that progress.
They get to Fountain here. There will be one more fight for Crazy Raccoon as they regroup. Lip on the Echo here. Heesang.
Wait, Lip on the Echo.
Yeah, that's a rare one. That's definitely not normal, but it's going to be great for a last-minute contest here. This still does favor Fnatic, but let's see what they get done. Heesang should have his recall back available. Could look for a backline dive as HaeJeokDan ults early.
Early Nano onto Donghak. I mean,
trying to keep him out of the contest.
Maybe.
Optimistic. Still a chance here for Fnatic. As Jumish is buying so much time spinning to win.
But it looks like by the looks of it, wait.
That sleep is so critical, but it's not going to last forever.
Jumpin with that adaptive shields will be able...
He's got a minefield.
...to be healthy enough to get those health packs. And the contest was there for a minute, but, well, Fnatic finally get their foothold onto point A.
You know every Wrecking Ball player, including Junbin, for a split second was like, oh, he mines that. But he knows he probably ends up wasting his ultimate and they get the cap anyway, so he thinks better of it. But he had the angle. But Fnatic back on the board here. Not the greatest time bank, especially in comparison to Crazy Raccoons, but clutching it out in the end. Let's see if they can keep the momentum forward.
Being harassed by Junbin over there, so this is yet again another stall. Stall after stall after stall. And Shu also joining in the fun as he takes down Checkmate. This is just a festival for... Oh, and the icing on the cake. Another...
So they got A, but did they really? Because they don't have control of A, and the cart is still at A, and they didn't get through the secondary archway. They've got the ults coming online again, but that hasn't stopped Crazy Raccoon, who also, by the way, have a huge war chest in this one. This is just insane. I feel like Crazy Raccoon are playing fast and loose, and they still are just dominating. A minefield ready. Not going to use it, though. He doesn't need it.
He doesn't need it, and he's just casually just rolling in and out. In Fnatic's doorstep, Donghak just lost inside that room. He was close to a Primal, but even with that Primal, I mean...
Ooh, messed up this grapple. But he doesn't care.
Not relevant at this point.
He's like Samus in a Morph Ball right now. He just doesn't care, man. He's about to roll over and drop some Morph Ball bombs. Like, he's ready, man. He's waiting. He's just sitting there. He's like, I'm ground Wrecking Ball now. I'm not flying anymore.
Wait a second. That was insta-slept by Shu there. Jumpin takes down Izayaki once again. Izayaki not having... he's getting bullied by Jumpin and co here. Crazy Raccoon, they started using one of their ultimates. They're using their second ultimate, which is going to be Lips Duplicate. Chorong just kicks Donghak. Well, I mean, the kill credit was not the kick, but still kicks Donghak out of the sky.
I mean, we can almost call this a full hold. Like, they did technically capture A, but actually didn't control A for more than just a few moments, as Jimin still has his minefield. Lip gets taken out. It's almost like he's
having fun.
He just wants to mine the cart and say GG. Right?
Yep, I mean, that's the play. I mean, Donghak just like having a date out with Shu over there. I mean, at least they're getting a little progress, but overtime is ticking, and there is finally that minefield, and Hisang is going to be the recipient of the Nano, not a common recipient of, not a common target, but is going to use that to take down Izayaki. Hisang is taken down, but the cart is just left untouched, and this is going to be, I mean, I wouldn't call that a C9, but still, it was a dominant display.
It was dominant display from Crazy Raccoon start to finish. I feel like the only fights they lost because they were having too much fun. I think Fnatic had the really clutch fight on Fountain on the defensive A. And then there was the one fight that they won where they captured A themselves.
Yep.
But then they lost it right afterwards. The sleep that happened when when Donghak went for the primal, and he like got slept mid-air and then fell on the other side of the roof, meant that he was completely disconnected from where he wanted to be, and used his primal.
Kicked him in the face.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. I hate to say it, Unknown, and you kind of alluded to this before we came into the match, is like we talked about the development of Donghak. He's improved a lot, but it's Junbin on the other side, and even Max is a pretty good Winston player himself. I feel like the tank difference here, not only in their individual plays, especially on the second map, but also in the team coordination around the tanks, has just been night and day. And we saw Junbin play both the Winston and outclass him, and then the Wrecking Ball, and then get a larger impact than he was able to have. And I think this is not an issue you can solve going from map 2 to map 3, but it's definitely an issue that's going to continue to plague them for the remainder of the series, which is looking like might just be one more map.
Yep, that's, I mean, if this keeps up, I think that's definitely going to be a 3-0, a quick 3-0 at that, in favor of Crazy Raccoon. And I think this is just terrifying for the teams that are not just Fnatic, but also for the teams that will be having to go against Crazy Raccoon or against the entire season, because we've kind of like, we're joking on like Donghak and the other team members of Fnatic, but they had their bright moments and they did kind of look okay. They looked really, I mean, if they fix one or two issues, then they actually looked like they will be a contender, especially against that match against Zeta yesterday. But if like Crazy Raccoon, it's kind of like making them look like fools right now.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon is just making them look like they're not from this region. They're making them look like they're on a completely different tier. I hate to say that about Fnatic, right? They got this new lineup, great support line. Checkmate's still growing, I think, as a player, but very hyped up player. And they got a huge org behind them now. They had a poor performance at EWC, but I thought maybe this is a series where they can prove they can bounce back and tango with the best. But so far, I'm not, unfortunately, seeing any proof of that. Insanely tough schedule, right? Zeta into Crazy Raccoon back-to-back is tough, but we'll see if they can make something happen on Game 3, but I'm not going to predict it at this moment in time.
Yeah, well, we'll see after a short break. So let's see if this is going to be the final map or not. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on map 3 of the final series of the day. This, by the looks of it, may well be the last map of the night unless Fnatic finds an answer. We're going to a classic though. We're going to King's Row.
I love classic maps like Dorado and King's Row. We get 2 of them back to back. Some of the first maps ever introduced in competitive Overwatch. King's Row and Korean Overwatch go hand in hand. It has always been the most commonly picked hybrid map when it is available. As teams, especially teams with older rosters who've been playing for a long time, Overwatch has really been around like 8 years competitively. Some of these players have been playing for so long that it's just such a comfort pick. For Fnatic, maybe that's part of why they lock this one in. We'll see if they choose attack or defense first, because you get both the map pick and the side selection in this one as well. But if it's going to be Winston versus Winston, I just don't know if the map even matters with how these 2 tank players are playing right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, when we talked about Dorado, I did kind of think that Fnatic was trying to force Junbin into playing Winston and play the Winston v Winston game. And Junbin played that game for them. And the result, it was total, utter demolition of the entirety of Fnatic.
Yeah. It didn't go well. It didn't go that well on Samoa either. And I wonder if they have something special prepared for this. Maybe a dive comp. Because King's Row is also a classic dive map in the old days. One of the classic GOATS maps. But definitely do feel like right now it's just Winston versus Winston, Tracer comps, and Fnatic, they're a great team. They have an insane DPS lineup. You know, they don't have Viper anymore, but Checkmate, I feel like, has been serviceable on the Tracer, and that's actually rude to say. I shouldn't even say that. Like, serviceable is not fair. He's a really good Tracer player, but he's not making the same impacts as his opponents on the other side. And Lip is pulling out the Echo. Crazy Raccoon are having fun,
Yeah.
and they're still absolutely smashing. So forgive me, viewers, but I am very worried for Fnatic, and I hope that they can get some momentum back here. 2 map picks in a row. Maybe this one is better than their first.
All right, so that ShareSign is saying that the hamster doesn't lose, and then on the smaller text it says Junbin equals hamster. So, well, I mean, yes, he has looked very scary on the Hammond today.
Certainly has. But scarier than I think he should, considering some of the game states that we had. But Ham not lose is what that's.
Ham not lose.
Ham not lose. Like literally, Ham not lose. That's what it said. And you know, in that second game, he did not. So let's see what Fnatic have up the up the sleeve here, because you can see the players' faces. They're looking pretty dejected, pretty stressed out. And how could you not? It is a dire situation for them. Disappointing EWC performance. Would be rough to start off the season 0-2, especially when you were close in that 5th game to taking out Zeta yesterday. Now just getting pummeled by Crazy Raccoon. It gets easier from here until you face Falcons, but it gets easier from here. But you still want to at least put one dent, one chisel into Crazy Raccoon, and if they're going to do that, it has to start now.
Yeah, and also not to just mention that even if it gets easier and then Fnatic ends up getting a few wins, a lot of wins, and go into the playoffs, this is the team that you end up meeting way up there at the playoffs, also on the Asia stage, and hopefully if Fnatic can make it to Stockholm as well.
Yeah. Falcons is their last match of the season, so at least it gets easier for a while after this one.
Yep, so, but before that, we're going to King's Row. All right, the fan chants are there for the Fnatic fans. Hopefully not for the last time tonight. And
they did Lucio dirty. They put Lucio in concert up when neither team is running Lucio.
I mean, Lucio is busy doing the concert, so that kind of
you know what? That
his absence.
There you go. I like how you spot. That was smart. He's in concert. He's not in game. No sound barriers because he's doing them on the stage.
So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this time Knife is showing the Pharah. At least to start. Okay, not going to run that. I think that's pretty risky on attack. HeSong will be running it. They may match it after they scout the comp. They know now.
Oh wait, Knife. Whoa, wait, just a few seconds in, HeSong just obliterates Knife.
The thing about Symmetra teleporters is you can always know where they're going to be when they come out of the teleporter.
Unless it's a fake teleport, right? So
yeah, but if you do come out of the teleport for real, they know where you're going to be and they can focus you, and that's what happened. So unfortunately, that was it was a nice idea, but it does fall flat.
So matching composition from both sides. This time, Charong is going with the classic Brig instead of the Illari. Neutral fights, I guess it's going to be on the question of who's going to make those rockets connect and pressure space away.
And so far, great connections here for Checkmate. Just needs to stay alive as they are getting point pressure. He is wrapping around now.
DAEJEON needs to be very careful though. Very low. Knife also very low as well. Getting healed up. HeSong, actually Checkmate too, are very close to their barrages, respectively. Checkmate taking down Charles, so this may be an opening for the side of Fnatic to capture that point.
Yeah,
Shu
looking
also
good.
low. Doesn't have a brick to heal Shu up. Jumbin also, well, everyone on the side of Crazy Raccoon very low. Shu probably just gonna hold on to that nano.
He definitely should. Down he goes. Fnatic with some really good rocket angles, and even though Checkmate was blocked with a lot of his damage in the choke point there by Chorong, put up the Brig Shield, he was able to corral them away from the point. They get point pressure. That means HeSong has less agency. They focus him down, and then the rest of the team falls apart. So great play from Checkmate there. Even though HeSong had the ult advantage from that earlier pick, he ends up having the much better Pharah there.
Oh, Dohawk actually using the momentum to take down Churl, and HeSong also falls by the hands of Knife. Dohawk anti-nated and very low, but is probably
This
gonna be
is
safe enough.
Very bold tactic from Fnatic.
Oh, what a nice shot!
I mean, look at where they're fighting. They're basically fighting in spawn over here, way away from the point, as they leave one on cart and actually bring the fight to Crazy Raccoon. This is not a long-term fight win, but it buys a ton of space and free push. So actually pretty ult efficient here by Fnatic, only committing 2 ultimates to delay the return to the point by Crazy Raccoon. They can then use their respawn here. The problem is what you lose from this is control of this archway, and that's where things can get kind of nasty. But I do think it was a good idea there and very decisive by Fnatic. They can get back control of this archway. I think it'll absolutely be worth it. And looks like they will.
Well, now, if you look at the tools that Fnatic have, they have the Barrage, they have the Bob, they have the Rally as well. So if they play it out correctly, they still have the. It's not that they don't have the resources to have control, regain control of the cart. This is going to be up to execution. A good nade onto Knife, and is followed up by HeSong. So once again, Crazy Raccoon, yes, they did give up A little bit earlier. However, good coordination. Wait, Jumbin didn't get to press the Q button. Also, a huge nade once again from Shu. That monstrous nade just turned their fortunes around.
Crazy Raccoon really fortunate that that one is going to land, as Fnatic looked completely in control of the fight. Jumbin unable to Primal Rage, like you said, but they just clutch it out. Now they're about to have formerly Big 6, Big 5 ultimates here. And they can control the cart itself. Not going to opt to fight in the archway, want to fight on this corner instead, as Checkmate is going to get blasted out of the sky.
Izaki once again being victim of the Shu nade there. Shu nade's on point. Now Jumbin is now going to use that Primal Rage and is going to bully and push away members of Fnatic. Fnatic, like, yes, this fight was a little bit tragic, but Crazy Raccoons, once they lost Jumbin with that Primal Rage, I thought it was going to be Fnatic getting a lot of progress on that cart, but Shu,
and he still has his nano, so Jumbin without Primal. On defense, sometimes not having Primal doesn't matter as much, because the nano, you already have positional advantage, can get you so much time, and then you can set up with your defensive ult. Speaking of, HeSong unseen, doesn't actually go for the pulse, just kind of looks for harassment, not going to miss.
Oh, he's in a rough spot now, though.
Yeah, that was a pretty greedy move, and he almost got bashed. He avoided that, but he was not going to avoid his death.
Once again, though, Crazy Raccoon using their resources very efficiently and going to get another teamfight win. This time they did use quite a lot. They used the rally, they used the bob, they also used the pulse bomb, but more importantly, they will be having the nano. And for Checkmate, I think that he has been holding on to this barrage for quite a while now.
Yeah, he just, not because he can't, like, not because he doesn't know how to use it, just because he hasn't been able to find the opportunities to use it because Crazy Raccoon's defense has been so oppressive. And I mean, Shu just looking for a potential flank angle here.
Looking for a huge nade there. Izayaki is the target. He does go down. Yes, Checkmate is the recipient of the nano, but I mean, without Izayaki, there's not going to be enough sustain for a teamfight win. Once again, Checkmate does not opt to use the, oh, what a nice shot. And once again, like I said, Checkmate does not use the barrage once again. I'm not saying that it's his fault.
He just can't.
Yeah, he just can't.
I mean, they lost their Ana instantly at the beginning of the fight. Nano's out, but no value, and every time it seems like Fnatic get a kill, or it looks like, oh wow, they got a pick, like they're going to win this fight, they lose despite their advantages because the coordination for Crazy Raccoon has just been better. The punish plays have been insane, and even though they had a pretty decent timing, it's down to 30 seconds now, and they are nowhere near B.
Yeah, there is finally that barrage.
Right into a bubble.
Just taken down by Hisang, and now it's going to be Junbin. Yo, he's asleep in the air, but who cares? If Flip is going to be nanoed, and Junbin, after he takes a quick nab, he takes
another purple.
Another double anti-nade into the backline of Fnatic. This is just going to be curtains for Fnatic offense here.
What a dominant series this has been. Donghak is just going to high-five the cart as they will switch sides to defense. I almost am speechless, to be honest. There's a big purple, a little bit too late, I have to say, but it's just a gap across the board in terms of positions. Like, Checkmate, under so much pressure, it's hard for him to barrage. You brought that up several times, and I think it was a really good point because that's one of the big power points you have in this composition, but ends up using it just on a bubble. And this angle here from Shu, he's, by the way, that wasn't really risky or greedy because he waited. We saw him sit in the corridor there on the staircase, waits until his team can verify where everybody is, then goes for it. So he's not going to get caught by a tracer, super measured, finds the angle there, gets the wraparound. They just don't see it coming. They don't check their corners there because they're so tunneled and trying to make it through the archway that he ends up getting the bio that actually kills his opposing Ana. And that's just a win in the team fight. Even if they get a pick, it's just not winnable without the Ana with these compositions. The Ana's not supposed to die. It's very difficult to kill her. Even Ashe has a hard time picking her off. It's really the Winston to get in there, but then you have to sleep. So like the Ana generally gets to live really long in fights. That's why she builds nano so fast. But if you just get purpled and essentially one-shot, then the fight's over, you know? And it's not even like Fnatic are playing badly, but everyone on Crazy Raccoon is outclassing them.
Yep. I mean, like you said, Wolf, like, Checkmate was one of the reasons Fnatic got A in the first place, because remember those rockets connected by Checkmate, that was how Fnatic got the space that they needed to cap point A. But after that, and I mean, Shu, I mean, to be honest, there were some individual brilliant moments from all across Crazy Raccoon, but to be honest, Shu is overshadowing everyone in this map, at least in King's Row here.
Yeah. They do get purpled off the teleporter as it's punished by Fnatic, just like Crazy Raccoon punished it in the first attack, but they don't get any eliminations, unfortunately. As that's a questionable engage from Donghak.
Yeah, Donghak is just going to get fried.
Kind of puzzling there, as they're just losing control of this defense almost immediately.
Yep, and this is going to be a very quick point A cap, which is going to be concerning because they don't... The cart doesn't have a long way to go.
I love how the bubble is not used for the Winston, but just for the Pharah to continue to put chip damage in. They're like basically fighting Fnatic so far away from the point. They have this guarantee just putting chip damage in because he wants to get that barrage as soon as possible. He's a little bit behind Checkmate in that regard, but I don't think he really minds because his damage was more impactful, leading to limbs, not to ult charge. As, I mean, this is it. This is your series on the line for Fnatic. 5 minutes, the time bank, 5:20.
Yep.
You only get one loss in this team fight too, and that's basically donezo.
Yep, I mean, I think what Fnatic has to do is that get that nano, just use that single nano to just win that team fight, and then has have to kind of look for the future. Junbin is actually going to be the one that dives in with the nano first. Donghak also very low. Not getting that is a Yaki nano. Probably not in line of sight.
Yeah, not in LOS. Donghak just way disconnected from his team there, going for the dive, but without LOS there and not playing for the corner. Maybe some miscommunication or frustration within the squad right now, but that was definitely not what he wanted to do there.
This might be just it.
I think it's it. Like,
They
they get a rally,
and just
maybe?
like Shu just like driving in, and that is it.
That is one of the most one-sided games I've seen between top teams, right? Like, I've seen more one-sided games than that, don't get me wrong. But with how good Fnatic is...
This is a game between EWC teams.
Yeah, this is number 1 of OWCS Asia against number 4, the number 4 seed coming in. Like, Crazy Raccoon was actually technically number 2 after being 2nd place in the OWCS Korea tournament, but they're obviously the best team in the world right now. They proved that. They proved it in Dallas. They proved it here. They're an insanely strong team. But Fnatic is no slouch, and the fact that they just looked like... I mean, it looked like Falcons beating up on, like, Vesta Crew or something, you know? Like, it was... This is not what this is supposed to look like. And if Crazy Raccoons can do this to Fnatic, I don't know if I want to watch what they could do to Poker Face or Vesta Crew or Old Oceans. It's one-sided. I don't know what to tell you. This is wild.
And Junbin, I mean, we've been talking about Shu. Shu definitely deserves player of the match, at least for Kings Row. But Junbin, during the entirety of the season, well, not season, but excuse me, but for the series, he has been outclassing his opponent immensely today.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why I voted for him. I think he had a fantastic game. On Dorado as well, he played the Wrecking Ball very well, but it's just his play and how well he punished Donghak and how much stronger he was of a tank player that I ended up voting for him. I think Shu is a fine vote, and it probably got a few votes as well. But yeah, Junbin was him. And Donghak, I think, is a very fine tank player. We talked about before the series. I think he's improved a lot. He's been a little bit more versatile. It's a Winston meta, though. And if it's a Winston meta, it's a Junbin meta. If it's a Wrecking Ball meta, it's also a Junbin meta. But, you know, Winston is bread and butter. And guess what? Winston's still strong.
Yeah, and just like, also, we've been talking about improvements here, Wolf, but this Junbin has been on the San Francisco Shock. Yes, he was still a good player back then, but he wasn't at this level of dominance. He is a top player, and he's still improving, and who knows how far he can go.
I also feel like this was... Crazy Raccoon's kind of playing with their food a little bit. I feel like this isn't even as dominant as it could have been. And please don't understand or misconstrue our words here, because, again, Fnatic are a strong team, but they really got obliterated here. And Jimin also, I forgot he did play Mauga as well, and surprised Fnatic on that first Mauga fight, and then had the better ultimate, won them that round as well. He's just so good. And in this series, he obviously had a lot of resources, and it's easy to look amazing on Winston when you have Shu supporting you. So both of them, really, I think, the top 2 players.
All right, it's time for the interview with the man himself.
네, 오늘의 마지막 경기 깔끔한 승리를 보여줬습니다. 프나틱과 크레이지 라쿤 중 승자는 크레이지 라쿤이었습니다.
That
승리
was a
축하드립니다.
clean win in favor of Crazy Raccoon, and we have Junbin on the interview floor.
준빈 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 준빈 선수 자기소개 부탁드려요.
Can you introduce yourself to the fans?
크레이지 라쿤에서 메인 탱커를 맡고 있는 준빈이라고 합니다.
So I'm Junbin. I am currently the main tank of Crazy Raccoon.
자, 오늘 3대 0으로 깔끔한 2연승을 이어가게 됐어요. 기분 좋은 첫 주차인데 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
So week 1 was 2 3-0s. How do you feel about this?
이번 주 무실 세트로 다 이기게 돼서 기분이 좋네요.
Yeah, I feel really good because we didn't even drop a map this entire week.
오늘 경기 흐름은 전반적으로 어땠을지 궁금한데요. 굉장히 좀 빠르지만 완벽한 전략을 보여줬어요.
So how do you think the flow and during the series today?
다이브를 많이 하는 팀이다 보니까 저희가 이제 다이브 비슷하게 해서 좀 더 전략을 잘 준비한 것 같아요.
So we knew that Fnatic was going to play dive, so we kind of matched the dive, but we had a little bit more detail into it, so I think that was the difference here.
적수에 잘 활용하면서 좋은 플레이를 보여줬어요. 특히 그 중에서 레킹볼이 눈에 띄었는데 준빈 선수가 이 볼을 플레이할 때 가장 신경 쓰는 점이 궁금해요.
So you also featured the Wrecking Ball. So what do you focus most on your Wrecking Ball play when you play in official matches?
상대팀 조합 보고 안 죽는 걸 위주로 플레이하면 좀 쉬울 것 같아요.
So not dying is the most important part. So I always ask my teammates for any crowd controls. So whenever that's not available on the other team, I just go in.
많이 하면 될 것 같습니다.
So on how to get good at Wrecking Ball, you just have to play a lot of Wrecking Ball.
말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 오늘 팀워크도 굉장히 좋았어요. 팀원들에게 한마디도 해주세요.
So also your teamwork was really impeccable. So any messages to your teammates?
제가 잘해서 이긴 것 같아요.
I mean, guys, you guys did well, but I mean, I guess let's admit it, I carried you guys.
네, 그렇다고 합니다. 자, 오늘도 전석 매진일 정도로 정말 찾아와 주신 팬분들이 굉장히 많습니다. 어저께도 크레이지 라쿤이 이겼는데 세레머니를 못
A lot of fans came to watch you play. Do you have any ceremonies that you prepared for the fans?
와주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you for coming.
네, 귀여운 보라트도 만나봤습니다. 지금까지 오늘의 승리팀 크레이지 라쿤 팀의 준빈 선수 만나봤는데요. 오늘
And that was the interview with Junbin.
감사합니다.
What a lad! Yeah, very calm, confident trash talk of his teammates and players that are worse than him, I guess. I like to see that kind of confidence from a player. Let's take a look at today's results, because there were some surprises. You know, Team Falcons dropping that first map to HaeJeokDan and playing a pretty close series against them was definitely not something we expected. Pokerface taking out Vesta Crew 3-0 somewhat unceremoniously was kind of what we expected. But the third series, yes, it could have been a 3-0. That was, you know, I said going to probably 3-0 or 3-1 is the expectation, but it was the way they 3-0'd, I think that was pretty shocking. It was very, very dominant from CR.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at if you compare the second series and the third series, yes, they are both 3-0s, but Pokerface did not feel comfortable, probably did not feel comfortable about that 3-0, whereas Crazy Raccoon, they were just, wow, okay. Remember when Trong was on that interview, pre-match interview, like, I want to go home quickly. He lived up to his word.
Yeah, he certainly did. Crazy Raccoons are the only team to have 2 wins. Obviously, half of our teams haven't played 2 games just yet, but only team to have 2 wins, and also 0 maps lost. 3-0 Pokerface yesterday, 3-0 Fnatic today. Perfect record. Very few points or captures given to their opponents in either series as well. An incredibly dominant team. We might be witnessing the birth of a dynasty here in OWCS.
Yeah, I think Crazy Raccoons are I think the dispute is over about whether they're the strongest team in the world right now, but rather the discussion should be redirected towards, are they the best historic Overwatch roster in the world?
I think it'll take some time before we can say that, because there have been some incredible rosters over the years, but if they end up winning OWCS Korea, Asia, and Stockholm, I don't think we've ever seen a team be that dominant across majors, really ever, in a consistent line like that. So, I mean, I think that conversation definitely needs to be brought up. I'm not ready to do it yet, but this kind of series dominance makes you wonder. Tomorrow, we do have Old Ocean against HaeJeokDan. That should be a fun one. Some ex-Runaway players against Ryujehong. Feels like there's some cool history there. Pokerface against Fnatic. Yesterday, if you asked me about this matchup, I would have said Fnatic pretty easy. I'm still leaning towards them, but with the performance we saw today and Pokerface's performance, that one could be close. And then Zeta versus Falcons is definitely going to be a high point.
Yep, especially, I think all 3 matches are going to be really interesting in a different manner, in a sense that the first match is going to be Old Ocean HaeJeokDan is more like, is this going to be the most competitive match in Overwatch history? No, it's not. But at the same time, it's going to have a lot of historic context on it, like you said. And then the second matchup is going to be... The question is, Fnatic on paper still should be able to beat Pokerface, but is the mental fortitude there? Because today was a very crushing loss.
Yeah, and for Poker Face, a pretty dominant win. So coming off of a big win, coming off of a tough loss, they're on the exact opposite sides of the spectrum. I think if Poker Face beat Fnatic tomorrow, it could be the start of maybe Fnatic making some big changes, right? Like if you lose this one, everyone's headspace is not right. It didn't look great, to be honest, in this series. It's one of the toughest teams you're ever going to face. But I think, I will officially predict now, I think Fnatic will take it. I think they will bounce back. I think they will have a good series tomorrow. And then they can rest easy knowing that the strength of schedule gets much easier until they face Falcons at the end of the round robin.
Yep, and it's also going to be our final series of the day is also going to be pretty interesting in a sense that now that, well, Zeta Division took out Fnatic, this is going to be a fight for second, maybe. Well, I mean, of course, we do not know how these teams are going to fare against Crazy Raccoon, but seeing how dominant Crazy Raccoon is, I think at least for the time being, at least on this patch on the regular season, unless Crazy Raccoon kind of trip on themselves, it's likely that Crazy Raccoon is going to establish themselves as like the leadership group over there, and then whether the winner of Team Falcons and Zeta Division might be that fight for second here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pretty heavily lean towards Falcons in that final series, especially considering how much trouble Fnatic did give Zeta. But who knows? Upsets happen all the time.
All right, but that is a story for tomorrow, and we are finally done with today. I hope you enjoyed it, Wolf, because I did.
I definitely did.
And we have some more Overwatch coming tomorrow, so this is it for us. This was Unknown at the commentary, and this was Wolf at the expert analysis. So we'll see you next time. So thank you for watching, and goodbye.